along West Peachtree Street Northwest. Again, all they're telling us is that multiple people have been hurt in an active shooter investigation, but they're stressing that they do not have this shooter in custody. So we don't know if that person's on the move right now, if there is maybe more shooting activity happening right now. But we have been told this is an area that they're concentrating on between 12th and 13th Street, and that they're asking people to stay in place. Again, this is the area where Google opened an office building, I think July of 2022. The Epicurean Hotel is there, a big hotel, and there are a lot of condos in this area as well, a lot of people who live right in this area. So we are asking anyone who might be listening right now, seeing what's on the ground from a safe perspective, if you have information or pictures and video you can share, be sure to send them in to the 11 Alive newsroom. We know a lot of people probably watching this unfold as it's happening. A lot of police, fire, and paramedic activity happening in that area. If you're just joining us, this is an active shooter situation that is unfolding as we speak at West Peachtree Street Northwest between 12th and 13th Streets in Midtown. Atlanta police confirming a number of people are hurt and they do not have a shooter in custody. Savannah Levins is joining me here on the set to talk more about this as we're working the phones and working the maps right now to get a better perspective of where police might be extending this search for the shooter right now. Again, a really busy part of the city at a very busy time of day. We're just coming off the lunch hour.
Yeah, we have crews on the way right now trying to report from the ground safely. Of course, I actually live on West Peachtree in Midtown, and I just got a text from my building asking us to shelter in place, or anyone who is there right now. And I was checking Twitter and seeing what people were saying. There were a lot of people in Midtown. As you mentioned, so many offices, so many, businesses. And one woman said she was leaving an appointment and security ran up and told her to take shelter inside away from a window because there was an active shooter situation. So you can imagine how scary that is, not only for the people in the building where this is happening, but in nearby buildings where they're being corralled inside and told to take shelter, to shelter in place, which is exactly what Atlanta police tweeted out there as a warning as they try to get this under control.
I was thinking about the restaurant Reverence, I think is right there. A lot of restaurants in that area as well. And as we mentioned, we're coming off the lunch hour, so a very busy time as the restaurants are probably asking people to stay inside as well. You make a good point about staying away from windows. We can't stress enough, this is an active situation. They do not have the shooter in custody. This is video just into the 11 Alive newsroom a moment ago. You see an armored vehicle coming in now. This is some high-powered protection coming in from Atlanta police for this active situation. This, I think, visually really speaks to how serious this situation is and how much manpower is coming in to try to protect this area and find the person who has this weapon.
And you know what? This is one of the most traffic congested areas in Midtown, to be honest. So also having to deal with traffic to get these vehicles, these armored vehicles through that in the middle of what's probably one of the busiest times of day in that area, I'm sure was difficult to navigate, but it looks like they're rushing to the scene there at this active shooter situation.
And of course, you can imagine the calls coming into Atlanta PD right now as people are getting those messages to shelter in place. They're hearing it from their places of business, the restaurants they're at, their condo complexes, and perhaps seeing things unfold in front of their eyes here in Midtown. So police working tips and asking for information if anyone sees this shooter. Obviously, be careful, stay where you are, don't go to that area if you are planning to have an appointment or have business in that area. We want to show you this again. I was just counting the number of armored vehicles. I had seen 3 come through along with other police vehicles, officers on motorcycles, someone directing traffic, obviously clearing the streets, making this priority 1. Just to reset, if you're just joining us, this is the area of Midtown on West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Streets. An active shooter situation. The first text from Atlanta police with this warning came out at 12:37, and things have been unfolding very quickly since. Quickly that police were able to confirm that a number of people have already been hurt, and they did not have a shooter in custody. So two things happening right now: an urgent search for whoever has that weapon, an urgent help for the people who have been hurt, and an urgent warning to anyone who might be in that area to take shelter, and as Savannah mentioned, to stay away from windows as bullets might be potentially coming through.
Yeah, I know security in the nearby buildings have been instructed to corral people inside. I know a lot of the instinct might be to run out, to get to your car, to try to escape, but at this point Atlanta police are saying shelter in place because they do not have this person in custody yet. I was telling you earlier, I live on West Peachtree Street. We just got a mass text sent out to everyone who lives in the building saying shelter in place, don't leave the building. We'll follow up with more details. You saw those armored vehicles. I mean, Cheryl, this is a sad state of affairs, but Atlanta police have been training consistently and for a very long time for a situation as this. We recently, interviewed police who said that their SOP, their standard operating procedure in situations like this, is to go in right away and to try to, get the situation under control, protect as many people as possible. So it might be, slow moving where we get information from police, but you just know that they are working this as hard as they can, as quickly as they can, as efficiently as they can to protect people.
And as much as we want that information, and everyone wants the information, that's certainly not the priority for them right now. What they need to do is get a shooter in custody and get people safe, and then they'll share information with us as they can. But they knew that the information they needed to get out immediately was just to let people know this is happening, stay where you are, get safe, and stay out of that area. Atlanta police obviously have been dealing with a lot of gun violence. And here's another example in a busy part of our city in the middle of the day, a very busy area for people living, people working, people going to lunch on what otherwise would have been a very normal Wednesday afternoon.
It's so heartbreaking, that things like this can happen when, like you said, people are just going about their daily lives in such a busy area, and you have this expectation that you're safe and protected, and there's some speculation going around about where the shooting happened. Police have not confirmed that information yet. We'll bring that to you when we do know. But regardless of where it's happened, the fact that these people are just walking around living their lives, now this is an active shooter situation, police trying to get under control. And we've interviewed police recently who said they've even shifted their mentality from the wait, gather, make a plan, go in situation, especially in light of a lot of school shootings, which this is not. But they've said they've really changed their mentality to go in right away. When you arrive, you go in, you try to get the situation under control. So we, are sending them our best. And I believe that we have crews on the way, and do we have one set up right now on the ground?
Actually, I think Andrew is going to talk us through a little traffic, because obviously they are clearing this area just to get the help into that area that is needed, one, to help the victims, and two, to continue the investigation and the search for the shooter.
Yeah, Cheryl and Savannah, it's going to be really important that everyone avoids this area. I want to show you exactly where we're talking about. This is happening in Midtown, again on West Peachtree Street, right there between 12th and 13th Street. If you have any family or friends that work in that area, you may want to give them a phone call and say either stay put, stay safe wherever they may be, if they're in a safer spot inside one of those bigger buildings, but also you may want to tell people to avoid this area. Help these emergency crews by staying out of their way as they try to solve this scene and get everything settled down here in Midtown. Again, an active shooter situation is ongoing on West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Street. This is right through here. You see 14th Street cutting through here, off towards the east, also over towards Piedmont Park, just to the east of there. We're watching this spot real close, and we're going to continue to watch this area closely. Avoid this area. Cheryl. And Savannah.
So right now, I do just want to say Atlanta police just tweeted out photos of the suspect. They say, be on the lookout. Suspect is still at large. We're going to work behind the scenes to get you those photos up right now. But right now, you are looking at live video from the scene. Our crew working to get as close as possible, as safely as possible, to get you some information right now. Cheryl, you can see the ambulance right there outside the building in Midtown. Several police vehicles as well.
Yeah, so we are seeing a Grady ambulance right there. This is the photo that was just tweeted out a moment ago from Atlanta police. A gentleman with a hood up and a mask over his face and some kind of bag, looks like, on his front midsection. This is the image Atlanta police are asking everyone to look for. This is the person they are looking for. They're saying suspect still at large. The person that they say has been behind this active shooter investigation. Look at the manpower right now in Midtown, West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th. If you're still joining us, just joining us rather, an active shooter investigation. You see an enormous number of police officers there in helmets. Looks like they're strategizing. We've seen armored vehicles as they're having to cover a lot of ground. It's interesting that they have that image from inside a building. So we'll be working to see if the active shooter situation happened inside a building or in front of a building, or perhaps both.
So quickly that they were able to pull that surveillance photo as well. I think it's rare that we would get a suspect image so quickly, and looks like it's a relatively clear image as well of who they want people to be on the lookout for. And I think that the promptness with which they did release that shows that this person is still out there, and they want people to know what this suspect looks like. And to continue to shelter in place. Of course, right now you're taking a look at live images from where this active shooter situation is underway. And as you mentioned, I mean, so many people there. Again, here's this image of what Atlanta police say is the shooting suspect right now.
This is interesting. This is a different image. The first one had a mask over his face, so this is a clearer image. So let's stay on this for a second so everyone can really take a good look. It could be so helpful if someone watching right now recognizes this person, can contact police. This is the person that they're looking for in connection to this active shooting investigation that started just within the last 35 minutes. This is it looks like maybe from an elevator.
Yeah,
perhaps he's in an elevator, but there is another image where a mask is covering his face. This is a much clearer image of his face, although a hood is still up, but there's some sort of bag that he's wearing or carrying in front of him in his midsection, hand in his pocket. In the other image, I couldn't tell if there was a weapon in his hand or not. But again, this was a very quick turnaround for Atlanta police to share this image of the person they're looking for in this active shooting investigation. Again, the quote from Atlanta police is, quote, multiple people hurt in this active shooting investigation, asking everyone to shelter in place in that area of Midtown, asking anyone else to stay out of their area. There's a tremendous amount of police activity in that area right now.
Looks like they've already shut traffic down in that area. Again, we're talking about the area between West Peachtree Street, 12th and 13th Streets. Again, multiple people injured right now on your screen. An image of what police say is the suspect in this case. They released multiple surveillance images of this suspect. You're seeing another right now. That's horrifying to look at. Again, it looks like they are inside a building in Midtown.
And it looks like his arm was up in that. I'm not sure. I don't want to make any assumptions, but his arm was up as he went through that door. And here is the image maybe of leaving that. It looks like a business. Looks like a business. There are obviously, that street is lined with businesses and restaurants. And this is a live look. So our crews, we have a number of crews there. Our photojournalists are just cameras up and on, taking you live to the scene to show you what's happening as we speak. We saw armored vehicles coming through. We have seen Grady ambulances on the scene. Again, we're not hearing any information yet about the exact number of people who have been hurt or their conditions, but we know multiple, and this is all unfolding within the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, we saw the armored vehicles, multiple ambulances. You're seeing how quickly they shut down that area of Peachtree, which we've mentioned is an extremely busy part of town, especially during the lunchtime hour. We know multiple people in the surrounding buildings, based on social media, what people are tweeting, what people are posting, what people are telling us, is that they have been asked to shelter in place away from windows, even if they weren't in the building where this happened. All the surrounding buildings shutting down. I live in a condominium on West Peachtree. They just sent out a mass text asking everyone to stay inside. They're saying this is not the time to come to this area. This is not the time to even walk out the building if you are nearby. You need need to stay inside until they are able to bring this suspect into custody. And again, releasing those surveillance photos of the suspect so quickly.
Yeah, within 15 minutes.
Yeah.
That was incredibly fast, which I think speaks to the urgency in which they need to find this person. And the assumption is this person's on the move. So while the concentrated police presence is in that area between 12th and 13th on West Peachtree, just be aware, if you're in the outlier area of Midtown, this is a person that is likely on the move, and want everyone just to be aware of what's happening as we speak. Of course, we've got that picture out for you on our social media accounts. We've got live updates on our 11 Alive News app and on 11alive.com. So if you want to look at that picture again or share it, please do.
And of course, we're waiting to see how our leaders will react, government leaders as well. We know Mayor Andre Dickens just tweeted out, I think we have that tweet we can pull up, but a lot of people waiting for the response of our local leaders to see how they're going to respond to this active shooting happening so close to home. Andre Dickens saying, I am in close contact with the Atlanta Police Department as they are responding to the active shooting situation in Midtown near 1100 West Peachtree. Those in the area should shelter in place. Follow Atlanta Police for updates. Stay tuned. So kind of echoing what Atlanta Police have asked and said, asking people to shelter in place.
Let's take a look now again at the person that they are looking for. A couple of images that we're scroll through. Looks like surveillance video, perhaps right outside of a business. You see the exit sign. That is the picture that gives me chills. Arm up. I'm not sure what's in his hand. This looks like it's in an elevator. That is the most clear picture, that one picture without the mask of the person they're looking for in connection with this active shooter investigation.
Well, it appears this person had this mask over their face, you know, likely to mask their face, and then when they got in the elevator, taking that mask down, giving us the clearest picture we have.
You know, I just noticed in the bottom right corner, there's someone right in front of that person, that man in the elevator, and that just makes you pause.
Yeah, this seems to be like one of the only photos where he doesn't have something out in his hand. I wonder if this was, you know, entering into the building, but just heartbreaking, and so quickly that police were able to get these images out there, and they're doing that because they want everyone to be on the lookout for this person. We don't know if this person is still in the building. As far as we know right now, they are not in custody. You can see, I mean, hundreds, I would say at least, of police officers, armored vehicles. This is a live look right now of Peachtree Street. You can see all of those officers, investigators gathering right now, and of course, likely many inside as well.
And you see the mobile command center there from APD. This is a live image from Sky Tracker that really gives you a better perspective of the area we're talking about, and a clearer look at the police presence in response to an active shooter in Midtown on West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Streets. As we kind of zoom out here, you see the scope of the presence and the investigation and the search for this man they say is the shooter that they do not have in custody. That is many dozens of police cars lining the street there, and you see every window represents people inside. You know, as you see skyscrapers full of condos and office buildings, and each person being impacted by this on some level today, as they're getting alerts to their phone to shelter in place, to stay away from windows, and to keep an eye out for this person that went into a building. We know that because we see the images from inside. You see officers there on the back of this armored vehicle making its way down the street.
Well, there's so many surveillance cameras in this area of Midtown. I mean, you're talking hundreds of businesses, office buildings, I mean, condominiums. So I would imagine there's also a team working behind the scenes trying to pull in the surveillance video to see if this person is still in the building, if they left, and dealing with that, you know, appropriately. I know Atlanta police have worked for a long time with local businesses to make a registry of cameras in a lot of these businesses so that they can go in right away and pull what they need to pull, see what they need to see.
And we saw why that's effective today, that within 15-20 minutes of this alert going out, there were 4 fairly clear images of the person police are are looking for. And that's always a key, because people share information quickly, and usually it's a tip from somebody that really makes a break in a case like this. And that tip is the difference between keeping people safe or not. So we implore anyone who recognizes that person, who has any information, to please call police, as police are looking for this shooter. Seeing the Grady ambulance reminded me how fortunate we are that there's a level 1 trauma center within a short distance of where this happened for the people who have been hurt in this active shooter situation. We did see the ambulances on the ground there. A level 1 trauma center is where you want to be in the unfortunate event of something like this happening, and Grady very close in proximity to the images you're seeing now live from our 11 Live Sky Tracker. We have not heard any updates on the conditions of the people who were hurt in this active shooting. And again, the word police have used is multiple in terms of the number of victims.
Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine there's so many people watching right now who have someone they know or love who works or lives in Midtown. This is a huge hub, and must be so scared right now. And again, police just updating us as quickly as they can, understanding that they are working a very active and stressful situation, releasing those images relatively quickly as well. You can see it seems like they have shut every road down within Peachtree in that Midtown area. You saw that from Sky Tracker. The entire Midtown area surrounding this building shut down. We have police blockades, multiple armored vehicles, multiple people working this situation right now to try to get answers.
You know, there's a really sobering contrast, right? You see an incredible amount of, you see some people in scrubs right there probably going to the ambulance, but you see this presence of law enforcement, dozens and dozens of people in SWAT gear, but you see nobody else. That's the contrast, right? It's empty. The balconies are empty. The street is empty. This is right off a lunch hour in a very, very busy time of Midtown, and that is people listening to the warning from Atlanta police to stay where you are, stay away from windows, and most certainly stay off the street.
And wow, the power of social media too, right? I mean, you've got to imagine police and security were going into these buildings telling people to shelter in place, but the ability to get thousands of people in the middle of a metropolitan area in the middle of lunchtime to shelter in place within a matter of minutes really, goes to show not only how functional and effective our police and security in Midtown are, but also the power of social media and how this is spreading. Again, if you know anyone who commutes in the Midtown area, police asking people not to go to that area right now, all the roads blocked off. If someone is in Midtown right now, they're asking you shelter in place. I saw someone tweet earlier saying that they were grabbing lunch, and as they went to leave, they were instructed to shelter in place away from windows. So that's another note for you right now. Atlanta police saying this suspect still on the run right now. We do have those surveillance images that they gathered very quickly from what appears to be inside the building.
Yeah, good perspective here live for you of the 11 Live Sky Tracker of the police response. Looks like they're spread out. They're kind of going building to building. They're strategizing. You can see that. The Atlanta Police Mobile Command Center, a semi, an 18-wheeler, is on the scene, along with a lot of armored vehicles that we see driving up and down the street as well. Just to reset, if you're just joining us here on 11 Alive News following this breaking news, the first alert came from Atlanta Police at 12:37 of an active shooter in Midtown. 5 minutes later, at 12:42, came the tweet that multiple people were hurt and they did not have a shooter in custody, and that alert to stay in place and to avoid that area. So that all happened very quickly. We're not even an hour into this response, and we have seen, this enormous response just coming onto that Midtown area and spreading out as they're looking for someone. We also have the images of the person they believe that they are looking for, the active shooter, the man that was seen inside a building here, first in a mask wearing a bag, and then other images later with that mask off. This is him coming out of what looks to be a business of some sort, and that's the one with his hand up. It looks like there might be something in his hand there, and this is the clearest image with his mask off. Again, this is the person police believe is the active shooter, and the person they're looking for. If you recognize this person, if you think you have information that could help, please call Atlanta Police and share this image. We have it for you right now online.
Yeah, and again, Atlanta Police saying that this active shooter situation happened inside a building on West Peachtree Street between 12th Street and 13th Street. As far as we know right now, that person is not in custody and is still on the run right now. We don't know if they are still inside of that building, but certainly police shutting down all the roads outside of that area.
11 Alive reporter Cody Alcorn is in this area of Midtown right now, on the ground and on the phone. Cody, what are you seeing right now?
Well, I can tell you the Fulton County SWAT team is parked right next to me. These guys just got off the SWAT vehicle. They have long rifles. I'm on 15th at Peachtree Street, and now they are searching the building 1230 on 15th Street. They have multiple SWAT teams outside the Symphony building here to my right. But I can tell you the Fulton County SWAT team just rolled up before I jumped on the phone with you guys right here on 15th at Peachtree Street. They had about 9 armed officers hanging off that SWAT truck. They had officers inside that SWAT truck, and I'm watching now an officer in an unmarked truck about to throw up a drone. So apparently there is some belief this man could be here in the area where I'm standing, 1230 15th Street at Peachtree. There are people out here. A lot of people still don't know what's going on. They've been asking me, hey, what's going on? Sources are telling me that this did happen at the Northside Hospital there. And again, as you guys have been hearing as well, multiple victims involved. We do not know the status of those individuals. But obviously, this man is on foot is what sources are telling me. And right now it appears an active search by the Fulton County SWAT team. There are state troopers here now showing up in front of me on 15th Street, and they are circling around this 1230 address here on 15th Street. But I can tell you they are about to send up a drone in this area as well. Right now, the picture you guys put out, that's what they're showing people here on the street. There are construction workers on Peachtree who actually I can see have iPads out looking at this coverage, because right now people are still just learning about what's going on. Because right now on Peachtree, there's not a lot of police presence, but now if you come down 15th, that's really where you're starting to see the SWAT team show up here along with state troopers.
Cody, that's really helpful information, because initially they were really focused between 12th and 13th, so you can see that that has expanded a few blocks down the street. You're at 15th Street. Does it feel from what you're seeing that they are kind of going building to building, or is there some sense that they're congregating more specifically and strategically at the one that you're talking about, especially if they're sending a drone up?
It really appears they are walking between 14th and 15th Street here. Just from what I can see, they're kind of just going building to building. So I don't know if they really have a good grasp on where this guy is. I mean, this is a very large area, as we all know that. But with them coming over here where I'm at on 15th and now sending this drone up, there must be some indication he could be out in this area. I mean, there's a lot of areas this man can hide. There's these buildings, there's parking decks here. So again, we just don't know. There's people here at a restaurant nearby watching from their balcony, but I just saw them come out and they're locking the doors here to this restaurant. So right now, it just appears they kind of have a perimeter. I'm sure that's what is set up. I'm sure there's a lot more police that I can't see, because I can tell you when I pulled up, there were multiple unmarked vehicles, and they were actually state troopers that I've never seen those type of vehicles. They were just standard black vehicles with regular tags. So I'm sure there's a lot of law enforcement down here that we cannot visually see. I can tell you when I started seeing the response, I was on Peachtree Road up in the Buckhead area, and multiple motorcycle police. I saw multiple GSP rolling through Buckhead down to this area. So I'm sure they do have a large perimeter now, knowing this man is on foot and has already, what we're hearing from sources, shot multiple people.
So Cody, you're confirming state troopers, Fulton County SWAT, Atlanta Police, they're on scene, you're seeing them, and we expect other jurisdictions could come in to help as well, depending on what happens from here.
Yeah, 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn on the phone right now. Cody, first and foremost, please prioritize your safety as well. If you're saying that this suspect you're hearing is on foot right now in the area, I want to ask you, are you seeing a lot of the businesses in the area? Are they locked up? Are people, away from the windows? What are you seeing as far as the surrounding businesses? Because that would be my fear if police are saying this suspect is potentially on foot.
right now, there's still people walking around because, again, I don't think everybody understands really what's happening in the scope of what this man is accused of have been carrying out in the last hour or so. So, again, a lot of people still walking, but I can tell you now here on 15th with the SWAT team showing up, and now you have them here with their rifles drawn. A lot of people have cleared off of the 15th Street area, but there are police right around the 1200 building here at Peachtree, and it looks like they're just going building to building at this point. I mentioned they're about to throw this drone up, but as far as people out and about and businesses locking up, I can't really see that from my perspective right now because I'm just feet away from the SWAT vehicle where they jumped off of and started walking around these buildings. So I'm just trying to kind of place myself back a little ways, and I'm walking up a little bit to see if I can kind of see the direction they're going. But there are still SWAT team members at that Fulton County SWAT vehicle gearing up at this point.
All right, Cody, stay safe. I know you're going to be gathering information. Obviously, stand by. Let us know as soon as you've got anything else. Really appreciate that update. We want to send it to another crew that we have there now from the street perspective. 11 Alive's Karis Belger joining us now from Midtown. Karis, what can you update us, and what are you seeing happening in front of you?
Well, as you can imagine, this is a quickly changing situation. There are a lot of things happening, but mostly police officers trying to redirect traffic and block off the streets. Let me step out really quickly just so you can look at what we're seeing here. Right now we're at the intersection of Spring Street and 14th. Police have been trying to get as many people as possible away from this intersection. There have been a few people walking around because they're not fully aware of what exactly is taking place. But just on the way here, police began to block off streets and redirect traffic away from here. I understand they are still looking for a suspect. I've seen Atlanta police cars. I've seen Georgia Tech police. I've seen MARTA police. I've also seen Georgia State Patrol cars all driving past and driving in this area. There's a lot of different agencies that are responding at this moment, and we are at least a block back from where a lot of the concentrated effort is at this moment. We are still seeing quite a few people walking by, people who happen to be walking in the area because they were getting lunch or something else. There is a nearby Whole Foods market as well, and those people were told to stay inside and not to move. They are currently watching from the windows as people continue to try and make sense of what exactly is taking place here. We are nearby to police, and we are hoping to get some more information from them very soon. Right now they are across the street and just really trying to contain things as much as possible.
All right, Karis, thank you so much. We want to update you right now. We just got an email from Atlanta Police. I'm reading this off of my phone right now. They say, update, there have been no additional shots fired since that initial incident unfolded. We are currently aware of 4 shooting victims related to this situation. 3 have been transported to the hospital for treatment. A 4th was pronounced dead on scene, tragically. Officers are actively searching for the suspect still or any other victims. Based on our preliminary investigation, these are the photos, again, the photos they shared that they believe to be of the active shooter. And those are surveillance photos that they shared pretty quickly of this, what appears to be a man in the elevator in that building. They're asking anyone with information on that person, on their whereabouts, to call 911. So again, 4 people confirmed shot, 3 en route to the hospital or being treated at the hospital as we speak, 1 confirmed dead on the scene.
Yes, significant update, because until this moment we had only heard that multiple people had been hurt. So 3 hurt, 1 dead. We know they're being transported to Grady, which is a level 1 trauma center. We'll try to find out more about their conditions. And that's a really important note, that no additional shots that they know of have been fired since that initial active shooter warning came out from Atlanta Police, because that was at 12:47. So we're coming up on about 50 minutes since that time, and no other shots were fired. But that does not make this any less of a tenuous situation, because this is someone that they assume still has the weapon that they used and is hiding from police in an area area with thousands of people.
And I'm also hearing from our crew on the scene. They are reporting that they saw SWAT entering Northside Hospital. So, you wonder if that is kind of a focal point in this investigation. That's kind of the address that we were given.
Yeah, Cody Alcorn saying some of his sources are telling him that was sort of where this all started at Northside Hospital, their location in Midtown. That's according to sources. We'll be working to confirm that as well. Tracy A. McPeer is also live in the area there in Midtown with an update for us. Tracy, what are you seeing?
Well, we're at Spring Street and 14th Street, 1 block away from West Peachtree. There are large crowds of police agencies, everyone from MARTA Police to APD. We still are seeing more police arriving, coming into the situation, trying to get it under control. Of course, we spoke with people earlier who were inside some of these buildings around here, and the 1100 building, they are all on lockdown. They're just watching, waiting, and seeing. They're sheltering in place. I also spoke with a mother whose child is in a daycare. They got a text alert that basically said, your child is inside the daycare right now, they're safe, but we're in lockdown, you can't come pick them up right now. So imagine the fear of people who aren't even anywhere near here right now, just dealing with the situation. Of course, a lot of people are still coming up kind of confused as to what's going on. There's a lot of traffic, a lot of people trying to walk into the area. Of course, it's a very busy part of Midtown at a very busy part of the day. Of course, we've heard about the multiple injuries and one person dead at this point. Of course, if you look behind me, Jefferson, can you zoom in over there? You can see the large crowd of police. A lot of them are standing by. Every now and then you'll see them kind of pick up the speed and run to a different area. It's still an active area. It is shut off to try to keep everyone safe as they try to get the situation under control. Back to you.
Tracy, just want to ask you to help set the scene for the area you're in. We see that enormous amount of police presence. We know this is sort of the area where the Google office building is, the Epicurean Hotel. What other businesses, restaurants, what are you seeing around you to give people sort of some context to the location?
Well, I can see there's a Veni Vidi Vici restaurant, there's Farm Burger. Of course, this is the time of day where people are walking around, grabbing lunch right across the street from us. There's Dean's at Midtown, there's a Shell station. I mean, this is on Spring Street, which is always a very busy street any time of day, especially around the lunchtime hour. So right now, we're just kind of watching everybody make their way. You can see people still walking through the roped off area, just trying to get to where they need to be, as police are, of course, trying to get everyone into a safe spot as they try to take a very active situation and keep it safe for everyone who's around here.
Tracy, you're right in the middle of all this right now. First of all, please stay safe. Are you seeing police going around to some of these businesses, these buildings, to check on locked doors to make sure that the suspect isn't in any of these buildings?
As of now, I think that time not necessarily has passed, but I think they probably already checked this area. Right now, they're kind of set up at different points on the street to just kind of keep abreast of what's happening. And then, of course, there's a large crowd of them working together as they get information from other officers who are in different buildings, kind of telling them what they've already checked and where they need to check next. But right now, I mean, if you look down the street, you can see a marshal's vehicle, a Fulton County Sheriff, you can see MARTA Police. I mean, there are police agencies from all throughout the area working together now to try to find the suspect, bring them into custody. Of course, we have the picture of the suspect they're looking for, and right now everyone around here, they're just trying to get them out of the situation so they can eliminate them and take a look at where the suspect actually is.
I mean, talk about an all hands on deck situation. Tracy's saying even MARTA police are there. 1111's Cody Alcorn talking to us earlier saying, I mean, he saw highway patrol, we have SWAT, we have the sheriff's department, the police, of course. I mean, all hands on deck for this situation.
You think about this in terms of sort of a needle in the haystack search when you're talking about just the area of many city blocks and a part of Midtown where there are so many huge buildings, lots of places to be. To go building to building over many city blocks is tedious and potentially dangerous, and you're talking about so many people in the mix as well. So a challenging situation for all of these responders. I think it's very interesting that 11 Alive reporter Cody Alcorn was talking about sending a drone up, perhaps to get an overview perspective to see maybe anything that might stand out to them in the search for this shooter.
Yeah, I want to check in again with Karis Belger, who is live on the scene. Karis, what are you seeing out there now?
Well, it's still an evolving situation. There are a lot more police cars that are coming in this way and multiple agencies. I just saw another MARTA police car drive up. I'm going to step out so you can take a look here. We managed to get slightly closer up the hill. You can just see the concentration of officers, SWAT team, multiple agencies all the way up that hill by that Einstein Bagels. We're actually not that far from another building, a Whole Foods. There's a Farm Burger where there are people still sitting, still waiting, looking at their phones, trying to get information. And in fact, not too long ago, I happened to speak with a gentleman who works inside the building where all of this took place. He did say to me that he had not been told a lot of information. He was just told to evacuate. But if you could take a look here, we're seeing a lot more agencies pull up. In fact, you can see this armored truck that is also coming up 14th Street where we are located right now. Officers trying to get that vehicle through and also trying to contain the traffic because, as you can imagine, is extremely busy right now. And even with these roadblocks, there are still people who are trying to get around and find out what exactly is going on. Still an evolving situation, but we have managed to get slightly closer. I am hoping to speak with some of the officers on scene to try and get a little more information. Once I know more, I will be sure to keep you updated.
All right. Yeah, they have a lot in their hands right now. Karis, thank you so much. We want to mention right now we've just got an alert from Atlanta Public Schools that a number of schools are on lockdown. APS is not sharing the specific schools on lockdown, but you can assume they are the ones in the closest proximity to what's going on here in Midtown. So parents, if you have students that are in school in this vicinity, you're probably getting alerts and they'll update you as they can. But as of now, Atlanta Public Schools announcing lockdowns for a number of schools in close proximity to the search for this shooter in Midtown.
And there are, of course, school bus routes that run through that busy area as well. So I imagine those might be impacted as well.
Certainly.
So parents, you can reach out to your schools and figure out kind of what's going on there. Again, APS not saying exactly which schools are on lockdown, but I imagine that this is going to have kind of a ripple effect on a lot of neighboring businesses, buildings, and schools as well.
So we are just about 1 hour into this continuous coverage of an active shooter situation in Midtown. If you're just joining us, to reset at 12:37, the first alert came out of an active shooter in Midtown from Atlanta Police. A few minutes later, they said that they had multiple people hurt. We can now confirm to you through Atlanta Police that there were 4 people shot. 3 of them survived, are on their way or at Grady Hospital as we speak. 1 person we confirmed has died in this situation. The shooter is on the run at this moment, and police are looking for them. A tremendous response from a number of jurisdictions, including state troopers, Fulton County SWAT, Atlanta Police, MARTA Police, and others coming in to help in the search for this shooter.
And Cheryl, important to note as well that even though the suspect is on the run, police have confirmed that there have been no additional shots fired since that initial incident. So they are still trying to look for that person. We have multiple crews on the scene. Doug Richards live for us right now. Doug, not sure if you can hear us. I know this is a developing situation there, but where are you and what can you tell us from where you are?
We're on West Peachtree at the corner of 15th Street. West Peachtree is a one-way street going in this direction. There's no traffic coming from that direction, which is where, when Tyson zooms in, you will see the police and public safety activity. What we see up there appears to be 3 or 4 dozen units of police, ambulance, of some fire rescue units. And what we see in addition are sort of the silhouettes of law enforcement individuals moving at a casual pace, looking like they're waiting to be told what to do. And what we don't see is any sort of frantic, active individuals scurrying from location to location in any kind of a search that one might expect to see in an active shooter situation. Could be, of course, that all that stuff happened before we got here. So what we see now is kind of a waiting game, or what at least appears to be a waiting game, as the street, which is one of Atlanta's busiest arteries, West Peachtree Street, is closed off to traffic, as is 15th Street, 14th Street, which are east-west arteries, also very busy, and additional streets sort of surrounding this area. So Tyson, the photographer, has moved into the middle of West Peachtree Street to give you sort of a better perspective. You can see the ambulances in the front, though we don't know to what extent, if any, of those folks are actually treating people. We suspect that they are on standby. In addition, obviously, to the law enforcement crews that you see behind them, both in a vehicular sense and in a manpower or woman power sense, folks standing and walking through the area, trying to negotiate what to do next. And in an active shooter situation, that sort of strategizing can be fluid, and that's what that looks like as we look directly south on West Peachtree Street from 15th Street and West Peachtree. Back to you.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. We also have Tracy Amick Pier live on the ground right now. Tracy, I'm trying to get an idea of where our crews are. Doug saying he's over on the 15th Street side. Where are you right now, and what are you witnessing?
So I'm at Spring Street and 14th Street. We're right by the Whole Foods and the Farm Burger. And we just talked to a gentleman. He actually went to go work out at around noon today and is coming back. He said he had a meeting and he can't get into his apartment building. It's the Icon. And I said, well, how many people live there? He said it's 39 floors of people who either can't get back in their building right now or are inside and locked down as well. And earlier I spoke about the fact that, it's actually another reporter of ours, Brittany. Her child is in daycare here. There are other mothers with other daycares. So people can't get into this right now. People can't get into the area. It's a really stressful time for everyone who is here, and it's as safe as possible right now. I mean, police are everywhere, but of course, until the suspect is captured, everyone is on edge and everyone is being kept out of the perimeter here. Of course, more and more police keep showing up, adding to the group, and of course, spreading out to try to cover this whole area. But when you think about it, there are so many buildings right near where we are right now, so many businesses, so many different apartment complexes and restaurants. So if you imagine all the different floors, all the different areas where a suspect could be, trying to figure out where the suspect is, it's quite a feat right now, and they've got to lock down as much as possible. We'll be here, of course, at the perimeter trying to figure out what's going on and to bring you all the information as soon as we get it. Back to you.
Tracy, you make a really important point. As a mom, my heart just kind of dropped when you said that. There are a lot of daycares in the area, and also we know that's the same situation for parents who have now learned that their kids who are in Atlanta public schools in that vicinity that are on lockdown, so that means they can't get to them. And as you mentioned, there's a tremendous police presence and they're working to keep everybody safe. But as a parent, you just want to have your child next to you and you want to see them and you want to know they're okay. So we are thinking about all the families that are in that situation right now, and to think about the one building with 39 floors and all the people inside, and that multiply that by the number of high rises in this area, you really understand the scope of the number of people impacted, both those who live there, those that work there, and those maybe who had just come in this area for lunch and now are still sheltered in place kind of in the back of restaurants away from windows as police are searching for this gunman.
And each one of those thousands of people who are in this area right now sheltering in place as someone who loves them and is worried about them and can't get to them. I mean, you said that about the daycare. It makes your stomach churn thinking about these moms and dads and guardians who can't get to those kids. Right now we have 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn on the scene as well. He is on the phone. Cody, wanted to check in with you and see from your perspective if there have been any changes over the last hour you've been there.
Yeah, I can tell you I'm now blocked in. When I got on 15th Street, the SWAT team was just coming in, and now I have SWAT teams on both sides of me. So from Art Center Way, which is the Art Center transit station, the MARTA station, to Peachtree Street, that whole area is closed down. The Atlanta Tactical Medic Team just dropped off some medical SWAT team members. If you're not familiar with that, any SWAT team will have medics within their SWAT team in case someone is injured. Obviously, this is an active shooter situation. No additional shots have been fired, but they know this man's armed. He's already accused of killing one, shooting 3 others, so they know this is likely not going to end in their terms right now peacefully, because they don't know what he's capable of. So what they're doing, it appears, is dropping off these medical task members to each SWAT team That vehicle just pulled back out and went down the opposite way of Peachtree. So right now what I can tell you is 15th Street is closed and there are still multiple SWAT team members here. Now, it doesn't look like they're actively going building to building at this point, but I can tell you when I last talked to you, they were getting a drone ready to go up. That drone is now up here off of 15th Street and I believe between 16th Street area. So what it appears right now is they are just trying to find this guy. They have put out the bolos, they put out the pictures. Right now it looks like they are just kind of in standby mode because I don't know if they don't know exactly where he's at this point or if they just have this perimeter established and now they're hoping that their drone, and I'm sure they have eyes up in the sky and possibly on some of these rooftops trying to see if they can see this man moving. Here's the other thing, too, you got to keep in mind there is a lot of areas where this guy could stay and just post up because he knows he's being actively searched for. So I think someone mentioned it a while ago. It's like a needle in a haystack. This guy could just be propped up somewhere and waiting for this to stop. But I can assure you from what's happened here today, APD, SWAT, Fulton County, every jurisdiction that's here is not going to stop looking. So that's where we're at right now. As I think Doug mentioned, you don't see a lot of people running and a lot of chaos out here. Mm-hmm. It appears right now they just have a perimeter established, and they're trying just to figure out if the public can help, if they looking out windows from these condos that are here, hotels, parking garages. That's kind of where we are right now, it appears, because, again, they're not really going door-to-door looking as far as chaos here. It's just kind of standing by to see if they get a spot on him.
All right, Cody, thank you. We want to update you. This is breaking news just into our newsroom. An update from police. Atlanta police say they are now currently aware of 5 shooting victims related to this situation. 4 have been transported to the hospital for treatment, and a 5th was pronounced dead on the scene. Officers still actively searching, they say, for the suspect and any other victims. That was another part that they added since the last update, that they're also looking for any additional victims. And they say based on their investigation, the photos that they have released appear to be of that active shooter, of the person they're actively searching for. And again, police updating us now, 5 victims, 1 is confirmed to be dead.
That update is significant, even as Cody was just mentioning to us that the medical SWAT team members are there kind of on standby. Certainly the hope is that there aren't any other additional victims. Again, as Cody mentioned, we can confirm police saying no additional shots have been fired since the initial shooting that happened right around 12:47 today. No shots fired since that point, but now we know that there are 5 victims total, 1 dead, and we have that medical SWAT team on standby, hoping that they are not needed as they're looking to bring this man into custody. We'll show his picture again soon because it's very important this picture gets out. If someone recognizes him and makes a call, that could lead perhaps to the one piece of information they need to find this person. If you haven't seen this picture before, or if you have, take a closer look. These are the 4 images that Atlanta police are sharing with us of the person they say is responsible for the death of 1 and 4 being injured in the shooting today. This is the best picture right here without his mask on. They are looking for this person, think he may still be in that area of Midtown hiding somewhere.
Yeah, we do have multiple reporters on the scene, including 11 Alive's Karis Belger. Karis, what are you seeing where you are right now?
Well, we're about a block up from where we were when you last came to me, so we're now on 15th Street. This is still a moving perimeter here. 13th Street, excuse me. We're still having a moving perimeter here. An officer just walked by and said they're going to start shifting things and moving things as they continue looking for this person. Let me step out just so you can take a look at what we're seeing. Again, we're on 13th Street. You see some officers' cars coming through here. We've also seen some people trying to walk through, getting as much information as possible because, again, this is a quickly moving situation. We're actually right by the Northside Medical Shipping and Receiving entrance that has been blocked off with tape. And I can also tell you that there have been people who work in some of the surrounding buildings who have started to come out trying to get some more information. And not too long ago, I spoke with a gentleman who works inside the Northside Medical Building. He said around lunchtime, around noon, he was told by his supervisors to leave the building. He wasn't given much more information. In fact, when I asked him what else he knew, he said nothing, only that he was told told to leave, and he did not know if he would be allowed back in the building. So that should give you a sense of how quickly things have changed around here. Again, there are some people from some of the surrounding buildings walking around as police are trying to redirect things and move their perimeter in their continued search. An officer did speak to me not too long ago. He said that we should anticipate getting information soon, but right now officers are really trying to move things around and keep them contained so everyone is safe, because as you mentioned, they are still looking for someone.
All right, thanks. You know, I see those people behind you leaving that appear to be civilians, and we just heard from our crews on the ground that Northside Hospital staff are currently being evacuated now. At the same time, police are saying that this suspect is still at large.
Yeah, and the prompt from police was to stay where you are and shelter in place, but at this point, an hour in, some businesses might be making this decision to evacuate. Northside Hospital staff being evacuated sticks out to me because Cody Alcorn was reporting that his sources were telling him that Northside Hospital is where this started at their location there in Midtown. So we're working to confirm more details about that, but that location certainly central to what's happening here today and the investigation moving forward. Obviously, a lot of people in this area, a lot of people have been watching what's happening. We want to let you hear now from a witness.
I was meeting a friend for lunch and saw Atlanta police rushing the building, and it was a very heavy and quick response, and they asked us to stay put in the restaurant until the situation was under control and everything. I never felt like I was personally in any danger. They did a great job. So.
Interesting to have that perspective. We've been talking about people who may have just been in the area for lunch, and obviously he has left the restaurant now as police continue to look for the shooter. You know, interesting to hear from our crews that are spanning a couple of city blocks, so a lot of different perspectives, but overreaching, the message being that police are sort of methodically going building to building and searching. We've used this term needle in a haystack, and as you see this live image here from our 11 Live Sky Tracker, that reinforces that notion, because you look at each window representing an office building, a condo, and every one of them having dozens of floors. There are just so many places to hide and try to wait this out, and you wonder what intel police might be getting at this point to try to zero in on a location for this shooter that we can now confirm took the life of one person, injured 4 others, now being treated at the level 1 trauma center, Grady Hospital.
And again, now that, you know, it appears this all started at Northside Hospital, and we could only speculate at the time about whether the suspect was still in that building, but now our crews on the scene saying that Northside Hospital employees, staff, people in that building are currently being evacuated. So the assumption now is that, you know, that area, that building has been secured by police to the point where they feel comfortable evacuating people inside. So presumably the suspect is not inside if that suspect is still at large right now, but we know no more shots, according to police, have been fired since that initial incident. And we do have Tracy Amick-Pierre live at the scene right now. Tracy, we want to check in with you. Are you kind of still seeing people, like, you know, not a ton of urgency behind you? Are you seeing more people evacuate buildings?
Well, one thing that we're seeing is police are over at the Shell station that is across the street. I mean, there are cameras typically at gas stations. I'm not sure if that is involved here. Jefferson's actually gonna move the camera over. There's a large number of police that walked over there a moment ago. They're inside the station and around there at this point. Of course, people we spoke with earlier who were walking over across the street are still just standing on the street waiting to get into their apartment buildings, waiting to get back into where they are working today. A lot of people are just kind of standing by and waiting. And of course, the impact of this, you talked about the fact that, you know, schools are on lockdown, also daycares that are here at different businesses, the parents can't come get their children there. My children go to school in Buckhead, and I just got a notification, please don't come pick up your student, talking about this active shooter situation there as well. Everyone's concerned right now. Everyone's hoping that their families are staying safe and that they can stay safe as well. Of course, the very large police presence here, many different jurisdictions have responded. They're all trying to find this suspect that we now know killed one and injured many others. Of course, we will be out here live throughout this day, just bringing you what we're seeing and all that we can gather from the situation. Of course, a lot of people on the street are hearing different things, and right now it's trying to vet out what is accurate and confirm before we bring it to you. So, of course, as we get that information, we'll continue to bring it right to you.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much. And we are starting to get videos from viewers, photos from viewers who are in the area or around that area at the time. I believe we have some of that video right now that we can pull up for you. Here it is, a video clip sent in by an 11 Alive viewer. It appears they are on the rooftop of one of these buildings.
Yeah, that's such an interesting perspective. You know, that must be on the 20th or 30th floor of one of these high rises. Again, speaking just to the number of people impacted by this developing situation, this breaking news, as they're watching many floors below them, everything unfolding as they've been getting notices to stay in their apartments or condos or places of business. And we appreciate people sending their perspective as they can do that safely. We know there are also a lot of tips and information coming into Atlanta Police right now. I want to send it now on the phone. We have State Senator Josh McLaurin, who was in a restaurant, I understand, in Midtown. Senator, can you share with us your experience, what you saw, and the information you've been getting since?
Sure. Hi. Yes, I was just at a restaurant around the 1100, 1200 block of West Peachtree with a friend catching up, and somebody told us, hey, we're on lockdown now because there's an active shooter in the area. So we've been here for, got to be about an hour, but we've got a bunch of police parked outside. There were fire trucks. We saw the SWAT team moving outside briefly for a while, and hard to get information, but just really unbelievable to think hundreds, thousands of people in this area, their lives are put on hold. And, I have spouses or friends whose spouses work in the medical building itself. And so we're worried about their safety, just so much that can unfold so quickly in a short amount of time.
So, legislator, I mean, you deal a lot with police issues, with gun violence issues. To find yourself in the middle of a situation like this, which was certainly scary, we're so glad you're okay. I mean, does that impact you on a deeper level as a legislator, do you think?
Well, thank you for your concern. I mean, I'm fine, and thankfully, Amber Alert on my phone or some kind of alert. Yeah, I guess it's about this situation. But yeah, no, I'm fine. It's frustrating, right? And it's very, very sad and tragic because I think most people agree we shouldn't have to live like this. And, at some point this becomes a policy conversation about how do we keep from living like this? Are we really going to put metal detectors in more doctors' offices? Make sure that there are fewer doors for entry and exit. I mean, it's crazy to think that we should have to live in some militarized society just to be safe. I don't think people want to live that way. So clearly, I'm in favor of common sense gun measures and mental health support so that situations like this don't happen in the first place.
As you're speaking, I'm thinking about the families directly impacted. We have one person who has died in this shooting, 4 people hurt, thinking of their friends and families. But you make a very important point that, tens of thousands of people's lives, at the very least, put on hold and in some level of trauma and still in that holding pattern as police still search for this shooter.
That's right. And the level of uncertainty, I mean, just the stress for everybody, the active concern. I mean, it doesn't mean we don't have to have a school shooting in every school in the country for parents to worry about sending their kids to school every day. I mean, it affects everybody just because it affects the culture and our sense of fear. So, I hope that my colleagues at the Capitol are paying attention to this event and all the others that happen. And honestly, we shouldn't be in a society where a legislator or a governor has to personally be affected by gun violence, as we saw in Tennessee, for there to be action. I mean, I think we need to have a little more empathy for what everybody's going through.
And Senator, as someone who is in the middle of this lockdown situation, tension's very high. What was the feeling you were getting from people in the middle of that situation? Was it kind of a palpable fear, or was it a resignation to, oh, well, this is happening?
I think people have a range of reactions to your point. I mean, some people just want to block it out and have an extra drink while they're sitting down. Other people, are texting, calling everybody they know and making sure that the doors of the restaurant are locked. You see a lot of humanity come out, but again, it's a very high cost. It's a price we shouldn't have to pay. And I feel, like you say, for the families who are affected, it's just a tragic thing.
One more question for you. We have State Senator Josh McLaurin on the phone now. He'd been in a restaurant in Midtown when this all started to unfold about an hour and 15 minutes ago. We're hearing some evacuations of some buildings, including the North Side Medical Building. For you in the restaurant you're in, is the mandate to stay where you are, stay put as of now as well?
So right before I took this call, I was downstairs. There was an Atlanta police officer who came through and reminded everybody we were still on lockdown. I'm glad to hear that some people are able to be evacuated. We have seen a couple cars and fire trucks leave the area, so I don't know if that means the presence is going to lighten. But again, going back to the point, it's confusion, it's uncertainty, it's fear, and we're just going to wait and see what we're told.
State Senator Josh McLaurin on the phone with us. Thank you so much. Please continue to stay safe. We appreciate you taking our call.
We want to take you now to a ground perspective with 11 Alive reporter Karis Belger. I think she's on the ground. This armored vehicle pulling through your shot right now really is quite a visual for the situation that continues to unfold in one of the busiest parts of the city, Karis.
It really is, and literally within the last 2 minutes, that vehicle just pulled up, trying to navigate around this Atlanta police car that is also blocking this road. Right now, we're on 13th Street, just up from Spring Street, and they are continuing to block off a lot of the streets around here as they try and make sense of it all. I did see 2 people who told me they were hospital employees who said that they had just been asked to leave and to get as far away from the area as possible. They were not able to tell me if they had received any other instructions from police, but only that they were told by their supervisors that they had to leave the building and then get out of the area as soon as possible. They did seem a little shaken up, and as you can imagine, a lot of confusion right now because the situation is evolving. A lot of information not immediately available, but I did hear an officer say that they are still bringing in more vehicles, more teams, more cars to try and help with this situation. So still rapidly evolving, and we are hoping to get a few more details, but right where I am, officers have informed me that they are still going to be moving cars in and out of this area. And as you just mentioned, right before you came to me, there was a Fulton County SWAT vehicle that just drove by. So to give you a sense of the urgency of what's going on here as people try to make sense of what exactly is going on.
Karis, thank you. You know, the last update we got from police was that there are now 5 victims, 1 confirmed dead, the others being rushed to the hospital. And something notable, I think, that they added to this latest update, that they are not only actively searching for the suspect, but also any other victims. That added to the latest update. And that was the latest we've heard. Our crews on the scene telling us that employees, staff, people inside of Northside Hospital were being evacuated. In this Skycam right now, you can see I've seen a lot of people in scrubs walking down the road. We were just on the phone with State Senator Josh McLaurin, who is currently locked down in a restaurant in Midtown, and he said Atlanta police popped in to tell them to continue to shelter in place. But it does appear some buildings right now being cleared by police. The suspect does not appear to be in them, and those people are being escorted out.
Somewhere in that maze of buildings and streets is the man they're looking for in this shooting of 5 people, 1 confirmed dead. We should mention, while we do know 4 people have been injured and are at Grady Hospital, which is a level 1 trauma center, we do not know the conditions of those people, and we'll certainly update you on that point as soon as we get more information. Cody Alcorn on the ground's been reporting to us there's state troopers, Fulton County SWAT, Atlanta Police, MARTA Police, and other jurisdictions all congregating there, going building by building, trying to find this shooter. We are now 1 hour, 20 minutes into the search for this gunman. Tracy Amick Pier is in Midtown with a different perspective. As you all are spread out over many city blocks, it just really reinforces kind of the breadth and the scope of this search and this investigation and all the people impacted by it.
Well, right now we're at Spring and 14th still, and there's a pretty large crowd around us of people who either work in these buildings or live in these buildings just waiting to get back in. Many of them went to lunch elsewhere. They're trying to get back in, and of course everything is locked down in order to keep everyone safe while they search for the suspect. Now, I spoke with a few women and I asked why they didn't just go home, but they said their keys are still inside at their office. Others say that their cars are still locked into parking garages that they can't get to. So a lot of people are right now in a holding pattern out here, just kind of stuck, as are a lot of children at school. Of course, we talked about daycares that are here. Parents can't get their children there. Also, many different schools in Buckhead are on lockdown right now. I mean, people are just trying to keep the kids in, keep them safe until police can find the shooter and take the shooter into custody. Of course, we're out here just watching police. It's nothing right now seems very urgent from where we're standing, at least. There's a large police presence, but no one is running anywhere or rushing anywhere. There are police vehicles that keep kind of coming into the area. Many are, of course, parked on the street that is blocked off. You can can see that we still have the police tape up, large crowds of police officers working together in order to find the suspect. Of course, this is the time in an investigation that you start to hear different stories, and a lot of different versions of events are running around. Of course, we're trying to vet different things and confirm them before we bring them to you. Right now, all I can tell you is that police are out here. Everyone seems to be in a safe spot. Most people are not allowed back in, and anyone who is in is not allowed to get out of many of these places. So we will just continue to stay out here and bring you the latest. I mean, right now we're looking at, a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the time that many schools would be lining up their carpools, parents getting ready to pick up their children, and they're in a holding pattern as well.
So true, Tracy, as Atlanta Public Schools announced a lockdown at the schools in the closest vicinity. It's interesting that APS has not given us a specific list of those schools, but parents, you know who you are if you've been getting the texts and the alerts, so they will share more information. In these situations, we know people want to be close to not only kids, but friends and loved ones, whomever, but it's just safest to stay where you are at this point and wait for more information. It's interesting. It seems like police may be in kind of a holding pattern, waiting for information, as many are on the street, some kind of moving building to building, but we haven't heard a lot about, actively searching buildings or going floor to floor. That may be happening. We have not heard confirmed reports about that. We do know a drone went up. Cody Alcorn saw that happening around the area of 15th Street. They're looking for any clue as to where this person might be, and hopefully getting some tips from people in the area who may have seen where he went when he left that first location, and where those surveillance images were captured that kind of show us those best looks of the man that they are looking for.
Yeah, right now, I just got an email too from the Midtown Alliance. They say they are closing down everything from a 3 to 4 block radius around that medical building, the place where this incident initially occurred. And you can imagine that they are going through a lot of these floors trying to secure the scene as well. We have Liza Lucas in the studio with us right now. Liza, what do you have for us?
There's so much information coming in, and it's really important to know what's been confirmed, where things stand, and I know you're here to verify.
Yeah, we've been working behind the team just to kind of lay out all the basics of what we know. We're going to kind of walk you through. So this is a bit of a recap, but again, we are trying to avoid any misinformation, especially with so much circulating online right now. So we want to give you a look first at what we know. Obviously, we are working to confirm and have confirmed that there are multiple victims, those 4 people injured, taken to area hospitals, and then 1 person unfortunately has died. We've talked a lot about the search for a suspect. That suspect, again, at large. Atlanta police having those photos that they've tweeted out telling everyone to be on the lookout, and also the nearby buildings on lockdown. Now, I did just speak with my contact over at Georgia Tech. She says campus over there is not on lockdown, but this is just right over 75 where everything took place, and she said students are expected to be on high alert. I actually just got an alert from my daycare, which is on that side of town too. They're on lockdown, asking parents not to come by and pick up. So again, this is an evolving situation for all of us. Now we want to turn to what we are working to find out. You've seen our crews out in the field. We're working to get answers to these questions that we have, we know you have, we know police have, and that includes more information on the suspect's identity. We know the picture is out there. We have shared it. It's spread on social media, and police asking anyone with any information to come forward. Obviously, we're going to be working to confirm and bring you every new detail we can in regards to that. Also, more specifics on where the shooting took place. Obviously, we know at this point that there is a relationship to Northside Hospital. Northside tweeting out in the last 10 minutes that they are cooperating with law enforcement following the shooting at the Midtown Atlanta location earlier this afternoon. They're urging people in the area to shelter in place, follow instructions from law enforcement on scene, and they follow. This tragedy is affecting all of us, and we ask for patience and prayers at this time. So obviously we are thinking of those that are directly impacted, but we are still working to get some specifics on, I know we were talking about the inside of the building versus the outside of the building, and crews on the scene. We're also talking about team members from Northside they were seeing exiting. The final question that we're also working on most directly right now is whether there's any potential relationship to the victim so far to the shooter. So those are kind of our primary ones that we're focusing on at the moment. Of course, anything that we get in, we'll continue to bring to you, and we're monitoring all of our various outlets, going through all of our sources too, as our crews on the ground.
Yeah, you think about what police are facing too. You know, we have this onslaught of information coming in. It's very important that we take the time to confirm it, to make sure that only true statements are getting out there. And police are having to take in a barrage of information, tips, sightings, things that might give them some insight and sort through what's credible, what's not, and what might actually lead them to the capture of this person they say has killed one person and injured 4 others.
Yeah, and you know, you can just imagine thousands of people still on lockdown right now. I mentioned earlier, every single one of those people has someone who loves them, who is very worried right now and holding with bated breath. I mean, Liza, you said your own daycare. I mean, your child's in daycare right now, and they said not to pick up. I can't imagine how scary that must be for you. Tracy Amick-Pierce said the same thing. Our reporter Brittany Klein-Peter also instructed not to pick up her child. I mean, it's just so heartbreaking. I hope you're hanging in there okay. Thank you for verifying these facts for us. I know you're going to continue to do that, and we're sending love to you and everyone else who is obviously so scared right now. Thank you, Liza, for verifying that information for us.
So many people can relate to what you're feeling right now.
All
you know,
of us,
when State Senator Josh McLaurin was saying, you know, so many lives impacted, either put on hold or put in some state of trauma by what's unfolded here in the last, we're almost on an hour and a half now since those initial shots reported at 12:47. That's when the first alert came out from Atlanta police, and the search has been intense and all-consuming in the hour and a half since that time. Important to note that while police continue to say that the man they're looking for is armed and dangerous, they don't know what he's fully capable of. They do know that 1 person has been killed, 4 have been injured, and that this is probably someone who, as the moments go by, feels more and more desperate. Shots have not been fired since that initial shooting at 12:47. No additional shots that police have said have been fired since that time. So really, in some ways, a holding pattern as police are lining many city blocks in Midtown right now, trying to find really a needle in the haystack.
And certainly we're seeing more of what appears to be civilians walking down the street, whereas before it was exclusively police, sheriffs, highway patrol, fire department, those armored trucks. Now we're seeing some more people walk around. Our crews on the scene saying that some of these buildings, including Northside Hospital, have been cleared and they are evacuating people. But of course, others like State Senator Josh McLaurin, who we spoke to on the phone, still in businesses in the middle of Midtown under lockdown right now. I think we have Tracy Amick-Pierce on the ground, Karis Belger, I should say, who is on the ground, one of those reporters who is keeping eyes on the scene live for us. Karis, what are you seeing? Has there been a shift in the police response? Have you seen them go into any of these buildings and clear them out with more evacuations?
I have not seen any more officers go in, but I have seen people, including hospital workers, come out. I'm on 13th Street right now. I'll give you a look at what we're seeing right now. So we are right by Northside Medical. We're actually by the urgent care entrance and the shipping and receiving entrance. It wasn't too long ago we saw another group of people walking past this street as police were telling them to leave the building. Right now, officers are still turning around cars because, as you can imagine, a lot of confusion as people are trying to make their way through these streets as officers are blocking them off. Some people are going into parking garages that are open. Others are just waiting. But on this street we've been on in particular, there have been quite a few cars that have been turned around. I did mention I spoke with a hospital worker earlier. All he knows is that he was asked to leave and he was not able to take any of his things with him. So he's kind of in a holding pattern, and he says so many of his co-workers are as well. There was an officer who came over to speak to me not too long ago. He said for the most part, police are really trying to concentrate their efforts farther down from where we are, but he still is saying that people need to be aware that this area where we are is still being blocked off. Again, have not seen any more officers go into any of the surrounding buildings, but with the Northside Medical Center in particular, there have been people coming out. But let me give you a sense of what's around me. There's a high-rise apartment building. There's a multi-story Whole Foods. There are restaurants in the area. There was a farm burger nearby, and all of those people were just waiting, looking looking out the windows, trying to get information. I did see people on their phones because they're just trying to get a sense of what they can do and what's expected of them. A lot of them asking us for information as we're trying to get all of the details, because this is still a rapidly moving situation as officers continue to look for this suspect.
Karis, thanks a lot. You know, as we are looking at images that are popping up on social media, pictures that are being shared, you get the sense, you know, how many people are immediately in this area. It also translates to eyes on the ground, right? We're seeing people post images of someone they might see on a rooftop or on a sidewalk that might match the image of the man that police shared with us. And you have to know that police are sorting through all of those images as well. And it's important to note that nothing's been confirmed, but you see that everyone in some ways trying to be helpful, because it does take eyes spread out through a geographical area this large with so many buildings and stories and places to hide to get a sense of where this person might be. So we're seeing those images. We know police are too. We're going to be careful to only share the ones that are confirmed and that are helpful. I do want to mention, we just learned a moment ago that at 2:20 there will be a press conference from Grady Hospital. That's where 4 of the injured are being treated. Of course, Grady Hospital, a level 1 trauma center, so they are equipped to handle the most severely injured and most impactful situations. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Robert Jansen will be the one giving that press conference. We anticipate perhaps an update on the condition of the 4 injured, and we will certainly take you there when that starts at 2:20. You're seeing some of our team members scattered throughout Midtown right now, talking to police, talking to witnesses, as this continues to be a developing story in Midtown, now going on more than an hour and a half.
Yeah, really overwhelming response by so many different agencies. Our reporters on the ground reporting that they saw, you know, sheriff's deputies, MARTA police, SWAT, highway patrol, the fire department. I mean, every agency rushing to the scene to get every street within a 3 to 4 block radius, according to the Midtown Alliance, shut down around this area. Presumably police and investigators going into these buildings to try to clear them out, because we are seeing and hearing from our reporters on the ground that building by building, people are starting to be escorted out and evacuated, but certainly still so many under a shelter in place right now, being instructed to stay away from windows and wait for police to tell them what to do next.
11 Live's Doug Richards is on the ground in Midtown. You know, Doug, it feels like a little bit of a hurry up and wait. We saw the incredible police presence descending on Midtown, and it was kind of a frantic response as need be in this situation. And since then, maybe more calculated as they're kind of waiting to figure out which buildings to go in. Is that what you're sensing at your location?
Well, I mean, what we're seeing is that they're acknowledging the fact that this is a busy part of town, that by holding all these folks back, they've inconvenienced a lot of people, while at the same time they're trying to conduct this search for the gunman. And so what we see now is some evidence of streets opening up. We see some pedestrian activity. We've also seen the perimeter of the police presence in front of the medical building where the shootings took place expand a little bit. We've seen fire trucks and other emergency medical personnel move about 1 block further north on West Peachtree Street from where they were a half hour ago. Doesn't necessarily indicate that they're shifting anything except geography and taking into account sort of the realities of what's going on here. Not only the people stuck in the buildings, there are folks still working on a construction site that's actually technically inside the perimeter of the zone that police have cordoned off. And I think they're recognizing, it looks like they are recognizing that what they're trying to do is allow people to be more convenienced than they have been over the last hour, while at the same time trying to keep the interior part of the perimeter buttoned down so that they can continue this manhunt for this gun person, or gunman rather, in a way that makes sense for the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are affected by this. So what we don't have is any evidence of any kind of advancement in their investigation. That's not to say that they don't have that going on. We're just not seeing it from this vantage point about a block away from where all the police have been for the last hour plus. We're here at 15th Street and West Peachtree Street. There is no traffic coming from that direction. There is some traffic going northbound in this direction. That was not the case a few minutes ago. Police are starting to loosen up a little bit just in terms of inconveniencing people, while at the same time they try to solve this thing and try to capture whoever it was that fired these shots and hurt these folks. Back to you.
Doug, you bring up an important point. It is a tricky balance and perhaps gets trickier as time goes on. How long can you keep people isolated where they are as the search continues, as the hours go on? And they're going to have to navigate that as at some point, they're starting to let more people out, and being cognizant of the fact that that's something they're going to have to deal with, even though they have not found the person they're looking for. Just a reminder, we are on standby, a crew at Grady Hospital right now. We expect the chief medical officer to walk up to a microphone at any moment for an update on the 4 injured people that were taken to Grady. The moment that happens, we'll get you there live for that update.
And as Doug mentioned too, the impact of this spans well beyond these few streets that are shut down right now. We know Atlanta Public Schools has announced that several of their schools are on lockdown. You imagine the school buses that take routes through this area are going to have to reroute or cancel, and parents will have to make alternate plans. I just got an email from my church, the Basilica, the Catholic Church in Midtown. They said they are shutting down everything for the day. They're in lockdown as well. You're seeing video of some of these, what appears to be Northside Hospital employees being evacuated. That is the only business so far we've heard from our crews on the ground that have been evacuated. We've been speaking to people who are currently still under lockdown in a lot of these buildings, and the latest update from police is that they are still actively searching for that gunman, pushing out those surveillance images of that person, hoping that if anyone sees that person, that they will call 911 and bring that person into custody. But again, no shots fired since that initial incident, according to police. And I mean, a needle in the haystack, like you said, Cheryl, earlier, is so right. I mean, these buildings have, dozens of floors on each. You imagine it's so difficult for them to go in and clear each one, especially when you're dealing with thousands of very afraid people who are sheltered in place.
And rooftops, there are rooftops on each of them, and I understand, Atlanta Police put up a drone, and you can only connect the dots that would be why, and certainly helicopters flying overhead, including 11 Alive Sky Tractor, and we would certainly communicate for any information that might be helpful as our team is in the sky as well. And this area right here, that Northside Hospital Midtown location, that central starting point there, and Northside, just to reiterate, has shared a public statement talking about their cooperation with investigators, talking about the impact to the people there, and how they are going to be supporting anyone that needs that in any way possible. A terribly painful day on a lot of levels. 1 person dead, 4 injured. Again, we are on standby for an update from Grady Hospital on the conditions. I'd love to show the picture again, the surveillance pictures of the person they're looking for. I think this is so key, as it's going to take everybody coming together to share these pictures. Perhaps that one person that sees a sweatshirt or sees that face that looks familiar, that could be the thing that is unlocking this mystery and finding this person for investigators. This is the clearest image we have, the one image without his mask over his face. This is the person police are looking for in this shooting in Midtown Atlanta today, coming in and out of that building with that bag in front of him and leaving. They say this man is hiding somewhere in Midtown, they believe, and is absolutely armed and dangerous.
And we did just confirm the 2 schools that are currently on lockdown, or at least 2 that we know of, Midtown High School and Washington High School, both on lockdown right now. The Woodruff Conservative Arts Center also just tweeting out that they are on lockdown at the moment. We've just confirmed several churches in the area on lockdown, canceling events for the rest of the day. So again, 2 confirmed schools on lockdown. That's Midtown and Washington high schools. And we talk about that surveillance image. How quickly did that come out? That was the fastest I've ever seen a suspect photo be released. And we know Atlanta police, we've reported on this for months, if not years, that they have been really pushing to partner with a lot of these local businesses to access those cameras.
We're going to take you now to Grady Hospital with the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Robert Jansen, for an update.
So I think everybody's aware that we had a mass shooting down the street. 4 injured people were brought here. No other injuries occurred that we know of, and nobody was taken to any other facility. The 4 that were brought here, 3 are critical. 1 is still in the emergency department. The others are upstairs being treated. 2 in the operating room and 1 in what's called interventional radiology.
Are you able to describe, I know there are HIPAA laws, are you able to describe what the shot?
No, I can't give out that information, I'm sorry.
How is Grady prepared to handle a mass shooting situation?
So we called a mass casualty event. Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared. We were anticipating up to 12 patients. Fortunately, we only received 4, but we were completely prepared for it. We had all the staff that we needed. We had all the ancillary staff that we needed. We had chaplains there. We had security there. Everyone that was needed was in the place.
And are you guys prepared just in case there are more?
Yes. Yes. We have stopped our mass casualty call now, but we are prepared.
And I understand at this point no visitors being allowed into the building. Is that correct?
We initially stopped visitors because we weren't sure what the shooter is. We are confident now that we can let visitors back in. We never locked the hospital down. We just wanted to stop visitors just in case there was anything going on.
Can you tell me what the mass casualty protocol is? What you guys?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
The protocol you said that
Yeah.
you guys.
So when we activate our mass casualty event, that immediately starts our command center. We bring all the surgeons, all the nurses, all the ancillary staff to the trauma center itself. It goes out over both remotely through phones as well as announced over the loudspeaker. And then we start clearing out operating rooms, and we start clearing out the emergency department in case we need additional space.
I know you can't give a lot of information that can identify, but can you tell us if these are adults, children, any age ranges?
They're all adults.
Any genders, anything along those lines?
No, I don't have that.
Have their families been notified? Are they here?
We know that a couple of families are here, but I don't know about the other ones.
You said originally you were preparing for 12.
Yes.
Did the original call come in that there might be 12?
That's what we heard initially, but I think in any of these situations there's a lot of confusion, as you know.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you. We'll keep you guys updated.
Chief Medical Officer Robert Jansen giving us an update. A few things really stand out. One, that they were anticipating 12 patients. So you know the initial call coming in was one that was incredibly urgent. This is still a mass casualty event. When he said we called a mass casualty event, that's because a level 1 trauma center like Grady and the Marcus Trauma Center, they train and prepare in the event that this happens. They hope it doesn't. They want to be ready in the event that it does, and today it did. So they make the call that mass casualty event is happening. That's when they bring in the trauma surgeons he was describing and clear everyone to the side that isn't an immediate priority. He did give us some insight into the conditions of the injured that I think is really critical, even though he can't tell us specifics, the fact that we have 3 people in critical condition at this moment, 2 in the operating room, 1 in what he said was interventional radiology, another person that's still in the emergency room, speaks to the nature of their injuries. They are in critical, and they are getting help as we speak, and hopefully we'll know more on their conditions as time passes.
You know, it is pretty incredible that at the drop of a hat, the hospital could be ready with the staffing and the response to treat up to 12, active shooting victims. He was saying it was 4 that they have, 3 in critical, as you mentioned. Asking questions there, he can't release a lot of information because of medical privacy and HIPAA laws. So we might not know for a while exactly, what those injuries looked like, the extent of them. But we do know 1 person was found dead on scene. The 4 other rushed to the hospital being treated as we speak.
11 Live reporter Bobeth Yates is at Grady Hospital with that press conference that just happened. Bobeth, there's so much that I'm thinking of in terms of the information just coming in from Dr. Robert Jansen, but overriding all of that, I'm thinking about these family members of the 4 injured who no doubt have arrived at the hospital or are en route and had to get that call today that somebody they love was part of this mass shooting in Midtown Atlanta in the middle of a Wednesday afternoon.
We were suspending visitation.
That's exactly right. Dr. Jensen actually said that he is aware that some of those family members are inside. Now, he couldn't give us much details, but again, 3 people are here in critical condition, and they're saying some of those family members are here and they have been able to get some updates. Now, he would not provide exactly what the incidents were, but he did tell us that all of those people are actually adults and that they are in critical condition right now. Now, they say they were prepared to take as much as 12 people, and they are happy, of course, that that was not the case, and they have adjusted their protocols at current. So the one moment where the hospital was not allowing visitors and they had to put their protocols in place for an active shooter, and they have since suspended that. Visitors are being allowed back, so those family members are inside. And again, they're not giving us much details about those victims, but they say they are in critical condition and they are working, of course, to save their lives. We will be out here trying to get as much more details as possible and bring you updates as we get it. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Bobeth, I'm glad that you were able to clarify that some of the family members have been able to arrive there at the hospital, that they are at least close to their loved ones. We did hear that 2 of them are in the operating room right now, so they may not have been able to see them maybe person to person just yet, but at least are close to them. And we're certainly thinking of family members, loved ones, friends, anyone connected directly to the people who are there at Grady Hospital injured, and also to the 1 person who lost their lives in this shooting today in Midtown Atlanta.
Yeah, we have multiple reporters, placed all around the perimeter of this scene. They've been reporting to us that Northside Hospital, where it appears this situation originated, that has been evacuated, but several other businesses still under a shelter in place. We've spoken to people inside of those businesses who tell us that they are still being instructed to stay there and wait for police instruction, and the suspect still at large right now. Tracy Amick-Peer, one of our reporters who is on the scene there. Tracy, how have things, if at all, changed over the last, hour or so that you've been there?
Well, of course, since we've been here, we've seen a lot of different people trying to get in and others trying to get out. One was a gentleman dressed in scrubs and a medical coat, obviously coming from the hospital. We spoke with him, and actually, he's a surgeon who was on the 12th floor, 1 floor up, when the shooting happened. He said that as he was going into surgery, he could actually hear some commotion going on, but of course, they were about to have surgery, so they kept going. After the surgery, he found out what had happened. They were all in their different rooms and in their offices. Police actually came in. He had to put his hands up while they checked person by person to make sure the suspect was not on his floor, was not in his office or in any of the rooms there. He said that he had been staying there just under the advisement of police, trying to stay safe in there until they finally let him go. That was just a few minutes ago. His car is actually locked in the garage, so his wife is going to have to drive down here and pick pick him up. He was kind enough to speak with us. I mean, he said that it was a pretty scary situation, but he did the job he had to do, hearing something, not knowing exactly what it was, and then after the fact, when he heard what had happened, of course, very upset, very disappointed, and now hopefully getting home safe to be with his family. So every person in here has a different story of what they're experiencing, what they're seeing, what they're hearing, what they're feeling right now. Of course, we're here trying to grab those stories to bring them to you, and of course let you know whatever information you need to know to stay safe and keep your family safe. Of course, right now is the time, 2:34, it's when a lot of kids are getting out of school. Some schools are on lockdown. Of course, everyone is being affected by this shooting in Midtown in a different way. So hopefully we can bring as many of those stories to you as possible and bring you correct information as we vet it out and make sure it's confirmed and get it on air.
Tracy, I know you're speaking from personal experience. Your kid's involved in this lockdown right now, so thinking about you and all the other parents out there. Significant update to share with you right now. Police have just released the name of the person you see here in the image, the person they say is responsible for the death of 1 and 4 being injured. Deion Patterson is his name. They say they're looking for him now. He was born October of 1998, so he is 24 years old.
Yeah, and police also tweeting with that update, do not approach this person. He is armed and dangerous and still on the run right now. So police really giving us a lot of these updates via social media. You can imagine they kind of have their hands full right now.
Another significant update for you. An NBC reporter, of course, an affiliate with us, says the suspect's mother was at a medical facility for an appointment this morning. This is according to an NBC reporter. We have not independently confirmed this detail yet, but again, NBC reporting that the suspect's mother, the suspect we've just shared the name, Deion Patterson, 24 years old, his mother allegedly at the medical facility for an appointment this morning. Of course, that facility being Northside Hospital's Midtown location.
And according to police, that's where the only shots have been fired at this point, even though our assumption is that Deion is no longer in that building because police seem to have cleared it and evacuated it, according to our reporters there on the scene, and Deion is still on the run. We do know from police that no additional shots have been fired outside of that initial incident location. So now the big question, of course, is where is this person? Is he still within the vicinity of that 4-block radius that is currently closed off in Midtown?
You know, for people who are in the middle of this, an hour and 50 minutes feels like an eternity. But you think about the information that police have been able to verify in a short amount of time, including the pictures that came out within 15 minutes or so from the shooting, and now they've been able to name the person they're looking for. That is such a significant piece because now they can appeal to anyone who knows Deion Patterson, who might be able to get in contact with him. Maybe they can negotiate with him, who might know where he might be hiding. Every little piece of information can get them one step closer to finding him, and then one step closer to clearing all the people who have been caught in the middle of this traumatic event.
Yeah, and you know what? My guess for what's coming next is a license plate number. I'd be willing to bet, because once you have the name, you can find out a lot more information. Let's check in now with our reporter, Kiers Belcher, who is live on the scene right now. Kiers, what are you seeing behind you? Are you seeing still a lot of urgency? Any evacuations additionally since the last time we checked in with you?
I've actually, within the last few minutes, seen more people working in the nearby medical center coming out. I just saw a group of people wearing scrubs walk across the street being escorted by police. Additionally, I also saw investigators and detectives going inside of the building as well. And in fact, Atlanta police were coming out of the receiving bay nearby where I'm standing on 13th Street, looking around some of the parts of the building and the cars in the parking garage as they continue to investigate what exactly is going on. I'll step out a little bit just so you can see a little of what we are taking a look at. You can see all the way up where that intersection is by that parking structure. There are plenty of cars. I have seen Atlanta police, I've seen Georgia State Patrol, I have seen MARTA police cars drive through here just within the last half hour. So a lot of different agencies still responding to what is happening here. Police have been trying to maneuver things because, as I mentioned, there have been more hospital workers in the last few minutes who have been leaving the Northside Medical Center nearby where where we are right now. Now, I should mention that there are still some buildings where people are being asked to stay inside. Just nearby me, there are multiple apartment high-rises. There is a multi-floor Whole Foods. There is also a Farm Burger and other restaurants where those people are still stuck inside. They have been at least since I've arrived on scene, and they're just trying to get as much information as possible. A lot of them looking at their phones, trying to see what details come up. And some alerts, speaking of phones, have come up on our cellular devices, as well as police continue to alert people in the area of what is going on, that there is still an active situation, and people need to be careful and stay as safe as possible. We are hoping to get a few more details from officers. There's been one who's walked down this street towards me a few times. He did say that he does anticipate an update will be coming, but mostly he's telling us that we need to be as far away from the police tape as possible so that the police can continue to bring in the SWAT cars, the extra teams, the other responders who are coming in to handle this situation, because as I mentioned, it is quickly evolving and moving minute by minute.
Yeah, Karis, as you said, Northside Hospital appears to be evacuated right now, but a lot of these other businesses still on lockdown. In fact, we just got an update from Atlanta Public Schools.
Yeah, they've just sent this out. Let's read this together, basically. APS Community, it says, until we receive confirmation that the suspect in the Midtown shooting is contained, Midtown and Washington clusters, along with Stanton Elementary, King Middle, Wesley International Charter, and Dunbar Elementary, will hold on dismissal. It's saying, parents, please stay home. At this time, schools on hold will not release students to leave until the lockdowns are lifted, our buildings are secure, and as long as students are inside, they are safe. This is significant because we do not know how long this is going to be. So as of now, Atlanta Public Schools saying until Deion Patterson, 24 years old, the person named in this mass shooting in Midtown Atlanta today, is in custody of police, that the schools listed will be holding students there. You understand the students' safety is the priority, and the schools are saying as long as they're in the schools, they know they're safe. I want to just mention the list of schools again. Midtown, Washington clusters, so we're talking about Stanton Elementary, King Middle, Wesley International Charter, Dunbar Elementary, all of those schools on really hold until further notice.
I mean, I can't imagine what a parent would be feeling being told to stay at home. I mean, we have 3 reporters in this newsroom alone who have gotten texts from their daycares saying, don't come pick up your child, we're on lockdown. And now all of these schools as well, parents being asked not only that they, can't pick up their children, but to stay home entirely. And that is because this suspect is still out there somewhere. And it's a sad state of our world, but frankly, all of these schools practice these lockdown protocols many times a year. So hopefully that can be of some comfort to these parents who are anxious, frustrated, scared that the students are under lockdowns that have been practiced at these schools, in these buildings, and they are going to hold them there to make sure they are safe and that the coast is clear.
So much information coming in. We are working to be very deliberate in confirming the information because there is a lot floating out there, and we want to make sure that you just have the accurate facts. We are hearing from a number of different sources, people who say they were inside Northside Hospital at the Midtown location, that the shooting happened inside that location, inside Northside Hospital Midtown location. Again, people inside saying that the shooting happened in the building. That would be a new development as we've been working to clarify that. Also want to share with you a piece of information that may or may not be connected. We can tell you that a vehicle was carjacked from 14th Street not long after the shooting. The vehicle has since been recovered by Cobb County. So law enforcement agencies and we are working to determine if it's connected. This is from Atlanta Police. Significant, of course, because of the timing and the location of the carjacking. If this would be connected, the theory would be that Deion Patterson, the man you see in these surveillance images right there, the man they're looking for, perhaps got out of the Midtown area in this manner. But again, APD says they're just working right now to determine if they're connected. The vehicle is recovered. Cobb County now working that part of the investigation. Perhaps there is some evidence inside this vehicle that can answer some more questions, not only to the shooting in Midtown, but perhaps where Deion Patterson is right now, coming up exactly on 2 hours since this deadly mass shooting.
Well, and Cheryl, as you said, we are trying to be very intentional in our reporting. Atlanta Police also saying they are seeing a lot of misinformation going around right now on social media and other sources, and they are trying to combat that, but they're focused on this, and that is their priority right now. Cody Alcorn on the phone with us right now. We're actually on video now. Cody, we were talking with you on the phone earlier. How has the situation changed since we spoke with you last about an hour ago?
Well, I can tell you the investigation is just beginning here behind me. As you mentioned, it happened inside that hospital. I was actually up on West Peachtree Street listening in from some of those witnesses who are now being interviewed by investigators right here behind me. They have a room set up where APD is now questioning everybody that was in that hospital. What I can tell you, since APD has put out that name, that's the name I heard, 24-year-old Deion Patterson. Now, what I'm being told is that he showed up to Northside with his mom. There were some questions about him showing up with his mom. The nurse I talked to said that's not typical for a 24-year-old to show up with their mother. That leads them to believe, is this something to do with a mental health issue here? But again, I wanted to hold off on that information until APD put out that tweet and confirmed who this individual was, because that matches who I am being told from these nurses was 24-year-old Deion Patterson, who showed up to this hospital this morning. I know his mom is right now being investigated by police, being talked to, trying to figure out everything they can about this man, what may have triggered this, where he might be going. Again, what I'm being told is there was some type of argument. They said when the mother and son walked in, they were going back and forth over something, but that's about all I've been able to confirm at this point that I'm comfortable with going on the air with, because again, this is very active, because what you have now are simultaneous investigations. You have a homicide investigation ongoing right now, plus you have an active manhunt for a person who is armed and who has already opened fire inside a hospital. So if that is in fact true, that he has carjacked someone and ended up in Cobb County, that is a whole nother investigation. But I can tell you, as far as what's happening here, West Peachtree Street is right behind me. I'm right here near the Marriott, 14th Street, where this happened. Since I've been over here, I've seen at least 2 people taken out on stretchers, loaded into a Grady ambulance and taken away. Now, I do not know what triggered those people to be taken out this late in this investigation, but I saw that with my own eyes. That was just in the last 10 or 15 minutes. But West Peachtree Street is on lockdown right now. So the best news for individuals here, if in fact he did get out of here, but APD not confirming, as you guys mentioned, that was him. So right now, it is all hands on deck. Right now, they still are acting as if he could be in this area. 14th Street's closed down by Highway Patrol. Again, you have University Police out here. You have Georgia State. You have APD, Fulton County. There are multiple jurisdictions working this, and I'm sure there's more behind the scenes that we don't even know about. And real fast, I just want to walk out of the camera because the command center is set up right here at West Peachtree and 14th. That's where we've seen a lot of the command staff of APD going in to learn more about what's going on from their crews out here in the field who are actively working this manhunt. And to the left of that is where these hospital staff members are being interviewed by APD investigators to better understand what happened inside that hospital this morning when we're being told this 24-year-old suspect and his mother walked in. So a lot of unknowns, but we are starting to learn more information. Again, we all want it fast, but APD's main priority right now is finding this man and getting him to custody before he hurts anyone else or even possibly himself.
Cody, really interesting and important details you're sharing that we're hearing for the first time. Reports that witnesses are telling police details about Deion Patterson being with his mom. And what stands out to me, Cody, is the fact that investigators are able to talk to his mom mom. That has to be helpful in some form or fashion. But what further complicates what's happening is this outlier question about the carjacking that happened around 14th Street soon after the shooting, trying to determine if that's connected, because on the one hand, investigators have to make the assumption this is a new picture of Deion Patterson. I just want to stop my thought because this is very important. If you can turn to your screen right now, a new picture of Deion Patterson, the person they're looking for in the mass shooting that happened in Midtown about 2 hours ago. 1 person dead, 4 injured. Deion Patterson is 24 years old, born October of 1998. Went to Northside Hospital Midtown location with his mother today. Walked in together. Witnesses saying that it was odd that someone of his age would maybe go to an appointment with his mother. There are questions whether there might be a mental health issue. Investigators talking to his mother. Police looking for Deion Patterson right now.
Yeah, Atlanta police tweeting this photo out saying Bolo, as of 2:46 p.m. still at large. Bolo, of course, standing for be on the lookout. So as Cody was reporting, police and investigators and all the responding agencies are operating under the assumption that he is still within that Midtown area. Midtown Alliance emailing out that the 4-block ratio outside of that hospital area where this incident occurred all shut down still, although now there is this information coming out about a potential carjacking that happened on 14th Street. We don't yet know if those are related, but as Cody was just reporting from his conversations there on the ground, they are looking at the potential that this suspect, Deion Patterson, may have left this scene in Midtown. But of course, until they know that for sure, they still have to keep all of these businesses, these people under lockdown to make sure before they start just releasing en masse, thousands of people from this busy metropolitan area.
And just to reiterate, Atlanta Public Schools said until this man that you're seeing right here is in police custody, they're going to hold students in many of the schools. We had given the list of schools that we can reiterate, but I am hearing directly from parents who have students in other APS schools that those schools are opting within the school themselves for lockdown outside of the clusters that we mentioned. Just to let you know out there, parents, if you're not part of the official list but you're hearing from your school, some schools are making that decision independently. And Savannah, as you were mentioning this carjacking, by the way, as a reminder, that's in connection with Cobb County. Cobb County has found the vehicle. It's in their custody now. They're working to confirm whether that is indeed connected, but it opens up this other geographical area that they have to at least consider as potentially part of this equation. If it is connected and he's left Midtown, the search broadens tremendously, and more jurisdictions now potentially get involved.
And potentially more lockdowns. And we were talking about school dismissals coming up here shortly. We do know that multiple Atlanta public schools are on lockdown again, like you mentioned, asking parents not to come pick their children up. Several daycares as well. That's even impacting our 11 Alive News family here at home. One of our reporters, Tracy Amick-Peer, live on the scene for us. And Tracy, you're one of those parents who got a text saying the daycare's on lockdown. I mean, first of all, how are you hanging in there? I can't imagine as a parent how scary this is.
So I'm trying to get information, but I'm also checking my phone a lot. Of course, my son is in the 2nd grade at Christ the King. He had a field trip, and his field trip bus had to get back into the school after the lockdown. And then I just got the latest notification that carpool is delayed until they get word from APD to exit from that. Of course, that's just one school out of many that are dealing with the ramifications of this. Of course, safety is the #1 priority. And you spoke earlier about the fact that the suspect may not even be in this radius right now, but of course, it's still secured until they know for sure. It's better safe than sorry. Of course, a lot of these buildings are all out on the street. Some people have trickled out, like a surgeon we spoke with earlier who was in the hospital when the shooting happened. He was 1 floor above and tells me that he had just started operating on a patient when they heard commotion. And once that happened, of course, they're in the operating room and they continued on. Thankfully, that surgery went well, but right after he found out what had happened, they were all locked in. They all had to wait for police to go room to room to make sure the suspect wasn't there. So just think about all the different buildings, all the different offices offices, all the different people who are affected by this right now. Thankfully, most of them is safe, but right now they're just dealing with that, trying to get out, trying to get home. Cars are locked in garages, keys are kept in offices. So we're out here with them right now, just kind of hearing their stories, trying to get the correct information. Of course, getting information quickly is important, but more important is getting the right information out there. So as we're vetting the information and confirming it with Atlanta Police, we'll bring that straight to you.
Tracy, I find myself just absorbing the story you just shared about the surgeon one floor up in the operating room as the shooting happened, that we now know happened inside Northside Hospital, and just had to continue helping that person on the operating table at that moment as police were going room to room. And it takes me back to the statement that Northside Hospital shared about cooperating with the investigation and really circling, I'm paraphrasing, surrounding and circling all the staff there who are close and work closely together every day. And we know one person's died, 3 people in critical condition, and last check, 1 person still in the emergency room.
I mean, heroes. Heroes is the word for these men and women, the people who are in that scary, horrifying situation. And to hear that there was, doctors still operating when there was an active shooting happening. I mean, our medical professionals have been through so much these past couple of years, and to see how they're handling this. We saw them on video being evacuated. They're single file, they're moving quickly, they're moving effectively and efficiently. At Grady Hospital, when we had that press conference earlier, they said that they were ready to go at the drop of a hat to treat up to 12 victims if it had come to that. They had the staff, they had chaplains, they had security, and to see how quickly and efficiently this has been responded to is pretty impressive.
The key point and development in this investigation in the last 15 minutes has been the revelation of a carjacking at 14th Street shortly after the shooting and the recovery of that car in Cobb County. This map shows the proximity from the shooting to the carjacking, which is why Atlanta police are keyed in on this right now and working to confirm whether it is connected. You see the shooting between West Peachtree Street, between 12th and 13th Street, and just about a half block up and a block over is where that carjacking happened at Williams Street and 14th Street, and the timeline it is no coincidence. That's why they can't ignore the possibility of a connection, and they're working closely to confirm that now. That car then found and recovered in Cobb County. It is now in the hands of Cobb County investigators. They're scouring that car right now for evidence. They would be looking for fingerprints, although we already have identified the suspect. Perhaps there's something in the car that could be of help in some form or fashion to help them find the person they're looking for. Again, that's 24-year-old Deion Patterson.
And they, if this is connected, if Deion did take that vehicle, didn't get too far. I mean, this could have been an out-of-state situation. I recently interviewed the chief of police in Cobb County, and he was telling me how they expanded their flock plate reader system. So all of their police cars automatically can scan license plates. And so when they have a bolo like this and they have a carjacking active in, potential connection to an active shooter situation, they can put those things together, and they were able to find that vehicle very, very quickly. Again, on your screen right now, the latest image we're getting from Atlanta police of Deion Patterson, 24 years old. Police say this is the suspect they are currently looking for. They're saying he is armed and dangerous, encouraging people not to approach him, but to call 911 if they have any information about his whereabouts.
It's worth repeating some significant information that was just uncovered within the last 20 minutes or so. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn, near that Northside Hospital Midtown location, who heard witnesses talking to police about what happened, which we can confirm inside Northside Hospital now, talking about Deion Patterson, the man you see on your screen now, the 24-year-old who went to a medical appointment with his mother today, walked in together, and then people described some sort of argument or fight happening. And those are important details that investigators are looking to, and a key point that Cody Alcorn is reporting that witnesses share that investigators have been able to talk to Deion Patterson's mom, that is a conversation that's been happening in the 2+ hours since the shooting took place.
You know, we've been talking about how there's still a shelter in place in a lot of these Midtown businesses. They're not letting people leave. I just got a text from my building, which is on West Peachtree, and they're saying all the buildings in the area are going into lockdown, which means no access will be permitted. They're not even letting anybody into the buildings at this point. So not only a shelter in place, but not allowing anyone to show up or enter those buildings, which is also true for the Atlanta public schools, including Midtown High School and Washington High School and several others, where they are not only locking down but asking parents not to come at all because this suspect is still on the run, still at large. They can't possibly, let people into these buildings on a case-by-case basis. They have to exercise every precaution. And again, so many police, still a very heavy presence in the Midtown area, as Cody said, still need to operate under the assumption that he may still be there. We don't know for sure.
Things are happening so fast. In the last 30 seconds, I have 3 new pieces of information to share with you. First of all, there is now a $10,000 Crime Stopper reward for the capture of Deion Patterson, information that leads investigators to his capture. Also, we're hearing from Atlanta police that this overarching lockdown and shelter in place is now lifted. They're asking people, though, to stay out of the area. But in terms of that Midtown area, the police's request of a lockdown and shelter in place is now lifted. Now, there will be specific regulations that happen through daycare centers. Again, we have been talking to Atlanta Public Schools about lockdowns in place. Those would be separate entities, and you'll still need to check in with those specific organizations. But in terms of the police lockdown, that's been lifted. Now, a very important point of clarification that speaks to how quickly things are developing and how investigators are having to sort through and unravel a barrage of information. Initially, Atlanta police shared with us that the vehicle that was carjacked at 14th Street shortly after the shooting had been recovered in Cobb County. That was their thought. They have now asked within the last minute for us to share with you they do not believe that they have that vehicle in their custody as they thought they did. That's an important clarification coming in from Atlanta police. Again, that was the connection between what you're seeing here, the carjacking at William Street and 14th Street shortly after the shooting, just about a block and a half away, to a vehicle that they thought had been recovered in Cobb County. The vehicle that was taken from the location near the shooting, now Atlanta police say they have not found that vehicle. So we don't know if they believe that Deion Patterson may still be in a carjacked vehicle. As we get more clarification, we'll let you know. As you can imagine, things are developing moment by moment, and we appreciate police giving us those updates and clarifying those points and details as they can.
Yeah, and I think police right now trying to battle a lot of misinformation that's happening as well. When you have a suspect like this, Deion Patterson, who you're seeing on the screen right now, who is at large, you'll see a lot of social media posts, a lot of speculation. There was one a lot of you watching at home might have seen of a suspect on top of a roof, and people were speculating that that might be the suspect. Atlanta police just tweeted out, "We are aware of this video circulating on social media. This is not the suspect." And I think that they're also asking that people exercise caution when it comes to calling 911. If you have a certainly legitimate sighting or information about this suspect, then please do absolutely call police or Crime Stoppers. As Cheryl mentioned, a $10,000 reward now for this person, for information leading to this person's arrest or capture. But certainly want to keep those lines open, because you can imagine there are so many hundreds, if not thousands, of people calling, trying to get information as we speak right now.
Atlanta police had said at one point they could not keep up with all the requests, so it says a lot that we just a second ago got a pretty significant and lengthy email from Atlanta police with just all the bullet points of information that they can share. I just shared many of those with you just a moment ago, including the $10,000 reward that is now on the table from Crime Stoppers. They want to make sure people understand that if you know Deion Patterson, if you recognize him, if you have any information that can be helpful to investigators reminders that you can reach out to Crime Stoppers and you can stay anonymous. If for some reason you're concerned about your safety, please call them. You don't have to give your name. They just want your information to try to resolve this situation. The tip line is 404-577-TIPS, 404-577-TIPS. We'll make sure that is on 11live.com, on our 11 Live app, and all our social media platforms. Again, that is a $10,000 reward, and they are giving more information about that situation with the vehicle. They said, we are aware of a vehicle carjacked from 14th Street and William Street not long after the shooting. That vehicle we thought to be recovered. However, now we can say it's not been. We're working to locate the carjacked vehicle and to determine whether it is connected to the shooting in any way. So a couple of updates, right? I'm just reading verbatim from Atlanta Police's latest release that came in within the last 60 seconds.
And again, just in the last couple of minutes, Grady Hospital sending an update to us via email saying, again, confirming they received 4 patients in that shooting, 3 of them in critical condition. They say 1 is now in stable condition. They did say they had visitation placed on hold while the suspect was at large, but they say that that hold on visitation is no longer in effect. So that has been lifted as of just moments ago. Doug Richards, one of our reporters live on the scene there in Midtown. Want to check in with him again. It's been a little while, Doug. Has there been a major change in what you've been seeing?
I would call it more of a subtle shift in what we're seeing here at 15th Street and West Peachtree. As we go back this way, we're looking toward 14th Street, which is where the police presence is thickest. It is not nearly as thick as it was about 45 minutes or an hour ago. It is thinned out considerably. It's obviously still an impressive scene with a lot of emergency lights flashing. But what we are starting to see are civilians walking up and down the sidewalk into, or at least toward that scene there that had not been allowed to do so a few minutes ago. Police have not taken down some crime scene tape blocking us one particular sidewalk, but on the side across the street from us, we see folks walking up and down, and that seems to be indicative of a loosening of the restrictions that they've placed here. Likewise, as we see this Atlanta fire truck from Station 23 take off from the scene. We've also seen a number of emergency vehicles entering and exiting, but many of them exiting. Not with a particular sense of urgency either, as if they are going to someplace else where they can be of better assistance in this particular investigation. Likewise, what appears to be an unmarked detective car following the fire department car out, and folks who appear to be civilians crossing the intersection just down the street there. So there's obviously still an investigative scene at this point here between 15th Street and 14th Street. 14th Street and West Peachtree, of course, is where Atlantic Center is, which is the tall, lovely building with the gold cupola on the top, where lots of law firms and other businesses operate. And all those folks are directly in front of that particular landmark building. But it is not as buttoned down as it has been over the past hour. However, the buttons are still on. So what we're seeing is evolving, but it appears to not be evolving as a continued focal point of the ongoing investigation here. Back to you.
Doug, that's a good perspective right now that we're seeing in your shot. We're just seeing more people walking on the sidewalk, really reiterating what you're saying about kind of loosening up a little bit. But really, I guess it will be each individual's choice whether they feel comfortable leaving, maybe if they're in a restaurant or a place of business or whatever it might be, now that police have lifted that, formal lockdown or request to shelter in place. I do want to reiterate, though, as of now, we are still hearing from Atlanta Public Schools.
Yeah,
about
just
their
a second
situation.
ago, literally 60 seconds ago, did you see that update? I just wanted to make sure you saw the most recent one where they are saying that now Atlanta police have assured them that they are clear to release all APS students in all schools at this time, saying out of an abundance of caution, we have dispatched officers at every school for today's dismissal. Because of the late release, you should expect transportation delays for students who may not be returned home because of a blocked street, for example. We were talking about how some of the school buses generally have to move through Midtown. So for those that may impacted by those alternated routes, they will be returned to school and supervised until a parent or guardian is able to pick them up. So again, that coming in from Atlanta Public Schools just seconds ago, saying that they are going to go ahead and release students at all schools.
As you said that, I just found myself taking a deep breath, just feeling what that feels like for all the parents who can now go and see their kids in person, and just the assurance they're going to feel that police are going to be there just to make sure they can be reunited safe and sound. But as we're 3:09 on a Wednesday afternoon, most kids would either be on the bus or maybe on their way home, that now parents can start making the moves that they need to be reunited with the kids that they've been separated from for what feels like an eternity, but we are 2 hours and 15 minutes into this breaking news situation.
And again, Atlanta police dispatching officers to every single one of those schools to oversee dismissal, to give parents and students that extra layer of peace of mind. Let's check in now with Karis Belger, who is live down in Midtown. Karis, last time we spoke to you, you were around the 13th Street area. Are you still there? And what have you been seeing?
I am still here. There are a few things that have shifted since then. Some hospital workers were seen talking to police not too long ago, and there are workers in some of the nearby businesses who told me they are now being told by their bosses to go home. I mentioned last time we checked in that there's a Whole Foods with multiple levels nearby. In fact, I spoke with someone who told me he worked in the Whole Foods coffee bar. He said he came in for his shift at 12:30. That's around when things started happening. At first, he was told by his bosses to stay where he was, not to move, and stay away from the windows, and he'd been in there for quite some time. Within the last 15 minutes, I caught up with him. He was still a bit shaken up, but he explained to me his employer told him that he could go home, and they were sending several other employees out behind him. So things starting to shift as police continue to work down here. I have seen investigators going into the medical center building. I've also seen a few more medical personnel leaving from the nearby parking structure. I've told by them that they are still not able to get their cars, but they are still waiting for more instructions, and they're being told to stay as far away from the area as possible while police continue to do their work.
Yeah, Karis, have you seen any other, businesses or offices in the area being evacuated? I know you mentioned that, the staff and the workers from Northside Hospital coming outside, and I imagine that the priority for that evacuation was because they were dealing with a crime scene that they had to process. Have you seen any other businesses, people coming out of those as well?
Only a few people coming out of nearby restaurants. No employees just yet. Just the employee, I mentioned in the Whole Foods and who worked at the coffee bar, and a few other people coming out of a nearby apartment complex. Not large crowds of people, but small trickles of individuals. One individual said they were being given a choice, someone who worked at a nearby apartment building. So I am hearing from them that depending on the circumstances, employers are giving them different options depending on what is happening in the nearby buildings.
Okay, good to know. So no mass evacuations of any of these buildings or anything like that, but it seems like police certainly have a presence in these buildings and are giving people some options here.
Yeah, now thank you, Karis. Now that Atlanta police have sort of lifted that mandate of a lockdown, they have the option of making that personal choice. Deion Patterson is the person that police are looking for right now. There is a $10,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. He's 24 years old, and witnesses say that he walked into Northside Hospital Midtown location today with his mother. Apparently, she had a medical appointment. Witnesses described some kind of fight or argument, and then the shooting inside the hospital. This was happening as people were being cared for on the floors above, in the rooms around them. One surgeon telling the story of being in the operating room one floor above, hearing the shots, having to continue on with that surgery. Police were going room to room. At one point, Northside Hospital was cleared, and people that could evacuate were able to leave for the day. Deion Patterson, again, 24 years old. The question being, is he somewhere in Midtown, or is he connected to a carjacking that happened at 14th and Williams shortly after the shooting? The car not found, we've confirmed now, not found. Police looking for him and potentially that vehicle.
Yeah, and our reporters on the scene saying they're starting to see people trickle out of these businesses and buildings. Tracy Amick-Pier, one of those reporters on the scene. Tracy, you're speaking with people. I mean, what do they have to say about all this?
Okay, well, you've of course been talking about the different businesses affected all throughout the day. Tracy Taylor, she's actually a coffee bar supervisor at Whole Foods. She was just released. Of course, this has been going on for hours. Tracy, what can you tell me about this scene? What happened? How did you know something was going on?
I actually knew something was going on when we get a really big lunch crowd, and there was nobody at the hot bar, and I'm like, what's going on? Where's everyone? And then they said it was the active shooter, and we're on lockdown.
Okay, when you heard that, what went through your mind initially?
Oh my God. Oh my God. And then they said it was at the hospital. So I'm like, what hospital? I'm like, across the street. So I'm like, oh my God. And then I came to the window and I seen all the police.
And when you saw that, I mean, does this remind you at all of the other Midtown shooting that happened?
Yes, it does. It's because I was here when the lawyer got shot, and the lady shot somebody at the other place. So this is my third active shooting.
Okay, and that's just a horrible testament to what's going on right now. Okay, and you hear a lot of police sirens right now. It seems like there's other activity happening. Did you ever fear for your safety during this?
Not necessarily, because we're pretty secure inside Whole Foods. They don't want us to be at the windows. So, and then eventually, about maybe 30 minutes into it, they had us go upstairs to the, well, I don't know if I should tell, but they had us on lockdown. And so we were in lockdown. We might have been in there for about an hour and a half, and they finally said we can leave or we can stay. And most of the team members chose to leave.
And I bet your family is now glad to hear from you?
Yes. My auntie, I have one auntie, and she was blowing my phone up. I'm like, I'm okay.
I bet. And I mean, right now we're hearing that he may not even be in this area anymore. Do you feel safe leaving, getting home?
I mean, what can you do? Signs of the time. I don't feel safe, but I don't just want to sit there. Yeah, my daughter was saying that they think he's on the roof.
You know what, there's a lot of information out there right now. We're trying to weed through it, verify what's true, what's correct, and what's not before we put it out there.
Right.
But of course, a lot of people, they definitely want information from people who see it, but you want to make sure that it's the right information before you put it out on the news, of course.
Right.
And I mean, if you're going to be stuck somewhere, a lot of these office buildings, they were just in a conference room.
Right.
In Whole Foods, I guess it's a pretty safe and good place to be.
Yes, we were in a conference room too.
Well, there you have it. Tracy, thank you for sharing your story with us. All right, of course, we'll be out here sharing more stories with you as the day goes on, and more information as we vet it and confirm it and make sure it is the correct information. Back to you.
Wow, it's really impactful to hear Tracy Taylor's description of what happened. Stood out to me when she said, what can you do? It's the sign of the times. And I think that says a lot, even though it's a very short phrase, that a lot of these businesses have protocols should this happen. And on a day that it does, they knew what to do. You wish they didn't have to know what to do, and certainly not have to implement it. And for Tracy Taylor, the woman we just talked to, for her to now have seen 2 incidents in a pretty short order says a lot.
And right now, I mean, this is a live shot right now, and I'm starting to see maybe the streets reopening, more civilians, cars moving through. Atlanta police tweeting a few minutes ago that their lockdown of Midtown is officially lifted. So it sounds like from a lot of these witnesses we're hearing from at the scene that a lot of these businesses are giving people the option whether they want to continue to shelter in place or leave. But right now, I mean, we just saw a dozen cars start to move through these streets streets. We're seeing people walk down the sidewalks almost as if it's business as usual, but we still do not have this suspect in custody. And as we know from Grady Hospital, they held a press conference not long ago. We had 4 victims, you know, and 1 we now know is in stable condition in the hospital. 3 others were critical. Our Bobeth Yates was at that press conference. She's outside Grady Hospital right now, where, you know, families have gone to try to, you know, see their loved ones. Just a horrible situation. Bobeth, if you're there and can hear us, can you give us an update from where you are?
Yes, that's exactly right. Families, some of the family members have been coming in here. At least that's what we were told about 30 minutes ago from the Chief Medical Officer, Robert Jensen. And Grady also sent out an email stating that they received 4 victims here, 3 of them in critical condition, 1 in stable. That was being treated inside of the emergency room. Of course, we'll continue to bring you updates and sending it back to you guys.
Bobeth, I'm sorry to cut you short, but we've heard shots have been fired. We want to send it right out to Cody Alcorn. What can you tell us, Cody?
So right now, this is from a source who has been helping me throughout the afternoon. What I can tell you is right now reports are coming in of shots fired in the 100 block of Northside Drive. This is in the Peachtree Ponce area. What we can tell you is just in the last 5 minutes as I was walking up 14th, every single APD officer, motorcycle, patrol unit, SWAT team just barreled out of here heading that direction. What we can tell you is they are saying shots are being fired on Northside Drive. This is from a source, again, I do want to reference that, but this is the same source who has been feeding me information this afternoon. You can hear police behind me, and we have seen SWAT heading that direction. So I did want to give you an update. You saw, if you have your phone out, you got that alert just a short time ago saying that this lockdown in the area is still underway. The shelter in place remains, and that's likely why that was sent out. So again, this is a very fluid situation. You know this. We're just trying to get you as much information as possible. But again, this is not confirmed by APD, but what sources are telling us is shots have been fired of some sort on Northside Drive. Do we know this is connected? Not at this point, but obviously something going down not far from this scene.
And no matter what it is, Cody, people are on edge. They're worried, and to hear that is just something that makes your kind of heart drop. And it is in line, Cody. We were just talking with Tracy A. McPeer live on the air as she was interviewing someone who had been in lockdown. We heard some sirens and saw some vehicles kind of flying by her, which is right in line with the timeline that you're saying. Can you tell us anything more about this? It stands out to me that until this moment, we had only heard from police that there had not been a single shot fired in almost 2.5 hours. So this would be a significant shift if it is indeed connected.
It is, in fact, because there have not been shots fired to our knowledge. We've seen no activity like we just saw in the last couple of hours until just moments ago. We've been tracing down leads that this suspect possibly carjacked someone outside the hospital, ended up crashing in Cobb County, possibly taking another vehicle. So again, did this person come back to the area? That's questions we are trying to get answered right now. Again, we're kind of holding off on some of those details until APD confirms. But as you mentioned, a lot of people are tuning in. They're very concerned about what's happening out here. So we are just trying to relay what we are being told by sources who we trust at this point. But again, in APD's defense, their priority right now is to find this individual and get him into custody before anybody else is hurt, including himself. And of course, this is the priority for APD, not feeding the media any news right now. I'm going to work on getting some things confirmed at this point, but I can tell you right now, whatever's happening on Northside Drive, it's very active and stay away from that area. So give me just a couple of minutes. I'm going to jump off of here, get some things confirmed, and I'll try to get back on in just a couple of minutes.
Cody, before you go, will you just reiterate every detail you have about the area as people are starting to leave? I want to make sure that people know what area to avoid where there could be, immediate danger potentially.
Definitely. So here is what I can tell you from sources right now. We understand shots have been fired in the Northside Drive area. That's in the 100 block. What I'm being told is this person's possibly back on foot again, heading south towards Burger King. They're getting multiple calls. Now, is this the same individual? We cannot confirm right now, but that is what a source is telling us. And it matches the timeline as you all mentioned. Just in the last 5 to 10 minutes, what we can tell you is every APD unit that was here just kind of walking back to their car calmly, jumped in their vehicles, jumped on their motorcycles, got in those SWAT vehicles and took off towards Peachtree. And what I'm being told is, again, this is in the 100 block of North Side where shots have supposedly been fired and this person is on foot. So if you're in that area, stay inside. I hear still sirens behind me pulling out of here. So that is where we stand right now. And again, this not coming from APD. I want to be very clear. This is from sources that are telling us this information, and we are working to confirm. But we want you to know, if you're over that direction, if your afternoon takes you there, avoid it at all cost at this point.
All right, Cody, we'll let you go. Keep working the phones. Appreciate the updates. We do want to point out the address that Cody's sharing is right near Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yeah. My fiance works over there. I just texted him to ask if they're doing any sort of lockdown or anything like that. But again, you know, Atlanta police have not in any way yet connected this to the active shooter situation that we saw in Midtown earlier. We're just hearing from sources of Cody's that a shooting of some sort or some sort of shots fired have happened in that area. But there have been a lot of things that have come up in this quickly developing situation that have changed, including that, you know, speculation that the suspect may have carjacked a vehicle and it ended up in Cobb County and then it didn't. So again, police really trying to focus on this minute by minute developments and try to find this suspect who, again, Deion Patterson, 24 years old.
And whether or not it is connected, it's worth noting if shots have indeed been fired, there is some sort of threat in that area. So avoid it either way. That 100 block of Northside Drive right near Mercedes-Benz Stadium. A lot of new developments in the last 20 minutes, a lot to absorb. I just want to recap some of the biggest. One being Atlanta police lifting that formal lockdown, shelter in place, so people starting to leave Midtown condos, restaurants, and businesses. Atlanta Public Schools just saying that they are going to allow students to leave the schools that had been in lockdown. Parents, you can go pick up the students. They will have police officers on site just to make sure that safety is a priority for the kids there. There's a $10,000 reward for Deion Patterson, the 24-year-old that police are looking for in connection to this mass shooting in Midtown. We are going on about 2 hours and 45 minutes of this developing situation, this breaking news. Again, Deion Patterson and his mom going inside Northside Hospital for a medical appointment is what witnesses are saying. Witnesses telling us that the shots were fired inside Northside's hospital Midtown location.
And just within the last hour from Grady, we are hearing that of the 4 victims who were transported there, 3 were critical, and their latest updates that 1 is in stable condition, and that they were for a while they had put a lockdown in place and a pause on anyone visiting, but they have lifted that now as well. So the assumption is that they are kind of resuming to some sense of normalcy there, as well as that shelter in place order in Midtown recently being lifted as well, and APS saying that they feel confident to allow pickups. So some normalcy in some part of the town, but now it seems like this presence moving to the Northside Drive area.
Yeah, but Beth Yates was able to confirm to us that some family members of the victims, the injured, have been able to be there. And what we don't want lost in all of this is the person who lost their life today. We have not gotten information on their name. And as soon as we have more information, we certainly will share that with you, thinking about all of their loved ones. We want to send it now to 11 Alive reporter Doug Richards. Doug, Cody Alcorn reporting potential shots fired Northside Drive in that 100 block there. Had you seen any movement of police from your vantage point?
We saw probably a half dozen MARTA police go in the direction opposite of 100 Northside Drive, and that was about 15 minutes ago. They did make a left toward the interstate, and it's possible that they crossed the interstate to connect with Northside Drive over there. We have not seen a wholesale movement, though. If we scooted over a little bit, we'd be able to still see that a sizable presence of police that were in front of the medical building are still there. At the same time, we can also see civilian traffic now going up West Peachtree Street from that site, in addition to folks walking up and down a sidewalk that until a few minutes ago had been cordoned off by police. So there is a slow normalization of life returning to this area, except for the fact that there's still a sizable police presence about 0.2 of a mile south of here in the direction of 14th Street and West Peachtree Street, still in front of the medical building where the shootings took place earlier. But it is apparent that the buildup of police down in front of that building has diminished as this investigation has evolved to encompass larger areas of the city and a wider dragnet for the suspect. And that's about all I got.
It's interesting to see what's happening behind you, Doug, as you're updating us, because we hadn't seen really anyone on the street other than police for such a long period of time, and now we're starting to see people walking down the street as they're choosing to leave the area. It's pretty telling when Midtown between lunch and 3:20 we didn't see anybody but police for over 2 hours, and now the first signs of people kind of milling around Midtown.
Yeah, and the police presence is still active. We saw a SWAT team truck go in the wrong lane of travel, going up the one-way street in the opposite direction the traffic's supposed to go, only about 10 minutes ago, and they were headed toward the medical center and not toward Northside Drive necessarily. So. There's still sort of a churn of law enforcement here, but now add to that the churn of regular folks who are trying to catch up to portions of their workday or their life that they have lost over the last couple of hours while this lockdown has been underway here in Midtown.
All right. Doug, thank you. Thanks for the update. We do want to mention we've heard from APD. They understand that people are very desperate for information as you're looking at a picture of Deion Patterson, the 24-year-old suspect in this shooting that happened in Midtown, 1 dead and 4 people injured. APD is organizing a press conference to give a formal update, to share all the information that they know and perhaps talk about where they go from here. We're hearing about a possible press conference in the next few minutes. Of course, we'll take you there the moment it happens. We're expecting Chief Darren Shearbaum, Mayor Andre Dickens, and perhaps others. That is all coming together as we speak. It's been obviously important for police to just focus on the task at hand, but understanding the impact of this story and so many people being involved and being impacted, they do want to give an update, and we'll send you to that press conference just the moment they walk up to the podium.
Yeah, I mean, in the world we live in the middle of an active shooter investigation, Atlanta police are having to tweet out, "We've gotten a lot of calls about this video on social media. This is not the suspect. Stop sharing it. Stop calling us." And so, obviously they're working minute by minute to get us updates, but we will hear from them shortly. Tracy Amick-Pierre is one of our reporters on the ground near Midtown. Tracy, we saw from Doug's shot a lot more people kind of going about their day-to-day business now. Roads seem to have reopened in that side of Midtown. What about where you are?
Well, certain things are returning to normal. The police tape is still up, but they're lifting up the tape to let vehicles leave, mostly police vehicles that are leaving right now, not people leaving the actual garages. Others are walking on the street. There's actually a tree cutting crew that's now working, that's gotten underneath the tape and is actually back to business doing what they were doing before presumably all this happened, and to push them out of the area. Of course, with that press conference, I'm just waiting to hear in my ear when it starts, and you can abruptly jump off of me. But right now, all of the crew that was around us, all of the workers who were trying to get back into their buildings, they've all either left and gone home. Some of them have trickled back into their buildings. Now, as far as businesses being open, we haven't seen that happen yet. Even the Shell station across the street, which is beyond the police tape, they've been on lockdown and just had all the customers out of the store since this all went down. I ran over there just a little while ago to see what was going on. It's still locked down. There's not one customer being let in there at all. Of course, as you look behind me, you can see other people walking down the street, people who are coming out of their businesses. So many of these people just left to go to lunch in the noon hour. When they came to return back, they realized what had happened, and they were pretty much stuck with their keys inside their cars, locked everyone waiting in limbo. Of course, you can still hear police sirens. Police vehicles have been taking off from the scene, going in different directions. There are multiple police vehicles coming right now down Spring Street. They're stuck in the traffic that everyone else is sitting in as well. I don't know if you can even hear me over that right now. Okay. There they go. Well, anyway, back to you, and we'll bring you the latest information as we get it.
Now that sounds really sticks out to us because over the course of 2.5+ hours, it's been eerily quiet in Midtown, except for that burst right before Cody Alcorn reported the potential of shots fired on Northside Drive, that 100 block, and that moment just there live with Tracy McPeer. Again, that's Spring Street. So something is happening, and we hope to hear some details from Atlanta Police. This is not the time to speculate. We have a verified team working feverishly right now to just confirm every little bit of information that we're putting out there. We want to make sure that what we're sharing with you is 100% accurate.
Well, and they, lifted the shelter in place in Midtown. They felt safe to do that. They felt safe, telling Atlanta Public Schools that you're okay to go ahead with dismissals. They reopened the roads within the last 30 minutes. You see people walking down the sidewalks, and then we hear sirens burst out of the silence, and Tracy's saying, oh, they can't get through the traffic. It does seem like there are just a lot of moving parts right now that police and investigators are trying to deal with. On the one hand, as Doug was telling us from the scene, they're trying to be understanding of the fact that there are thousands of people who, live and work in this area and need to go about their daily lives. And at the same time, you need to operate under the assumption that this shooter and the understanding that the shooter is still at large.
And they don't know if he's still in Midtown or if he's gotten out of there. And they have to kind of work on every scenario, right? They have to really say, okay, if he's in Midtown, what's the best case scenario? How do we keep people safe and move this investigation forward, that balance you're talking about? And if he has, in fact, left the area, if he is in fact connected to that carjacking we've been reporting about 14th Street and Williams, they have to sort of work a couple of different angles simultaneously, and you start to understand the complexity of what they're dealing with. All the while, you have 3 people in critical condition, 1 is stable at Grady Hospital, and a family in Metro Atlanta mourning the loss of someone who was killed as this has all been unfolding. There are so many moving parts.
Yeah, I mean, and exactly what you said, every now little incident that pops up has to be investigated as potentially being linked to this. I mean, a carjacking happening in Atlanta on its own is not particularly notable, but now, it's leading to an entire different agency, Cobb County having to get involved, and a bolo set out beyond Midtown, and, a couple of shots, heard to be fired near Northside Drive, as Cody Alcorn is hearing from his sources. That in itself might not be something particularly significant, but now that this is happening and this suspect is at large, now they're having to look at all of these different scenes over potentially even different jurisdictions to try to piece this puzzle together. And they still want to be safe and make sure wherever the suspect is, kids are safe in schools and people are safe in businesses or in their homes. And that is a scary thing to know, that we don't know where this person is. But again, Atlanta Police just recently saying that any moment now they're going to be giving us an update. So hopefully we'll have some sort of answer from them here.
You think about all that's happened since those first images that you saw just a moment ago were blasted out 20 minutes or so after the initial shooting, to this shot of Deion Patterson, knowing his name, knowing his age, 24, knowing the circumstances of the day, being at the hospital with his mom, knowing the shots were initially fired inside Northside Hospital Midtown location. A lot of information has been confirmed in a relatively short amount of time, but that piece of the puzzle that must come into play is finding this man and making sure everyone is safe as a result.
My assumption, based on other similar investigations, is that right now they are contacting everybody who knows him, everybody, who might know where he is. Again, a $10,000 reward announced for information leading to Deion Patterson's arrest. You would assume, now that they have his name and photo, frankly, so quickly. I mean, they had that surveillance video video within minutes of this incident happening. This very clear image of his face, his date of birth. We behind the scenes at 11 Alive are looking into his background as well. You know, the assumption and hope is that they will be able to find him quickly and get this resolved.
Just a reminder, we're on standby at any moment. Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens are going to give us an update of information. Cobb County Police just sharing this moments ago, saying that officers in Cobb County are searching for a shooting suspect after reports he may have come to Cobb County, letting people in Cobb County know that portions of Cobb that border Atlanta may see heavier than normal police presence, just wanting to communicate that with everybody in the community. So be aware of that if you specifically are in areas of Cobb County that border Atlanta.
Yeah, and we are just a few minutes away now from Atlanta Police giving us an update, but want to talk about these surveillance photos that came in so quickly after this incident happened. We know Atlanta Police, and we've reported on their partnerships with Midtown businesses and the surveillance cameras so that they don't have to go every single time an incident happens to each individual camera owner. But these businesses, presumably Northside did this as well, can sign up on a portal to have and allow their cameras to be accessed by police in emergency situations so that we can get an image like this, which frankly is pretty clear. The others, he had a mask over his face, but within minutes of something happening so that people, the thousands of people who are in the area, have that in their hands moments later.
And you know, he may have had a mask on because he was walking into Northside Hospital. Yeah. Most doctors' offices and hospitals are still asking that you wear a mask. So this image is so critical in those early stages of the investigation because you can see his face and how quickly they were able to connect the dots. And we want to reiterate that it's our understanding from sources that police have been able to talk to Deion Patterson's mother, who was with him inside Northside Hospital when all of this happened. She could absolutely be a key in maybe helping them understand where he might be, what his next steps could be. We're going on just about short of 3 hours now, and typically in investigations, the longer it goes, you know, the more challenging it is because you have to factor in time equals geography. More time means more distance potentially, and so the scope of a potential area of search broadens as the moments tick by.
You do wonder how they were able to identify him so quickly. I mean, those were good photos, but they weren't, you know, HD photos. And so, you wonder if there, was a connection where people were able to identify him at the hospital or through those surveillance photos that came out so quickly. But again, 24-year-old Deion Patterson, that suspect that police say, as of this very moment, still at large, but police gathering right now to give us an update any minute here. Midtown, the shelter in place has been lifted. Atlanta Public Schools saying that they are now reopening for pickup. A lot of churches in the area still on lockdown. A lot of businesses in the area still on lockdown, giving people the option to stay if they want to shelter in place. But you can see this video, I mean, quite the presence.
No doubt. We're hearing we could be 60 to 90 seconds away from a press conference. It's significant for a lot of reasons. Most notably, this will be the first official public statement from Atlanta Police. We're also hearing Mayor Andre Dickens is at the press conference. We're expecting them to come to a podium or microphone at any moment. The questions that they've been getting have been crushing, to say the least. A need for information just because of the impact of something like this and what's happened and the ongoing search and the concerns that come because of that. So notable that the mayor and the chief are taking this moment to come forward and update the presence. Here's Mayor
Good afternoon.
Andre
We're
Dickens.
here, as you know, at the scene of a deadly situation. I'm thankful for Atlanta Police Department and other law enforcement agencies for their engagement on this situation. I've spoken to the governor, to our congressional delegation of senators and congresspeople, as well as my office has been in touch with the White House. And as soon as possible, I'll be in touch with the families of the victims that are here. As you know, 1 is deceased and 4 are fighting for their lives at Grady Hospital, and we're prayerful that they pull through. And as soon as possible, I will reach out to them and to their families. All are women. And I am also making sure that you know that we are dealing with someone that is armed and dangerous. This is a deadly situation. This individual has just indeed conducted an act that we want to make sure that you know that if you see him, do not approach, but you are to call 911. We are also making sure that you know that law enforcement agencies across this region are working together. Law enforcement agencies of Fulton County, of the City of Atlanta, of Cobb County, of our college campuses, our Atlanta Public Schools PD, a number of agencies are working in a concerted effort to work and to bring this suspect in and to make sure that we are all safe in the process. And so I ask that again, if you see the individual that you have seen his face, you've seen his photo and his clothing, please do not approach, but do call 911. So now I am very confident that the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department and the other local agencies are well trained to make sure that we bring this individual to justice for situations just like this. So now I'll turn it over to Chief Shearbaum to give you all the specific details about this incident and to let you know our pathway forward. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. First of all, the Atlanta Police Department wants to extend its condolences for all members of the Atlanta Police Department, those that lost their lives today, and we are working digitally to bring this individual into custody. We are looking for Deion Patterson, age 24 years of age, which we have given you his photo, and this is a very active search. We are following up on credible leads that are currently active in Cobb County, as well as some that are right here in the city. We have been joined by multiple jurisdictions. We have the Sheriff of Fulton County that is here right now, that's been working alongside our department, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State University PD, MARTA PD, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as the Atlanta Public Schools Police are all actively involved searching as we speak for Mr. Patterson. And here's what we know. We'll be able to give you some information and others will be delivered as this investigation continues. At 12:08 this afternoon, we were called just down the street to 1110 West Peachtree. This is a medical facility, the Northside Hospital. That is at that location. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life. And of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female. We do know that Mr. Patterson, our suspect, left the building. We believe he carjacked a vehicle a short distance away and was able to flee the scene as the law enforcement agencies were descending on this area. And we believe he has left the area. He may not still be in that vehicle. So I don't want everyone to be focused on the vehicle, which has been recovered. So the photograph that has been distributed, for your viewers, your listeners, to be very mindful of that photograph. If you see this individual who may or may not still be in the same hoodie, please call 911 right away or use Crime Stoppers to be able to provide an anonymous tip to where he may be. As the mayor said, we have a multi-jurisdictional effort underway to bring this individual to justice and ensure that we remove him from the street. Everyone consider him still armed and presenting a danger to whatever community he may find himself in at this time.
Chief, how did this start? I mean, what preceded the shot?
You know, we're just hours into this investigation. So investigators are behind us in the buildings, talking to witnesses, processing the scene as we speak. The clarity that I think that we would want to know as a city and as a society, we just don't have at this particular moment, but we'll provide it as soon as we have it.
Victims' patients, were they employees of Northside Hospital?
That is still being worked through. We weren't in a position at this time to say whether they're patients or whether they're employees or both.
The suspect have a connection? That the shooter's mother is one of the victims?
We believe that vehicle has been recovered. That is correct.
Chief, can you confirm that the shooter's mother is one of the victims?
Right now, the shooter's mother was not injured in this incident. This is the information we have.
Whether this was targeted, you said all 5 victims were women. Is it?
We just don't know. It is still too soon to know why these individuals were chosen.
Can you confirm that Chief, can you confirm that the suspect's mother is talking to you? That she's been cooperative?
The family is being cooperative with us, and as other witnesses as well at the scene.
Have they shared anything about his mental health?
Nothing that we can reveal at this time.
Any priors with law enforcement?
There has been minimal contact with the Atlanta Police Department from this individual. I can report that.
Where was the vehicle found?
I can't get that out right now.
Chief, can you tell us at all about people calling in and giving tips and what that's been like so far? Because obviously you pushed the image out early. What has that been like so far with people helping?
You know, we can. Yes, thank you, Mayor. The mayor has been watching this manhunt unfold at our command post, and he is very aware that cameras across the city have been instrumental in us tracking this individual. He's very aware that as we get information that's called in by citizens, we're able to use the camera network to quickly go to that location even before officers arrive. So it's helpful, and we ask citizens to continue to do that, to call in.
And that $10,000 reward, are you guys hoping that people will be a little more active in terms of calling 911 and getting out somewhere?
We know it will be helpful, but I can tell you the civic-minded citizens of this city are already responding. And even without that request for a reward, they're already having calls that's coming in.
Where in the medical center did this used?
We don't have that specifics yet. It was on an upper level, I believe the 11th floor of the building.
What did the White House say about this?
Chief, you mentioned that the vehicle had been recovered. Is that the only vehicle that is suspected to be involved in this incident, or are there others? We're hearing from hospital workers that there was another car that may have been involved prior to the one that was recovered.
In any vehicle that we're confident in connecting to this crime, we've already released. As that changes, we may provide other vehicle information. And we'll do that as quickly as we can.
Was the vehicle carjacked in the garage?
It was not.
Chief, you talk about the
gun was used?
Last question.
Any information on the gun that was used?
So right now the gun is not in the possession of law enforcement, and we're actively looking for the gun as we are the individual.
Hey, what does the White House say? What does the White House told you?
The White House just offered up their support and wanted to know if anything they could do to help in this situation. And the White House is constantly in contact with my office to, offer us support and see if we need anything.
Chief, the challenge of the initial response. Chief, the challenge of the initial response is Midtown. You're in a high population density here. Buildings have to be searched. What was it like initially with the shots fired?
I think the citizens of Atlanta saw their police department and our partner agencies in action. We went into that building and cleared every single floor. Even when information came about that the subject could have left, we were still searching for victims. We were assisting citizens out of the building that had taken shelter. And I do want to thank everyone in Midtown that honored the shelter-in-place request for their patience to allow us to do our job. This is an urban environment, so it does present challenges, but it's challenges that you saw a collective, robust response from law enforcement. But the camera network that's in this location was very helpful and did assist in the investigation.
Chief, were there hundreds of people in the building? How many people were?
Won't be able to give that information.
The shooting captured on surveillance video inside the medical.
Won't be able to give that at this time.
Can you thank you, everybody. Like to have Atlanta be the latest city in America touched by this kind of gun violence?
I will say this: our public affairs unit has been pushing out quick information to you all. We will continue to do that. Follow our social media platforms and be in contact with our website as soon as we have an updated information, be it vehicles, a new clothing description. You all will have it, and the citizens of this city will have it.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Atlanta Police Chief Deion Patterson sharing a lot of new information. Let's just go through some of the main points. Deion Patterson here, of course, the man they're looking for. They say it happened in Northside Hospital on the 11th floor. They confirmed that investigators are talking with his family, saying the family is cooperating. We're hearing he was with his mom when this happened. We now know much more about the victims, which I think is significant and we need to talk more about. We can confirm now through Atlanta Police Chief Deion Patterson that a 39-year-old woman died and all the victims are women. 39-year-old woman died, 4 women injured, 3 of them in critical. Their ages are 71, 56, 39, and 25 years old. All women who were in the waiting room. The police chief said that they couldn't say whether they were employees or patients, but 5 women in the waiting room at Northside Hospital when a 24-year-old man walked in with his mother. He had a weapon. Police say he then shot. 1 woman was killed. She was 39 years old. 4 others were injured. Again, their ages 71, 56, 39, and 25 years old. You heard Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens say that after phone calls with the governor, governors, senators, congressional delegation, even the White House, that what he's going to do next is be in touch with all of the victims' families who've been impacted by what's happened here in Atlanta today.
And police did confirm that the suspect's mother was not one of the victims and is speaking with police. Again, all of those victims, women, the deceased 39 years old. And it was poignant to me, too, just how many, were involved in this. They said it was the Fulton Sheriff, MARTA Police, Georgia State Police, GBI, FBI, Atlanta Public Schools Police, Georgia Tech Police, Georgia State. I mean, Cobb County, all of them right now working to, help this shelter in place be lifted and to find this suspect. And Senator Raphael Warnock actually just spoke on the Senate floor about the shooting that just happened here. We've cut that clip. Here's what he had to say.
My own two children were on lockdown this afternoon. I have two small children, and their schools were on lockdown responding to this tragedy. They are there, I'm here, hoping and praying that they are safe. But the truth is, none of us is safe. As a pastor, I'm praying for those who are affected by this tragedy, but I hasten to say that thoughts and prayers are not enough. And in fact, it is a contradiction to say that you are thinking and praying and then do nothing. It is to make a mockery of prayer. It is to trivialize faith. We pray not only with our lips, we pray with our legs. We pray by taking action. And still there are those who want to convince us that this is the cost of freedom. To them we have to say no.
That was Senator Raphael Warnock just speaking from this Senate floor not long ago, saying that he got those same messages so many parents did, saying that his children's school were on lockdown, saying thoughts and prayers are not enough. This coming from a pastor, he's saying the thoughts and prayers, in fact, is a contradiction to say you're thinking and praying and not make action. Again, saying those words from the Senate floor.
The perspective from a senator, from a pastor, and most importantly, perhaps from a father whose two kids were on lockdown as this is happening in his home city. The press conference was very enlightening from Chief Shearbaum and Mayor Dickens. They did clarify that the shooter left Northside Hospital, left the building, and then they say that he then carjacked a car close by. They believe that car may not be recovered, that he could still be in there. They're not focused on the car, they're focused on the person. We want to send it out to 11 Alive reporter Karis Belger, who was listening in with all of us to this press conference. So many points standing out to us, Karis, 3 hours into this investigation. It's the first that we heard that the FBI and Secret Service are on the ground involved in this search and investigation.
That is just one of the updates we received, not only from Atlanta Police Chief Shearbaum, but also from Atlanta Mayor Dickens. He mentioned that this is a multi-agency effort, FBI, as you mentioned, but also local agencies, including MARTA Police, including Georgia Tech Police. Also, he said he was working in conjunction with authorities in Cobb County as well, as they are working to get all the details. I also heard from the mayor that suspect is not in custody and he is considered dangerous. He wanted to emphasize to the public, do not approach. If you do see this individual, do not approach at all. In fact, call 911. We have confirmed that all of the people who were shot were women. 39-year-old woman did die from her injuries, one of 5 who was shot during this incident. We also heard from Police Chief Shearbaum that the shooting took place a little after noon afternoon and in the waiting room of one of the floors of the medical facility as well. Just a few details. He said this investigation is still in the early stages. We are hoping to get some more updates throughout the afternoon as well.
Karis, thank you. That was important clarification from Chief Schierbaum that they believe that the shooter carjacked the car because that infers that he left the area, and that's why Cobb County is also a major player in this search and investigation right now. We have just learned from Cobb County that they are centering a search around Vinings, the Cumberland area, and Truist Park.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky part about this situation. That's the tweet where Cobb County just announced that information. This situation just getting trickier and trickier by the minute when you have someone who has fled the active situation and that barrier that police and investigators set up around the incident location in Midtown. Now you have someone who potentially got in a vehicle and has gone who knows where, and there seem to have been sightings of the vehicle, but the chief of police there during that press conference was very frankly particular in saying, look, do not focus on the car because very likely that person isn't even in that vehicle anymore. They said they had recovered one of them. There was some misunderstanding about where it was taken from. They did confirm it was not of the parking deck in that hospital system there in Midtown. But yeah, now that Cobb County confirming they are expanding the search, Vinings, Cumberland, Truist Park area. So again, if you have friends and family in that area, might want to let them know about this and to seek shelter. No official shelter in place has been implemented in any of those areas, but there certainly is some sort of later tip that they're following up there.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the potential of a tip that would focus them on that area, because we're talking about roughly 4 hours from shots initially fired. Chief Schierbaum clarified the time of the shooting being 12:08. So we're coming up upon that 4-hour mark. You can cover a lot of ground in 4 hours, and now they've confirmed that carjacking happened shortly after that shooting. So in 4 hours time, the question is, where has he gone? How far has he gone? So tips are going to be very important, which is why we want to continue to show Deion Patterson's picture here. This is going to be the key. If everyone can share this picture, keep your eyes open. If you see something, certainly say something, call police. Don't approach him. They have been adamant to say, don't get near him. He is armed and dangerous. They don't have the gun in their possession, so they are working, they being the investigators, working off the assumption that he would still have his weapon.
Yeah, and they're really emphasizing sharing this photo right here of Deion Patterson's face, because they're saying the surveillance photos, show him in this particular gray hoodie, and they're saying at this point he very well could have changed clothes. So we're not looking for a gray hoodie necessarily. We're not necessarily looking for a specific vehicle. We're looking for this man on your screen right now, Deion Patterson. Do not approach. Call 911 if you have any information. A $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest.
Let's send it out to 11 Alive reporter Doug Richards. Doug, a lot of new information coming out in the last few minutes through that press conference. Most notably, they don't think that Deion Patterson is in the vicinity where you and so many of those officers are right now.
Well, and that would certainly explain why the police presence here is such that there's clearly not an active investigation, or at least an active search going on. There are probably a dozen or 15 police cars here, and truthfully, you could count the number of police officers on both hands that we see as we're standing in front of Northside Medical, where there's still crime scene tape, obviously, on the side of West Peachtree Street, and where traffic is still restricted up at 10th Street and down to 14th or 15th Streets. But there is, like you say, not what you would call a urgent or active investigation, at least in terms of getting to the suspect in this case at this particular location. Obviously other locations are active. We are not there. This is the one where they started and where they're maintaining a presence just because they started here, as you said, 3 hours ago, and are continuing to do so, to cross all the T's and dot all the I's and button down all the information that they can get from this scene as they chase the suspect across areas of Metro Atlanta that they're still trying to figure out. Meantime, the civilian presence is such that we can see folks leaving the parking garage over to the left. There are folks walking up and down the sidewalk to some extent. We've seen people on scooters riding up and down the sidewalk. We saw a gaggle of young men carrying beers walking down the sidewalk. So there is some normalcy returning to this particular part of Midtown, and yet you can't be completely normal when you're seeing police officers in SWAT gear carrying semi-automatic rifles poised just in case that stuff is needed some 3 hours after the mass shooting here at Northside Medical. Back to you.
Doug, a mass shooting inside a medical facility where people go to get help. Again, we want to reiterate the new information that we can now confirm. It was 5 women who were shot. 1 died. She was 39 years old, and the ages of the other 4 women are 71, 56, 39, and 25. It happened on the 11th floor inside Northside Hospital, the Midtown location. Police are not saying if they were employees or patients or both.
Yeah, they did say, it happened in the waiting room again. Police saying that they just can't begin to understand the motive at this point. We know that the shooter there, Deion Patterson, the suspect, went with his mother, who was not a victim of this, and there's no connection right now between those victims and Deion.
All right, we want to send you right now to our Truist Park camera. Can you see in the distance some flashing lights? This is an area of emphasis at this very moment. Cobb County, an active part of this investigation. Cobb County communicating that there might be a reason to focus in a search in this area you're looking at right now. They talked about Vinings, Cumberland, and Truist Park. In that area, we have a view that the road is blocked by a car. We know there is a police presence there. There are some flashing lights. We don't have details beyond that, but there has been a connection between what happened in Midtown and Cobb County. That car that was carjacked recovered in Cobb County. Chief Shearbaum confirming that after some confusion whether or not the car had been confirmed. This is another perspective of that area around Truist Park where you see police vehicles there right kind of beyond that flagpole that's in the foreground of your shot right there. So this activity just happening in the last few moments. So something is happening to lead investigators there, perhaps a tip, some information that's focusing in on this area that is another very busy area that people are in all the time.
I mean, police have so much stacked against them right now with just the mass area, the surface area alone that they're having to clear through to find this suspect. And again, right now we don't know why they are searching the Vinings, Cumberland, Truist area at the moment. We don't know if it was a sighting, a tip. Certainly they have been flooded with tips, but we do know there is a police presence there. I've seen some tweets on social media of dozens of police officers around the Truist Park area and potentially. Oh,
look at them. There are, look at all those officers running out of that location, crossing the street. What we don't know is they're running towards something, what they would be pursuing, all jumping in their cars, it looks like. So they are on the move. Something is happening. They are all heading out. This is as much specific movement from police that we have seen in quite some time. As tips are coming in, you have to understand they're responding. That's a state patrol car, a lot of jurisdictions. They are all moving out, perhaps some new information coming in to send them into a specific location. The goal is the capture of a 24-year-old who they believe is responsible for a mass shooting in Midtown.
Look at him go. I mean, in a matter of seconds, all of these police cars, we've seen at least a dozen now, all of these police officers coming out of that Truist Park area, hopping in their cars, flipping into traffic and taking off somewhere. This is the most urgency I've seen in police since this all started unfolding this morning and this afternoon. You can see all of these officers coming out through this crosswalk right here. Yeah, it looks like, what is this, Windy Ridge Parkway over by Truist Park, and here they all come. There must have been some sort of new information or tip that has got them all turning around.
I was trying to count as the officers and cars were coming through. That had to be 24 police officers and then their subsequent cars, again, in this Truist Park area. Cobb County has been communicating with its community to steer clear of this area, especially around that Cobb County-Atlanta line, but even more specifically, this area around Truist Park, around that Cumberland area. More people piling into that minivan right now, more officers coming out of that location, jumping into cars and on to the next spot. They must be chasing some new information that they're getting and further confirmation that this suspected shooter, Deion Patterson, left Midtown and perhaps is in this Cobb County area, although he's had plenty of time to travel far greater distances than Midtown to Truist Park.
And imagine how scary for the people who live and work there. You see 24 police officers sprinting. That's scary. This is video we got from a viewer inside of the Battery. I think you can see potentially some police presence there. It looks like not a lot of people on the streets. My assumption would be they asked people to go inside and kind of lock down while I followed up whatever tip this was. Again, if you have any video and you're safe where you are, you have any photos or video that you could send us, please do on social media at 11 Alive. We appreciate you being our eyes in all of these areas as well.
And it really speaks to this being really a community search at this point, and that's what it needs to be. Atlanta police talking about the importance of sharing the picture you see on your screen for people to be aware, to keep their eyes open. At this point, almost precisely 4 hours after that first fatal shot was fired, they have not found Deion Patterson, and the longer it goes, the more critical it is that everybody be part of this in terms of sharing a picture, keeping eyes open, communicating helpful information to those who can act on it, which is what we saw just at Truist Park just now. And we're on the phones right now finding out what we can about that movement outside of Truist Park that we just saw.
Yeah, and we know these situations and these locations are changing, but the fact still stands that police have said no additional shots have been fired that they know of other than those from the initial incident. So, I mean, praying and hoping that it stays that way, that there's no longer an active shooter situation happening, but they're definitely still trying to track down this suspect. Our Bobeth Yates was outside Grady Hospital when they gave the update on the victims, and now we have learned some more information. So we want to check in with Bobeth. Bobeth, what's the latest from where you are at Grady?
Well, between what we're being told from the police chief and the chief medical officer here at Grady, we all know that all of the victims, all 4 victims that were brought to Grady, are women who were in the waiting room. Their ages range from 71 to 25, a 71-year-old, a 56-year-old, a 39-year-old, and a 25-year-old. All women brought here to Grady. Now, Grady officials tell us 3 of them were in critical condition, and actually 1 was treated in the emergency room and is in stable condition. Now, of the 3 that were in critical condition, 2 of them are in the operating room, and 1 is being treated in an area called the intervention radiology. Now, officials couldn't give us all the details about where they were shot and what their injuries are, but officials say again, 3 of those people are in critical condition. 2 of them were actually in operating rooms as they spoke to us about maybe around 30 or 40 minutes ago. So we are getting updates, and we are continuing to find some more information. Now, Grady said that they were prepared to take as many as 12 people because they had implemented their active shooter protocols. That meant clearing down a space for all trauma victims to come in, also bringing down all the personnel that they needed to assist in that area, even a chaplain if that was needed. So they said they have gone back to their regular protocols. They have now been allowing visitors back into the hospital, so they're not on any sort of lockdown, but they say they are ready because the shooter is still actively out there. They say they are ready because they are the only trauma center in the area. They are ready and prepared just in case this escalates to another level, and more victims have to be sent here. In addition to that, we're told that some of the victim family members are already here and inside, trying to get updates on their loved ones. Of course, we are out here trying to get more updates to see if we can find out more details about those injuries. But again, right now we're being told 3 people are in critical condition. 1 is in stable condition and was being treated in the emergency room. The 3 that are in critical condition, 2 of them are in surgery, and 1 is being treated in the intervention radiology section of this hospital. And we'll continue to bring you those updates, more updates as we get it. And I'll send it back to you right now in the studio.
All right, Bobeth, and we heard Mayor Andre Dickens talking about working to be in touch with the victims' families, that was his next step, because in the intense and urgent search for this man, Deion Patterson, it's important to really think about all of those impacted and the families who are grieving the loss of a 39-year-old woman, and the families that are, bedside the other 4 women who are fighting to recover.
Yeah, and we're starting to get, more statements from our local leaders as well. You heard Senator Raphael Warnock address this on the Senate floor. We also just got a statement in from Councilman Farokhi, who represents Midtown, who said, I hope APD apprehends the shooter quickly. Gun violence has become a daily occurrence in our country. It is not normal. Everyone deserves to feel safe everywhere. Enough. And I just got, a text from a friend who's in the Battery right now, who says they're watching our coverage right now and that they're okay but terrified. And you just think about all of these people who are watching this, just scared, not knowing what's happening. And we saw those police officers pouring out of the Battery, seemingly with a lot of motivation to get somewhere. We don't know what that is yet, and we're getting information as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, and anybody who's just joining us, just a reminder, in Cobb County, they're asking anybody in that Vinings, Cumberland, Truist Park area, stay where you are. There's a lot happening now, just as you were mentioning, a lot of more police activity than we have seen perhaps in that first 20 minutes of the shooting happening in Midtown. Something's going on around Truist Park, so if you have friends in that area, let them know, stay where they are. If you're in that area, just stay where you are, maybe away from windows, and we'll see how this all plays out. There is a $10,000 reward for information leading to the capture of Deion Patterson. We are now more than 4 hours out from this shooting. And Doug, this is our city, our community. It's personal and close to us, but this is quickly becoming a big national story now. A mass shooting, Doug, at Northside Hospital. Just thinking about all the people inside who were just working today to take care of people. A normal day, they thought, in a waiting room until someone walked in with a weapon.
Right. This and just to clarify, this is a Northside Hospital sort of satellite facility on West Peachtree.
Right, Doug. Doug was just clarifying, it's of course Northside Hospital, the Midtown location. It's one of their locations, that Midtown location. And Doug, it was interesting to hear the police chief give the detail we'd not heard yet, that this happened in a waiting room on the 11th floor.
Yeah, and this is basically an 11-story building that is fairly new here in the West Midtown area, or in the sort of near Georgia Tech side of Midtown that has rapidly developed here over the last decade or so, and the place across the street has not. Its sense of urgency that we're seeing among security personnel here has certainly calmed down even more in the last half hour or hour than we saw 2 or 3 hours ago. It's not a focal point of the manhunt, certainly, and yet at the same time, there are still a number of police officers that are in here that are not only providing security, but also gathering additional details based on the ongoing, in order to forward the ongoing investigation. There are gusts of wind in Midtown now, which is why my eyes are watering. And at the same time, there are also there's still a substantial civilian presence as we broadcast from here. Folks walking up and down the sidewalk, automobiles that are full of commuters that are trying to get, that are starting to empty out of a lot of the office buildings around here. And, folks trying to, as we have been talking about a little bit, get on with their normal lives. While in the midst of them, there are police officers with SWAT team uniforms on, carrying assault rifles as part of the security presence here. So, one of the reasons that we're not seeing a lot of civilians at this moment walking past here is because there is a wind tunnel going up West Peachtree Street that is considerable, and aside from that, what we have is an ongoing investigation, a manhunt that is clearly focused elsewhere, and yet still details that are being gleaned by police in this location. Back to you.
Doug, we want to pull up a tweet that just came through from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens that he just clarified that he finished the briefing, but the notable information here is that everything is now focused in Cobb County. We know a lot of you in Cobb County are watching right now from that area of Vinings, Cumberland, Truist Park. I know that is nerve-wracking. It's scary. This is the area they're focusing on. They're just asking everybody to stay calm, stay where you are. They'll communicate information as they can, but there is no doubt that the investigation has shifted out of Midtown. They are looking in Cobb. We have seen a lot of not only police presence, but police movement, and you can connect the dots that when there's movement, that's based on some information. So they are in this area around Truist Park right now, they being a lot of law enforcement. You see a state patrol vehicle there. There's Fulton County Police, Cobb County, we know FBI, Secret Service are now part of this as well. So if it's any sense of assurance for those of you watching that are kind of in the middle of this storm right there in Cobb County, that it's all hands on deck from a lot of jurisdictions, all focused on one goal, to get this person in custody and make sure nobody else is hurt in the process.
I mean, Cobb County quite large, though. I mean, you think about that, and you say the shooter, the focus of the search is in Cobb County. You're going to have a lot of people scratching their heads saying, well, wait a minute, where in Cobb County? They did specify they were looking in Vinings, Cumberland, Truist Park areas. We were watching the street cameras as we saw dozens of police officers and cruisers pour out at a very clipped and fast rate out of the Battery area and seem to hop into their cars and speed off. I got a text from a friend who works in the Battery and said that they were all kind of huddled in place and obviously very scared about what was happening. But if you're in Cobb County, if you're traveling in that area, lock your doors. Best to be better safe than sorry. But as Cheryl said, so many different agencies on this. During the press conference with Atlanta Police, they said they had the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, MARTA, Georgia State Police, Georgia State Patrol, GBI, FBI, which we just got an email confirming that the FBI was assisting, Atlanta Public Schools Police, Georgia Tech Police, Georgia State Police. I mean, every agency in the area right now is on this and is searching for this suspect.
A reminder that we are now 4 hours past the first shots being fired on the 11th floor in a waiting room inside Northside Hospital, the Midtown location. Karis Belger joining us now. Karis, I know you were listening to that press conference. There were a lot of new details, and really what we have learned and what is happening right now is really two different crime scenes. They're still processing evidence inside Northside Hospital. Midtown still very much in play, but in terms of the search, that's happening in Cobb County. There are a lot of investigative balls in the air right now.
There There are. In fact, that's exactly what we heard from Mayor Andre Dickens and Atlanta Police Chief Shearbaum. Less than an hour ago, they told us that they are working with multiple agencies across the area, notably Cobb County authorities as well. Right here, we're seeing a lot of Atlanta Police and Fulton County authorities going in and out of the medical center. We're also seeing a lot of people who are only just now being able to move around, to drive through these streets. Some people trying to get their cars or find people to come and pick them up. I want to mention that Chief Shearbaum said that the shooting took place in the waiting room on the 11th floor of this medical facility. 5 women were shot, 1 deceased, a 39-year-old woman. But you have to think that there were multiple things going on inside this medical center. I did speak with someone not too long ago who was working at the time, just recently was able to get inside a car because a relative had to come get her. She said that it was so busy, and then when she realized something was happening, she just kind of had to stay in place because that's what people told her to do. So everything's still unfolding with all of this. We understand from Mayor Dickens that he's been in contact with multiple authorities, also the White House, also the Senate delegates, multiple people trying to relay information and also get information. We are hoping to get some more info at this time. I understand Atlanta Police will be giving more updates throughout the evening as well. But right now, police still processing everything and getting that evidence, and people just trying to get to some semblance of normal after what happened early this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's a hard thing, Karis, because, you know, whether you were locked in lockdown in a restaurant or your condo and you just felt the trauma of that fear, or you're in Cobb County right now as this is unfolding in the next layer as they're focusing their search in Cobb County. I mean, this is not a day you forget, right? This is a day you remember, and there's so much more that is yet to be told in this story. We'll learn more about the 4 women in the hospital. We'll learn more about the 39-year-old woman who died, and we'll learn more about what led to this shooting inside a medical facility at lunchtime on a Wednesday afternoon in such a busy part of Midtown Atlanta, a story that the country is already talking about. This is a live perspective from the 11 Alive Sky Tracker over Cobb County right now. We are emphasizing again that the active search has moved out of Midtown. They are focused on Cobb County right now, specifically areas around Vinings, Cumberland, and Truist Park. People there told to stay put, be careful, hard to see through the trees, but you see a lot of law enforcement from, as we've mentioned, many different agencies. To recap, or if you're just joining us, Chief Shearbaum talking about Cobb being a focus. Oh, just a moment. This just happened about 15 minutes ago. This was the moment live on the air that all of these officers came running out of that building. This is right by Truist Park. They jumped in their vehicles and they just shot out of there. Dozens of vehicles, dozens of officers, whatever had motivated them to move had them moving very quickly, and this just reinforces the information we've confirmed that the search is now active and intense in this area specifically of Cobb County. Yeah, that was really, you know, shocking to watch. I think since we first got on the desk as this situation was developing, that's the most urgency I've seen in some of this law enforcement. And you know, every time you see one of these sky tracker shots from our helicopter, that is Cobb County. I did see there seemed to be a lot of police kind of condensed in one area. I was trying to determine what that building might be, but again, Cobb County police say that they are searching in the Vinings, Cumberland, and Truist area. We did just get an email update from Atlanta Public Schools. You will recall, if you've been watching our coverage, that initially they were on lockdown, holding the students inside, and then they said Atlanta police gave them the go-ahead to start dismissals. They just sent out an update thanking parents and guardians for their patience and cooperation, saying that they are still in the process of dismissal, and because of these delays, parents should expect that their kids might be getting home a little late, particularly because some
some of the school bus routes may still be blocked. Now, I'd be interested to hear from some Cobb County schools. I think at this point, a lot of them are probably home already, but we haven't heard anything from Cobb County area schools yet. We have heard a little bit on social media and some from just people we know who are inside the Battery in Truist Park. They're just kind of, doing a self-imposed shelter in place, just kind of locking down and keeping the doors locked until they can get some answers from police.
From the get-go, there's been a lot of communication between different jurisdictions and a lot of support coming into Midtown First. Now all of that combined support now there in Cobb County working together, and probably more being added. It's interesting as we are at the 4-hour and 15-minute mark that there is such an intense and specific effort in this area of Cobb County, because that's a lot of time for Deion Patterson, the suspected gunman, 24 years old, to travel, if that is what his intention or hope was to do, after police say a car was carjacked close to the location of the shooting there at the Northside Medical Facility, but that a car was recovered in Cobb County. So they're piecing together not only the timeline but the geography, and based on whatever information is coming in moment by moment, this is the area that they're focused on. And just keep thinking about all of you there looking out your windows, perhaps seeing this happen around you at Truist Park, whether you're at home or at a business or at a restaurant. Again, that Cumberland Vinings area we're talking about, right around the Cobb Galleria right there. A really busy time. We're heading into rush hour, people coming home for the day. A lot of people, as you mentioned, maybe kids are home from school now, so thankfully they've been able to clear the schools in Cobb. But a waiting game to one degree, as they're just kind of thinking what's the next move to try to get Deion Patterson into custody.
And I think what's difficult about this for a lot of people, especially now in the Cobb area where this search is being focused, they're scared, they want answers. We don't know why police have moved the search to this area.
Right.
We understood that the shooter somehow made it out of Midtown, potentially carjacked a vehicle and took off, but we don't know the inner workings of why this particular area, why so many police officers stormed into the Battery so suddenly, why they are now in Vinings, Cumberland, Truist Park. We behind the scenes here at 11 Alive are looking into Deion Patterson's background, whether he maybe has family or friends in the Cobb County area that they think that he might be going to see. The understanding is that this suspect Deion carjacked a vehicle clearly in an attempt to escape and had a plan, if not premeditated, to escape. But again, right now, all of these images you're seeing from our Sky Tracker, this is the Cobb County area where police say they are now focusing their search.
And I think it's important to remember a detail that Chief Shearbon shared with us that may have seemed small, but in an investigative lens is significant, that he said that Deion Patterson's family is cooperating, because that might be their best hope to, one, communicate with him or get some insight into where he is. So again, the chief saying that the family is cooperating, of course not giving more details than that. Just a moment ago, we got a tweet from Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council president, that we want to share. And the first line just makes you slow down for a moment and remember the 5 women, 1 who's been killed and 4 who are in the hospital as we speak. And he writes, Atlanta is hurting again today. Gun violence has once again hurt our community, sending prayers and strength to people and families impacted. Medical staff tending to the victims and police officers from around the metro working to apprehend the suspect. You think about other people who may have been in the waiting room on that 11th floor that maybe saw what happened, colleagues in the medical community there at Northside who were working through this, and we've heard stories about that. Doctors and nurses that, despite what was going on, kept helping the people in front of them at that moment. So I think that first line just gives us a pause to remember that there are so many things of significance at play. The search for the man you see on your screen, and then 5 families who are aching because they have been caught in the middle of this whoever expects to go to a doctor's appointment, whether they were patients or employees, and around lunchtime have something like this happen.
Yeah, so much fear, and we are, hearing more from state legislators and state leaders. We heard from Mayor Andre Dickens pretty shortly after this happened on Twitter, and then again at that police conference. We have not, I checked, I don't believe we've heard anything from the governor yet on social media, but Atlanta Police, the chief did say he was in touch with the White House even, and a lot of state leaders. We heard Senator Raphael Warnock speaking from the Senate floor just, under an hour ago, saying that as a pastor, prayers are not enough. As a senator, the laws we have are not enough. And as a father, he got these texts saying that his children's schools were under lockdown and that was not an acceptable state for us to be living in as Americans in 2023. So a lot of really powerful words coming from people as the situation is unfolding second by second.
We do want to mention that Mayor Andre Dickens said that he has been in touch with Governor Kemp. So they've had a conversation, although we have not seen any public statement as of yet from the governor on Twitter or from the governor's office. We would bring you that if and when that comes through, but we can confirm the mayor says that he has had a conversation with Governor Kemp, also talked to senators, to our congressional delegation, and has been in touch with the White House, saying that the White House has offered any support that is needed, and the next steps for Mayor Dickens was to be in touch with the victims' families. This is still a live look right now from our Sky Tracker over parts of Cobb County. This is the central focus right now in the search for 24-year-old Deion Patterson, the man police say is responsible for a mass shooting inside Northside Hospital, the Midtown location.
Yeah, you're seeing right now the Battery and Truist. It seemed like they were shutting some of those roads down and police trying to make their way through. We got an update earlier from Grady about the victims. We're, working to learn more about the victims. We know their families rushed over to Grady, 4 of them being treated, 1 of them in stable condition, I believe, but we do have Bobeth Yates there on the ground for us gathering information. Bobeth, what have you learned? Have there been any updates on the victims there at Grady?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, at least we heard from our Karis Belger, the reporter, saying one of those victims died at the scene, and then we're told that 4 of them were transported right here to Grady. 3 of them were in critical condition. 1 was treated in the emergency room and is in stable condition. Now, of the 3 that were in the emergency or in critical condition, they were in the operating room. 2 of them were being operated on. 1 was being treated in the radiology intervention department. Now, Grady also sent out an update saying they will provide another update just about 5 o'clock. So we're waiting for more updates on that. Now, what we do know is that all of the victims were women, and their ages range from 71 to 25 years old. In fact, we're even told that they are 71, 56, 39, and 25. Again, 3 of those victims were in critical condition here at Grady. 2 of them were actually in surgery, 1 of them being treated in the radiology intervention department. Officials have not been able to provide details on their injuries, but say they are working around the clock to try to make sure they survive their injuries from this mass shooting incident. In addition to that, at one point, Grady was placed on not a lockdown, but a mass shooting protocol situation where they stopped allowing visitors to come in. After they did that, they called in additional personnel to make sure they had all the people they needed just in case for whatever type of injury. And they also cleared out an area where they can actually bring more victims in. They said they were even prepared for as much as 12 people. And of course, they only received 4. Once more, 3 of them were in critical. 1 is in stable condition and was treated in the emergency room. The other 3 were told, again, 2 of them were in surgery, 1 being treated in the intervention radiology department, and officials say they'll provide more updates for us at about 5 o'clock. So hopefully at that point they'll say those victims are out of surgery and are doing well and off the critical list and moving more to the stable area. So we're definitely out here holding on to the positive and waiting for those updates. In addition, we were also told that family members have arrived, that family members of some of those victims are in here getting more updates on their loved ones. But as we wait for the update from Grady, that should occur just around 5 o'clock. That's in about 30 minutes. We are all out here just holding on to hope. Again, 3 victims in critical condition here. 2 of them were in surgery, 1 being treated in the intervention radiology department. All those victims were women, age ranging from 71 to 25 years old. Sending it back to you guys.
All right, Bobeth, as you mentioned, 3 are in critical, and that can mean a variety of different things. We heard the mayor say fighting for their lives and hoping for the best, and we are hopeful for a good outcome for all of those families. Let's take a look at a map here that gives you some context to the geography we're talking about. The shooting happening at 1208 on West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th. Just a few blocks away at Williams and 14th is where the carjacking happened, and police believe that it ended, maybe carried this suspected gunman, to the current search area, which is in that Cobb County Truist Park area. That's roughly 10 miles, which, when you talk about a 4-hour time span, is a pretty short distance. If that is in fact where they believe that he may be hiding out now, 10 miles in 4 hours is not someone who's trying to go very far.
Well, that's what police implied, right? That, this carjacking happened very shortly after the shots were fired, and during that time, police were busy closing off Midtown and all of those streets and locking down businesses, and they at that point likely hadn't known yet that he might have gotten away, this suspect. So it could be certainly a large amount of ground that has been covered, and that's why that photo that we keep putting up on your screen of this suspect, Deion Patterson, is so critical, because they really need people to be on the lookout.
Now, keep in mind, a key piece of information Chief Shearbaum shared is how critical the cameras across the city have been. They've been instrumental, he said. They've been a key, because there are people in rooms right now scouring over footage that maybe helps them piece together a route from the point they know the car was taken, maybe to where they are now. There are so many things happening behind the scenes and pieces that can help piece the puzzle together. And I'm just reminded of the chief specifically talking about how key the cameras have been, and perhaps that's what's leading them there to Cobb County, because that is such a general area. But also, we know the public's been key in sending in piece of information if they think that they know something or see something that can lead them to a point on a map.
Yeah, I mean, this happening in a metropolitan area such as Midtown Atlanta, it is, as we said earlier, kind of a needle in a haystack search. But on the other side of that, there are so many surveillance cameras. There are so many people with iPhones in their hands. There are so many people, on the lookout. All these surveillance cameras that are a part of Atlanta Police Department's network. Cobb County recently just expanding their flock camera program. They're doing a lot of the same. So, as you mentioned, Cheryl, definitely trust that there are eyes on a lot of these cameras, and that this suspect, Deion Patterson, who allegedly took one woman's life and injured 4 others, they're looking for him. And these search areas right now, Vinings, Cumberland, Truist, Cobb County area, no official shelter in place for the schools or anything like that, but just the cautionary, heads up to keep your doors locked and keep your eyes open.
If you're just joining us, these were the first images Atlanta police shared of Deion Patterson. This is the updated photograph, which is important because there's no hood over the head or mask over the face as they search for this 24-year-old. As I look at these, high-rise office buildings at 438, the next question is going to be, what do you advise people who will be leaving offices for the day in this part of our community here in Cobb County? We'll keep you updated if we hear anything from Cobb County. The last we heard, they just asked everyone, stay where you are. And if you're not in this area around Cobb Galleria, Truist Park, Cumberland, to steer clear of it. One, for safety, and two, to allow all the investigators to do their work.
It is a really tricky time for this all to be happening. I mean, not only are people about to be out of work for the 5 o'clock rush hour, but you also have students being dropped off. I'm seeing on social media and hearing, on scanners that there are Cobb Police Department officers escorting children off of buses. Imagine being the parent and you see a police officer escorting your child off the bus because there is an active shooter, alleged murderer on the loose, and we don't know where. So definitely very concerning, and the directive right now for residents in Cobb County, in the Battery area, wherever you are, lock your doors, be safe.
We want to send it now to 11 Alive reporter John Schierick, who is near the Cobb Galleria in Cobb. John, this is really ground zero for this search right now there in Cobb County, and we're hearing from a lot of viewers who are on pins and needles wondering what's happening there and what they should do to stay safe.
This is one of the areas police are searching right now, the Galleria Center, just off of Highway 41 in Smyrna, Cobb County, Cumberland area. Police cars arrived here just within the past 30 minutes or so. They are lined up and down this street alongside these tall office buildings in the Galleria Center, just outside of the Renaissance Waverly Hotel. They have been searching throughout this area. They've been searching the Battery just across I-285. They've been searching Cumberland Mall. Businesses within a couple of miles are shut down. People have been told in apartment complexes in this area to shelter in place. Police obviously don't know where this person might be, where supposedly he might have ditched a stolen car. They thought maybe it was in the Battery, one of the parking lots in the Battery at Truist Park. We have not received any confirmation that they located a stolen car yet. But right now, police are going through this area. Police cars are screaming throughout this area on Highway 41 and also on the side streets, Cumberland Parkway, and throughout the Battery area as well. So we are continuing to monitor the situation. They are not locking down this area as such. You see traffic going by in the Galleria Center. They are not withholding traffic from this area, but they do have some of the side streets locked down. There is an officer with a long gun, as you can see right there, walking to the left, from my right to left. But there doesn't seem to be a big sense of urgency right now, just that they are here and they are searching, and maybe they are completing their search. We saw a lot of police cars just leave this area in several different directions without their lights and sirens on. So obviously Cobb County Police very heavily involved in helping Atlanta police try to locate this man, this suspect, this murder suspect, this homicide suspect, and they will continue to search this area as we monitor the latest and bring it to you.
Just got some brand new information into our newsroom. 11 Alive has confirmed that this suspect, Deion Patterson, was in the Coast Guard, served in 2018. That was the last time he served as an electrician's mate, second class. The Coast Guard confirming to 11 Alive that he was discharged from active duty in January 2023.
Now keep in mind, Deion Patterson is 29, so he joined the Coast Guard when he was...
He's 24.
Oh, sorry, 24 years old. So joined the Coast Guard as an 18, 19-year-old young man. The U.S. Coast Guard has said that they are aware of the tragic incident in Atlanta. I'm reading from their statement now. Allegedly involving Mr. Deion Patterson. Our deepest sympathies are with the victims and their families. Again, Mr. Patterson, we have confirmed, was with the Coast Guard, joining in July 2018, last serving as an electrician's mate, second class. We had wondered when we'd hear more background on him. Our team is working to confirm more information about this 24-year-old suspected gunman.
And the discharge and the reason behind that happened just a few months ago in January 2023. We are seeing also Northside is adding extra protection in other campuses now as a precaution. That is according to the Gwinnett Daily Post, their local newspaper there, kind of on the ground, saying that more precaution is being added. And again, we're hearing kind of on scanners and from some parents in Cobb County that students who are being dropped off from the school buses are being dropped off with an officer in tow to make sure that everyone is safe and protected. And again, all this video you're seeing right now from SkyTracker, from the helicopter, is all the Cobb County area where this search is kind of being condensed right now.
Yeah, so many things at play here. First and foremost, this search for Deion Patterson, communicating with people in this specific area of Cobb County to keep everyone safe. They want to make sure that no one else is hurt in the process of capturing him. And also, we have 4 women in the hospital recovering right now, and one family that has lost a loved one, a 39-year-old woman. We are expecting an update from Grady Health System Chief Medical Officer Dr. Robert Jansen, perhaps in the next 15 minutes. We're expecting an update, and we're hopeful maybe an update on the condition, specifically of the 3 in critical condition, because that can mean so many different things. We had heard the mayor use the phrase fighting for their lives. We did not know the extent of their injuries other than they're in critical, and they were in the operating room at last check. So again, in about 15 minutes, we expect to get some more information on the 4 women who are currently at Grady Hospital, a level 1 trauma center that, went into their mass casualty event mode the minute this happened. At one point, they were anticipating 12 patients. They received 4, and they certainly hope they don't have to receive any more.
Yeah, and those victims, 39-year-old woman is dead. The other victims, 71 years old, 39 years old, 25, and 56 years old. We're not sure which of those was in stable condition, which were critical, but certainly looking forward to seeing that update from Grady here. I think they said they're going to start around 5 p.m. And again, right now you're looking at video of Cobb County from the sky. We have not heard any reports of any lockdown or shelter in place, mandates being put down, but certainly a lot of people are seeing some movement there with police. I believe that is the Truist Park Battery area, if I'm seeing that right. This is where we saw them pour out of recently.
Yeah, I was going to say that's interesting because that construction area you see on that right side of your screen, that is exactly the location where we saw, I don't know, about 30 minutes ago, 24 officers sprinting out of that construction site and jumping in their cars. There's still some activity around that area, so it's interesting whether they're doing a sweep or perhaps got a tip and they want to check that out. No doubt they're getting a lot of tips, and then they have to go through the tedious but important task of checking to see which are credible and pursue them and just kind of piece by piece see what they can come up with.
Well, in this video that we have from SkyTracker, I did see police interviewing speaking with at least some of the construction workers who are on that site. So it certainly was interesting seeing that video. I don't know if we still have the clip of all those police officers just sprinting out of that construction area. I mean, pulling even into the oncoming lanes of traffic and jetting off. Now it seems like some of them are reconvening there. You have people watching from across the street as well. Police have not said, again, why they're searching this particular area, the Cobb County area. We know that there may have been a carjacking involved, that this suspect stole a car and took off, but we don't know what has led police and investigators to Cobb County specifically, and if they are able to narrow in where he may be, or if we're talking about a very generalized Cobb County, which is quite large, Cheryl, when we're talking about, searching Cobb County.
No doubt. I mean, think about, you start from a Midtown search, to a Cobb County search. we are getting a lot of video into the newsroom from our viewers who are in Cobb County, kind of watching this from different vantage points. We saw that row of 4 people at the top of the parking garage, people looking out their windows. Just a reminder from Cobb County, be safe. Make sure you're in an area that's safe. Okay, we have the video from the moment that Savannah was talking about of the police officers running out. That's in the lower left box in your screen. This was the moment we saw a couple of dozen of officers running out of that construction
building,
site that you see on the right. So it's interesting that movement was so intense and so immediate, and then there's still some activity around that site. I would estimate 30 minutes later.
Yeah, and I think we also have a live traffic camera of Cobb Parkway and Windy Ridge. You were seeing that road potentially shut down at that Windy Ridge intersection where a lot of police are gathering outside what seems to be kind of a shopping center. I think the top left, that may be a peak of Truist Park right there.
So this is a different vantage point looking toward the scene we just saw. And here's an important piece of information for you. Cobb County says they want everyone to know the suspect has still not been found. Officers have checked several false alarms. So they're getting some information perhaps of a sighting or he's there, and then the rumor mill starts, right? So they just want to confirm the search is still active, it's still ongoing, and there have been several false alarms. So perhaps that explains some of that activity we see. So they get information, they have to run towards it, they have to check everything out just to see which is credible and what perhaps is not.
Well, when we saw them all at Cobb Galleria, that area, there had been some reports of potentially shots fired, which they have now said were not credible. That did not happen. But again, just goes to show the kind of calls they're receiving, having to run all over the place. You hope that a lot of the calls being made are legitimate ones and that people aren't clogging up the lines. But again, you can also call Crime Stoppers if you know anything about Deion Patterson. There's a $10,000 reward right now for any information that may help lead to his arrest.
Let's just reset for a moment. Some of you may be just coming home after a day at work, or you've picked your kids up from school. The man you see on your screen, 24-year-old Deion Patterson, is the accused gunman in a mass shooting that happened inside Northside Hospital, the Midtown location, inside a waiting room on the 11th floor at 12:08 this afternoon, right around lunchtime. Police say that he was there with his mother and they walked in together, and they say he is the man they're looking for in the death of one 39-year-old woman, and 4 other women are currently in the hospital at Grady Hospital. 71-year-old, 56-year-old, 39 and 25-year-olds recovering now in the hospital, 3 of them in critical condition. We see officers on the roof of a building here, this live vantage point from 11 Live Sky Tracker, as the search has now moved from Midtown, where that Northside Hospital location is, to Cobb County. Again, for those of you just joining us, police confirmed that a car was carjacked a few blocks away from that Northside Hospital location soon after that shooting. They believe that the suspect then took that car into Cobb County. Cobb County does have the vehicle. They don't believe he's in it anymore. The search is focusing on him and not the car. That is what takes us to this live image there on the right side of your screen, as the search is now focused in Cobb County, specifically around the area of Truist Park and the Cobb Galleria.
Yeah, and right now so much of the focus is on finding this gunman, and we want to warn, this also is a live feed right now, so you see officers with their gun drawn, but just please watch with caution, especially as your kids arrive home and everything like that. But right now so much of the focus is on finding this suspect, but also we have 1 victim who is dead and 4 others in the hospital. We're expecting to get an update from Grady Hospital here in just a few minutes, but we don't yet know anything really about those victims other than their ages. Police don't know any sort of motive, if there was any sort of connection between this shooter and these 5 women. I think it's notable that they're all women. We're trying to determine what office, exactly what waiting room that was on the 11th floor. But right now we know that the alleged shooter's mother was not one of those victims, although she was there with him, and that she is cooperating with the police investigation, but still so much to learn beyond just capturing the suspect.
And I think it's so important as we continue to watch this unfold moment by moment, this search here in Cobb County happening with hundreds of law enforcement from all over the city and including the FBI and Secret Service as we speak, but to really remember the families you were talking about, Savannah. I keep going back to what Atlanta City Council President Doug Shipman had tweeted out. The first thing he said is Atlanta is hurting today, and there are families devastated right now. Somebody's lost someone they love, a 39-year-old woman. We don't know about her family, but we know there are people who love her, and she was at the hospital today. We don't know if she was there working or there for an appointment, but she certainly wasn't there ever expecting something like this to happen at 12:08 around lunchtime on a Wednesday afternoon. And then the four other families that we have heard are now with their loved ones inside Grady Hospital. A quick reminder, we are expecting an update from the CEO, the chief medical officer at Grady Hospital within the next 5 or 10 minutes, hoping for an update on the conditions of the people recovering there. We will certainly get you there as soon as we can. We haven't gotten a lot of information from police, but that's understandable. What you're seeing on your screen is their focus, is the area of importance. Chief Shearbaum and Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens gave us a lot of information about an hour ago. It will be interesting to see and hear what comes out of Cobb County here in the next hour or so. Other than what we've heard is just stay where you are if you're in this area near Truist Park and the Cobb Galleria, and don't come into this area if you're not.
Yeah, and we did just confirm or hear that the Cobb County Sheriff's Office SWAT unit has been activated to support the Cobb County Police Department in their ongoing search for Deion Patterson. So now Cobb County SWAT, we're hearing Cobb County's posting that on Instagram, is now involved in this search as well. So many different departments. We know from when this first started almost 5 hours ago now, we had everyone from MARTA Police to Georgia Tech Police to the GBI, FBI, Atlanta Public Schools Police, Georgia State Police, Georgia State Patrol. I mean, who wasn't on scene here? And so there are a lot of agencies assisting in this. That also means a lot of coordination on a scale that these departments likely aren't generally used to, having to pull in that many different agencies, but they're trying their best to do that efficiently and then still update the public and us, the media, at the same time. But their emphasis right now seems to just be sharing this photo, which there's a reason we're keeping it up here, of Deion Patterson, because that is the suspect who is still at large. They believe somewhere in Cobb County. The assumption is this carjacked vehicle ended up in Cobb County somewhere, but again, we don't know that. We don't know if this person has ties to Cobb County. We do know now that he has some military ties, so that was some new information that we just got within the last hour.
Yes, we can confirm that he joined the Coast Guard in July of 2018. He served as an electrician's mate, second class. He was discharged from active duty in January of 2023. We don't know the specifics about why he was discharged, but we are digging on that right now. 11 Alive reporter Cody Alcorn has been working all his sources nonstop for the last few hours. Cody, any insights about where we are and perhaps where this investigation goes next?
Well, I can tell you it's a crime scene here behind me at the hospital where this shooting unfolded. I just talked to a nurse. She was not even scheduled to be here today. Someone called in, so she showed up to take over for that shift. She was just allowed back inside to get her belongings, but she did say now their office is a crime scene. Here's what she told me, how this all unfolded. I'm going to step away and let you see what it looks like behind me. She says she was in the back and heard what she described as a pop, pop. She says it stopped, and she kind of questioned herself if that's really what she heard. And then she said seconds later, she heard several more gunshots, and that's when she knew something was happening. She says another employee ran to the back and said active shooter, and they put their protocols into place. She ran straight to the front. When she got to the front of this hospital, she saw 3 victims on the ground. She told me one victim was already dead. One woman had been shot in the face. The other woman shot in her side. She says all she could do at that point was start applying pressure and just try to be there for these women until help arrived. But she does not understand why this happened. She confirmed to me what I was told by another nurse earlier, that this suspect came in with his mother to the hospital here earlier today. His mother has been questioned by police, trying to get a better idea of what happened and what caused this man, Deion Patterson, 24 years old, to pull out a gun and open fire. You have to feel awful for his mother. I'm sure this is not what she was expecting when she brought him in today. And as you mentioned, there's 5 families out there right now who got that call this morning. And for one of them, it was a call they never wanted to hear, that their loved one was killed. She did tell me that at least 2 of those 3 victims she saw in the front office here were not employees. They were just people here at the hospital. She did not know about the third, and she did not have any information on the other 2 victims. She did not see them when she came up to the front. But again, here at the hospital, it is now a crime scene. Homicide is inside. They are working this scene. It's a large one there. And again, they just escorted staff back in to get their belongings, so a lot of these people can collect everything and go home and start to unwind, because right now it's probably still not clear what all unfolded. It was a rough day for them. The nurse I talked to, as I mentioned, she wasn't even supposed to be here. It was not her assignment today. She just showed up to help out a friend, and then a mass shooting happened inside her office. The focus right now for the crews that are not here is, of course, the manhunt, and we do want to throw it back to the desk now to get ready for our newscast.
All right, Cody, thank you so much. If you are just joining us, we are following breaking news. A shooting suspect still on the loose tonight following a shooting in Midtown. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Savannah Levins.
And I'm Cheryl Preheim. Take a look at your screen. This is the suspect, 24-year-old Deion Patterson. 11 Live's Cody Alcorn reporting he originally arrived at an urgent care and family medicine facility on West Peachtree in Midtown with his mother. There were gunshots shortly before 1 p.m. One person is dead, 4 other women hurt and taken to the hospital. Again, the shooter is still on the loose right now. We have confirmed Patterson was in the U.S. Coast Guard and discharged in January of this year.
Yeah, that information from the Coast Guard coming in just within the last hour. We're working to learn why that discharge happened. And we have live team coverage spread out throughout the city tonight. We begin with John Sherrick, who is live in Cobb County. John, where this search right now is kind of being focused in on.
Much of the search is focused right now in the Cumberland, Smyrna, Battery area of Truist Park. We are at Truist Park here, as you can see, just outside the Delta parking lot outside Truist Park. And you can see Cobb County police cars are here. They are inside. What they've been doing is going through these parking decks around Truist Park, looking for possibly a car that maybe the suspect drove to this area. They had certain tips, and we're going to throw it back. We'll get back to you later on the search.
About Grady EMS to our trauma center. At the present time, one is still in the operating room. The other patient is coming out of the operating room. We have one patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, which was completed. They will have additional studies done, and one patient remains stable in the trauma center.
Can you explain what interventional radiology means?
Sure. Certainly have certain types of injuries, particularly vascular injuries. Sometimes we're able to go to radiology rather than the operating room to repair that injury or take care of it. So it's still an invasive procedure. It's usually done under anesthesia, but it is in a different area of the hospital, not in the main operating room.
Earlier today, you
can you repeat the condition of 4 people that were brought in?
Sure. So we had 4 people brought in by EMS. Of those, one is still in the operating room, probably the most seriously injured. Another patient just got out of the operating room and is doing well. We had a third patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, and they will have to have additional procedures to follow up. And then the final patient is still in the trauma center, probably does not require surgery and is doing well.
Were they shot multiple times? Can you talk about where and how they were shot?
Well, I don't know how many times each one was shot. Really because of patient confidentiality, I don't want to get into the nature of the wounds. I think that would be a little unusual.
Were any of these cases particularly challenging for the surgeons?
Well, two of them were particularly serious, the ones that went to the operating room. And the one in the interventional radiology was in critical condition too. So all three of those are very serious injuries.
And can you once again describe what would make you go to the interventional radiology versus the regular trauma area?
If it is primarily an injury to the blood vessels, we're frequently able to take care of that in interventional radiology as opposed to having to open the patient up in an operating room. Interventional radiology is where you go in through the blood vessels using special catheters and are able to take care of the injury that way.
Can you talk about the flow of patients, maybe not specifically with this case, but the flow of patients coming into the ED and then moving throughout the hospital to ORs and other places?
Right. So in this particular case, as I said, Grady EMS brought all 4 patients here. They arrived within 20-30 minutes of each other. We were already prepared in the trauma center. We had trauma surgeons, nurses, all the staff ready. So as soon as they came into the trauma center, they were put into a trauma room and were treated immediately. 2 of those were taken immediately up to the operating room. We had the operating rooms open and ready, so they went directly from the emergency department to the operating room. The other one went straight from the emergency room to the interventional radiology suite. None of them were delayed by more than any time at all because we were ready for them immediately.
For the patient who's still in the operating room, how long has that surgery been?
It's been going on a number of hours. I don't know, it's probably about 3 or 4 hours.
Were all 4 of them shot? Their injuries were all gunshot?
Yes, they were all gunshot wounds.
And you mentioned earlier this afternoon that there were at least 2 families here. Have the 4 families arrived?
I haven't checked back to the emergency department to see. Hopefully they have arrived.
So it's fair to say 3 are still in
Pardon?
3 are still in critical condition?
Yes.
And 3 are in critical, the 4th
The 4th is stable.
Can you talk about the next steps, what these next few hours look like for the medical teams taking care of them?
So obviously we've got to finish the surgery on the one patient who's still in the operating room. They will go to the surgery intensive care unit. The other patient who finished surgery will go to the intensive care unit. The one who went to the interventional radiology suite is in the intensive care unit. So all 3 of those are either in the intensive care unit or will be going there afterwards because they are still critically ill. They will be treated by the trauma surgeons who staff the critical care units.
And you said earlier that you were totally prepared for this. Did everything go smoothly from the hospital then as things as far as responding?
It went incredibly smoothly, and I cannot be more proud of the performance of all of the staff at Grady. From the surgeons, we had EVS ready, so we had everyone there. We had chaplains ready to deal with the patients and their families. So by the time they arrived, we were fully staffed. We had empty rooms waiting. It was absolutely seamless. I cannot be more proud of the way Grady handled this.
Thank you guys. That's it for now. We'll keep you updated. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jansen.
Thank you.
You've been listening to Chief Medical Officer Dr. Robert Jansen talking about Grady Hospital being trained for these specific instances. It's a level 1 trauma center, which means the most serious cases go to Grady. They went on a mass casualty event mode, expecting 12 patients. They received 4. And you might be wondering why, when this happens in a medical facility, they get transferred to Grady. Well, that's why, because Grady is ready for these types of scenarios specifically. specifically.
At the drop of the hat, they were ready and prepared to treat up to 12 victims. They said it was 4. And that update, that we were just given, we're now hearing that one person is stable. So that's good news. One person just got out of surgery and appears to be doing well. Another is still in surgery. They kind of indicated probably a long road ahead for that person.
Sure.
And another one critical as well.
And I think that's notable because we are almost 5 hours out from the shooting and someone's still in surgery. So we're thinking about all the families and loved ones connected to these women this evening.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Midtown Atlanta, where this all started at 12:08 this afternoon. We're going to go to Cobb County instead. John Schierick is in Cobb County, where the focus of the search is right now. Police really descending on that area you're in around Cobb Galleria.
Right now we're at the Battery at Truist Park, and you can see behind me Cobb County police cars are here just outside the Delta parking lot next to Truist Park. They have this Battery area, Truist Park area, basically surrounded. Every exit and every entrance to the parking decks blocked by Cobb County police. They are searching these parking decks, searching for the suspect, searching perhaps for the car that maybe he took to get to this area. They believe he is in this area of Smyrna, the Battery, Truist Park, across I-285 to the Galleria Office Park and Cumberland Mall area. Police have been on both sides of 285 searching for the person that they think might be here who is responsible for the shootings in Midtown Atlanta. This area has been flooded with police, Cobb County police, for the past 60 to 90 minutes. From about the time that Atlanta police lifted the shelter-in-place order in Midtown Atlanta, that's when police began to focus their efforts here in the Smyrna area, the Cumberland area of Cobb County. Right now, there is no blockade, if you will, of any passing traffic. The areas here are not locked down as such, but police do have this area of the Battery and Truist Park surrounded as they continue to search for their suspect. And we see police cars right up and down US 41 and I-75 and 285 going to other locations where they think they might need reinforcements to pursue this search. But right now, this is the situation in Cobb County as they search for the suspect.
A lot of people in that area of Vinings, Cumberland, Truist Park, Cobb Galleria, kind of on pins and needles right now as the search is focused there. Thank you, John Schierick. 10 miles away is where everything started in Midtown Atlanta just after lunch. Karis Belger has new information in from Atlanta Police. Karis?
So we heard from them a little over an hour ago, not only Chief Shearbaum with Atlanta Police, but also Mayor Andre Dickens. They say around 12:08 is when this happened. It happened in the waiting room on the 11th floor of the Northside Medical Center here in Midtown. As you mentioned, there were 5 people who were shot. One woman was pronounced dead at the scene. Right now, we have police who are just going through the streets, starting to go in and still process everything, but also still trying to direct all that backed up traffic that was here for hours. We do understand multiple agencies were involved with this effort, not just Atlanta Police, the GBI, Fulton County Sheriff. We saw multiple SWAT vehicles, also Georgia Tech Police as well. Here's a little bit of what Chief Shearbaum had to say earlier when he gave an update along with the mayor.
And this is a very active search. We are following up on credible leads that are currently active in Cobb County, as well as some that are right here in the city. We have been joined by multiple jurisdictions. We have the Sheriff of Fulton County that is here right now, that's been working alongside our department, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State University PD, MARTA PD, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as the Atlanta Public Schools Police are all actively involved searching as we speak. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female.
And I do understand that Mayor Andre Dickens is reaching out to the families of all of those who were hurt, and we are hoping to get some more updates from Atlanta police as well. But right now, we understand that there are some hospital employees who are just now being able to go in the building and get their belongings. Earlier when I was out, they had just been released. This was about 2 hours ago. They had been told to leave the building and leave the area. Now they are able to finally gather their things. One woman I overheard talking to her husband, trying to give him directions to find her because she didn't have anything on her except her cell phone, and she's just trying to get home. So you can imagine how chaotic it was for a lot of the people in this area, not just those inside some of the buildings, but also the people who were driving through this area. As I mentioned, everything's still being processed right now by police. We're seeing investigators walk up and down the street. I will continue to keep you updated. We'll bring you more information as it becomes available. Guys?
A tough and scary day for so many people. Karis, thank you. And once again, we're talking about 5 victims here. 1 has died. The other 4 rushed to the hospital. We now want to check in with Bobeth Yates, who is outside Grady Memorial Hospital. She's been getting updates all over the past few hours from the hospital where those victims are, Bobeth.
Well, one of those updates just occurred not even 5 minutes ago, and what we're told by the chief medical officer here at Grady is that the condition is, situations are improving for these victims. Now, 4 people were transported here, one of them in stable condition and was treated in the emergency room. The other 3 were in critical condition. Now, of those 3, 1 is now being released from their surgery and then being transported to the intensive care unit. Now, 2 other victims that were in critical condition, one of them still in surgery, and another one also who was treated in the radiology intensive intervention unit is also being transferred to the intensive care unit. So all the 3 critical condition people will be transferred to the intensive care unit at some point. They say they're not over the hill just yet. They said intensive care is still one of those areas where the critical things can critically turn. But again, they said the surgery went well for all of those that were in surgery, or the one that is still currently in surgery. That surgery is still going well. And what they tell me that they are proud of all of the staff here at Grady, not just because of the surgeries, but because there was a point where they had to implement their mass shooting protocols. That meant clearing out space for potential victims. That meant making sure all of the hospital personnel, from the chaplain to the surgeons, were ready to take in any kind of trauma victim. Now, take a listen of what they said to me earlier today about how they were preparing for those victims coming in.
Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared. We were anticipating up to 12 patients.
Instead of 12, they only got 4 patients. Again, of the 4, 1 is in stable condition, was treated in the emergency room. The other 3 were in critical condition. One of those critical condition patients is being released from their surgery, will be transferred to the intensive care unit. The other 2 will be then transferred to the intensive care unit. Again, officials are saying that this does not mean that they're over the hill and out of the woods. They said the intensive care unit is still for victims that are at high risk and in critical condition, but they're going to continue to monitor everything. And again, officials here at Grady say they are proud of what staff did to prepare and for those surgeries. Those victims' ages range from 71 to 25. So right now they're still fighting for their lives, and we're told some of the family members are inside with their loved ones waiting for updates. And of course, we will be out here waiting for updates. Grady says they'll continue to provide updates every time something significant occurs. We're assuming that next one is the second surgery that is currently in progress, that will get an update when that individual is out of surgery. But I'll send that back to you in the studio.
All right, Bobeth, you mentioned the loved ones and family members there. We're thinking about all of them in so many ways. This is the beginning of the journey. Tracy McPeer has been in Midtown for the past several hours talking with workers at that Northside medical facility. Tracy, I keep thinking about these are employees who have committed to taking care of people for a living, and then you have people who were there to be taken care of around lunchtime, never expecting anything like this could possibly happen in a waiting room.
That's right, and we've been here at 14th and Spring Street for the past 4 hours while police from all different jurisdictions search for the shooter. But if you look behind me right now, it's a much different scene right now. The streets are now completely clear of police vehicles that had lined the streets, completely blocking it off. 14th Street between Spring and West Peachtree is now wide open. Now, many police cars left in a rush earlier to search for the suspect elsewhere, but this scene just cleared completely in the last 3 minutes. Now, many of the people we talked to left for lunch and came back to an active shooter investigation going on. Others were locked down inside of their building. Now, we even talked to a surgeon, which, as you said, he went to work and he started operating on a patient on the 12th floor. That's 1 floor above where the shooting happened.
Heard something going on, but it wasn't really affecting us, so we just kind of proceeded like normal. And then we completed the operation, but by the time we came out, we heard that we couldn't leave the floor.
Dr. Timothy Simon says once they realized what happened, they sheltered in place, and he tells me it took hours for police to go floor by floor and room by room to clear them to leave.
I was actually in the room off to myself, and then I came up to the window, and next thing I know, they were like, put your hands up, and I was like, okay. and then I just kind of followed the directions. Yeah, they were trying to secure each floor, and so they secured the floor and tried to make sure that they accounted for anyone that was moving that they hadn't known, and then once they did that, then they escorted us out safely.
Now, when we talked to Simons, he was actually walking down the street trying to reach where his wife was coming to pick him up. He says that his car was still in the garage, so he couldn't get to it. Now, of course, throughout the day, we talked to tons of people who were out here on this corner waiting to get back into their buildings, waiting to try to get their car keys that were inside their offices, or waiting to even reach their cars. It was hours that they stood out here waiting to hear what was going on. Had they found the shooter? Was it safe to get back in? Of course, this was all completely blocked off. No cars were passing through here except for police vehicles for hours and hours. Of course, that just opened up, as I said, just a few minutes before we went live. So it's a much different scene here as police are, of course, searching for the suspect and for the shooter elsewhere. This street is now completely cleared of people who were waiting around. Hopefully they all got home safe. Back to you.
Tracy, just stops you in your tracks to hear the perspective from the surgeon and all that's unfolding in that medical center as he is performing surgery.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Some heroes there.
Tracy, thank you. Cody, I want to talk to you in just a minute about some of the accounts you've heard from witnesses too, but we have an update from Northside Hospital that we want to mention, saying that Northside Medical Midtown is going to be closed tomorrow, May 4th. All patient appointments are canceled. Absolutely understandable in light of all that has happened there today.
And Cody, you've been working your sources for the past several hours trying to get us new information. Where do things stand right now? What have you learned?
Well, right now, obviously, all attention is on finding this suspect. But here behind me at Northside, it's a homicide scene. They had multiple victims, so they have quite a lot of work ahead of them. And I've talked to several nurses. I've not put the camera in their face. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm just trying to get their accounts to share with you off camera, because a lot of them were taken just in front of me here to a real estate office where they were interviewed by police for the last couple of hours. They've been released slowly, some of them getting back into Northside to get their belongings so they can head home. And one story that really hit me was a woman I saw earlier. I've kind of talked back and forth with her. I got back on the scene and she gave me her perspective. She wasn't even supposed to be at work today. One of the other nurses called in, so she showed up here at Northside. She said she was in the back of the office, and all of a sudden this morning she heard a pop and then another pop. And she said at first she didn't think that's what it could be, and then all of a sudden she heard pop, pop, pop. And she said someone ran back to her and said active shooter, and they have a code for that, and they went into protocol. She ran to the front where that waiting room was. She said when she got there, one woman was already dead. They're on the floor. She saw another woman shot in the face. An elderly woman was also shot in the side. She said all she could do at that point was to help them, apply pressure to their wounds so they could get EMS up there and get them over to Grady. And she says it's just one of those moments where it's still not set in with her. I kind of watched her kind of walk in the streets, and all of these nurses they've been hugging, and doctors, because again, yes, the patients that were shot, that I'm told were patients, their families now are dealing with this. But for everyone in this hospital, it's going to take some time to really walk through what happened and then to deal with that. And for that woman, again, she wasn't even supposed to be here today. She just was filling in for a coworker. But that's just some of the perspectives we're getting from inside this office. The other thing I heard from another nurse was that they saw the suspect and his mom walk in this morning. They said when they walked in, they had already been bickering about something. They didn't really understand what was happening. But then the next thing they know, he was firing his weapon. His mom, obviously we've been reporting this, was not one of the victims here. She was taken out by police. She's being interviewed because what they're trying to figure out is what triggered this. What were they doing here this morning? And then how can they get him to give himself up? Because at the end of the day, they want no one else hurt, including him. Because at this point, this man has nothing left to lose, and he knows that. So a lot of investigations going on here at the same time. One, trying to figure out the background of this man. An investigation behind me. They have a homicide investigation on their hands. And then, of course, the manhunt that's underway right now. But when you talk to these nurses, again, you really get that perspective of just, how scary it was. But they're heroes because they ran towards the front and they helped these victims not knowing really what was going on. They followed those protocols, and it sounds like they did everything they could to save those patients who were shot this morning here at Northside.
Wow. I mean, you're just speechless hearing those stories. Not only are they everyday heroes, as are everyone in the medical community, but to do that and respond that way is truly, truly incredible. Cody, thank you for those reports.
And I just want to say I appreciate Cody's sensitivity. Even to all the nurses have been through today. It's incredible to hear their account through Cody, and that's a pretty, impactful update for sure. We want to continue our team coverage now with Doug Richards, who's also in Midtown Atlanta.
Yeah, Doug, you've also been speaking with, I'm sure, people who have been coming out of these buildings. What have you learned? Who have you spoken with? And what have you gleaned about what happened today?
Well, what we've seen here is that the police presence outside of Northside Midtown's Medical Center is still considerable. There's crime scene tape right behind me. Behind that, there are 24 or more police officers, many of them outside, you can see, but if you were actually to go beyond the glass doors into the lobby there, you would also see more crime scene tape and more police officers inside. A minute ago, we saw crime scene investigators come out with the types of paper bags that are used to gather and transport evidence from crime scenes. They brought that stuff outside through those doors, put them in a police transport, and took it presumably to the Atlanta Police Crime Lab. A few minutes ago, we spoke with a young woman who was a contractor who was supposed to come to work here right around the time the shooting happened, and here's what she described.
You hear about stuff like this all the time, but you definitely don't think, you'll be caught up in it. And I'm very thankful that I wasn't, inside the building. Thankful that everybody that I knew that was inside the building made it out. So it's definitely a traumatizing situation for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's really crazy. Living in Atlanta, we definitely hear of things like this happening all the time. It's, when I pulled into the garage, I saw the fire trucks and everything on the other entrance side and thought nothing of it. I was like, I bet something's going on. And when I got to the elevator and it wouldn't let me buzz in, I was like, there must be like a fire drill or something happening. It didn't even cross my mind.
So she left the building, returned home. Meantime, we're still seeing what appear to be hospital workers outside the building, still trying to get in, still trying to get their belongings that they had left inside. Remember this happened around lunchtime, so a lot of people were churning through the building, going in and out. These folks trying to get back in, many of them trying to get home as this drama in Midtown continues to unfold. Live in Midtown, Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Thank you, Doug. So it started at Northside Hospital at 12:08, 5 hours and 20 minutes later. The search for 24-year-old Deion Patterson is intense and focused in the area of Cobb County around Truist Park.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here, a lot of moving scenes as well. So we want to bring in Andrew Wilson now, who is kind of breaking down a timeline for us of these events that have been unfolding. Andrew.
Yeah, Savannah and Cheryl, this has been quite an event as we've made
mean, as we've tracked throughout the day, as it all started right there around 12:08 p.m. That's going to be when the first call came in saying that there was an active shooting going on at West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Street. We later found out that was Northside Hospital. Police say that then the suspect, Deion Patterson, made his way somewhere around this region, and then eventually he allegedly carjacked somebody at William Street and 14th Street. Right after that occurred, it seems he's made his way up towards the Cobb County area, right around the Vinings, Cumberland, Battery area. That's where police are currently doing a large-scale search to see if he's in that region. They have a reason to believe that he may be up into that area, it seems. And we've seen a lot of police presence, especially there along Windy Ridge and right at Heritage Court, right into this region. We have a live view of right at that spot from one of our Georgia Department of Transportation cameras. This is actually right where we saw a lot of those police running out of that kind of construction area that we were looking at earlier on this afternoon. Still a lot of police in that region keeping a close eye on things. And you see that some streets, that's a Windy Ridge Parkway right through there, some streets are closed off. So if you need to get through Windy Ridge Parkway, know that you're going to have to find an alternate route around there if you're traveling in the Battery area. Definitely an area that you want to be taking it easy around. Give these emergency crews room while they're trying to find this suspect, Deion Patterson, and try to make sure that they can get everything safe in that area. So another wide look at things shows that the shooting again started at about 12:08 p.m. right there at West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Street, and then right there pretty much a block and a half away is where the carjacking occurred, and now that current search area again on the northwest side. So we're just going to have to continue to keep a close eye on things. Again, give those emergency crews room as they continue to try to find this suspect.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much for that report. Now, if you are just now joining us, we are following breaking news. A shooting suspect still on the loose tonight following a shooting in Midtown.
It happened at the north side Midtown location, happening around lunchtime. We've been bringing you live coverage since 12:45. The search now active in Cobb County. Take a look at your screen here. This is the man police are looking for, considered armed and dangerous, 24-year-old Deion Patterson. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn reporting he originally arrived at an urgent care and family medicine facility on West Peachtree in Midtown with his mother. Police confirmed a shooting happened on the 11th floor inside that location for Northside Hospital. Gunshots were reported 12:08 according to Atlanta police. One person is dead, a 38-year-old woman. 4 other women were hurt and rushed to Grady Hospital, which is a level 1 trauma center. We've confirmed Patterson was in the U.S. Coast Guard and discharged in January of this year. We don't know why. We're digging more into his background. Again, he was at Northside Midtown with his mother. We can confirm from Atlanta police that his mother and family have been cooperating in the investigation and this ongoing intense search that's happening as we speak.
And police still don't know any motive, no connection between the 5 victims. They're still working this at this time. And just minutes ago, we got some video into our newsroom from our viewer, Marcus. Marcus taking this video over that initial scene in Midtown when everyone was rushed inside, told to shelter in place. You can see more than a dozen emergency vehicles there. They really had people staying away from windows. They were asking people not to leave any buildings. They were locking doors. It was really quite incredible how quickly the streets of Midtown were cleared out.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens talked about being on the phone with the governor, senators, congressional delegations, even the White House about this mass shooting in Midtown today. He talked to Reverend Warnock, of course, Senator Reverend Warnock, who was on the floor at the moment, and talked to the Senate floor about his perspective as a senator, as a reverend, and as a father.
My own 2 children were on lockdown this afternoon. I have 2 small children, and their schools were on lockdown responding to this tragedy. They are there, I'm here, hoping and praying that they are safe. But the truth is, none of us is safe. As a pastor, I'm praying for those who are affected by this tragedy, but I hasten to say that thoughts and prayers are not enough. And in fact, it is a contradiction to say that you are thinking and praying and then do nothing. It is to make a mockery of prayer. It is to trivialize faith. We pray not only with our lips, we pray with our legs. We pray by taking action. And still there are those who want to convince us that this is the cost of freedom. To them, we have to say no.
So many parents in the same situation as Senator Reverend Warnock today. Karis Belger is live in Midtown where this all started. Karis, schools were on lockdown, daycares were on lockdown. Tens of thousands of people in that area where you are right now could not leave their condo, their places of business, restaurants. It has impacted so many people in our city and now people in Cobb County as the search continues.
And speaking of other people on lockdown, there were people in buildings and workplaces. In fact, I spoke with a Whole Foods employee who said he came into his shift at 12:30 and immediately his bosses told him to stay away from the windows and to stay in a tight and close space because they did not know what was happening. They only knew that they could not leave the building. He said he was in there for 3 hours before he was finally told to go home as a safety precaution. Just to set the scene for you, there were police cars all over the place, blocking off at least 2 blocks from the medical center where I am now. And it wasn't just Atlanta police. There were Fulton County Sheriff's deputies. There was Georgia Tech police. There were SWAT team members, officials from everywhere. And we heard earlier from Atlanta Police Chief Shearbaum that they are now working with Cobb County officials as well. But these streets were completely blocked at one point. There were officers directing traffic as the streets continued to be closed. Right now, we know that some hospital workers are only now being able to go into Northside Medical, get some of their belongings, and finally go home. Earlier, just as I mentioned, we heard from Atlanta Police Chief Shearbaum. Here's just a little bit of what he told us what happened earlier.
And this is a very active search. We are following up on credible leads that are currently active in Cobb County, as well as some that are right here in the city. We have been joined by multiple jurisdictions. We have the Sheriff of Fulton County that is here right now, that's been working alongside our department, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State University PD, MARTA PD, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as the Atlanta Public Schools Police are all actively involved searching as we speak. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female.
And one thing Chief Shearbaum and the mayor of Atlanta, Mayor Andre Dickens, wanted to make sure was reiterated is that this suspect is considered dangerous. If you see him, you should not approach. You should immediately call 911. Again, do not approach if you see the suspect. Right now, still quite a bit of confusion as people are just now being able to walk the streets and drive the streets as things are opening up after being shut down for 4 hours. We're going to continue to stay here and get as much information as possible and keep you all updated. Guys.
Yeah, and Karis, Atlanta Police also emphasizing they're offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to Deion's capture. And 4 of those victims rushed to Grady Hospital being treated as we speak. Our Bobeth Yates is outside of Grady. She's been getting constant updates on the status of those victims. Bobeth, what's the latest?
Oh my God, so all of you are going to want to put the emergency in.
Well, one of the latest updates we just received is that of the 4 people who were transported here, 1 is in stable condition and was treated in the emergency room. The other 3 who were in critical condition, 1 is being removed or just came out of surgery. One more is in surgery. And then the third critical condition victim was treated in the intervention radiology department. Now, all of these critical condition victims had gunshot wounds. Officials tell me that they were treating them for some sort of gunshot wound. Now, all of them just take a listen to the update from what officials told us earlier. You can take a listen right now.
So obviously we've got to finish the surgery on the one patient who's still in the operating room. They will go to the surgery intensive care unit. The other patient who finished surgery will go to the intensive care unit. The one who went to the interventional radiology suite is in the intensive care unit. So all three of those are either in the intensive care unit or will be going there afterwards because they are still critically ill. By the time they arrived, we were fully staffed. We had empty rooms waiting. It was absolutely seamless. I cannot be more proud of the way Grady handled this.
Now, officials again saying those four victims, those three victims, I should say, that were in critical condition are still not out of the woods, even though they're being transported to the intensive care unit. That is the highest level of care, and they will be treated by trauma nurses and trauma surgeons in that area to make sure they actually get over this injury. Again, all three victims, one is that was in critical condition, one is still in surgery, the other two being transported to the intensive care. Now, officials say one thing was important is the victim that was treated in the intervention radiology department, they were treated there because of the type of injury they said they had. They said sometimes when a blood vessel is injured or in some way impacted, sometimes it's easier to be treated in that area. So we do know that whatever injury that individual had to do with a major blood vessel. The other two victims that was in surgery, one being released from surgery going to the intensive care, and the other one should be released shortly from their surgery. But of course, we'll be out here getting more updates. Another thing we did find out about all of these victims was that they were again in the waiting room, and all women ranging from ages 71 to 25 years old. So we're waiting on more updates on trying to figure out which age belongs to which victim and which injury those victims sustained. Of course, we will be out here and getting more updates and bringing them to you as we have them. Sending it back to you in the studio now.
Goes without saying that we're thinking of those four women and everyone who loves them. That's a 5-hour surgery and counting, so that speaks to how critical that one woman is. Bobeth, thank you. Tracy McPeer has been in Midtown for the past several hours talking with workers at the medical facility. You've been talking to witnesses, also reporting as a mom who had children in lockdown. This is impacting people in so many ways today, Tracy.
That's right, but right now 14th Street and Spring Street is a much different scene. Police vehicles had lined the street and it was locked down, that entire block, for hours on end. Of course, they opened it up just about 35 minutes ago. Cars are freely going through. People are finally leaving the buildings for the end of the day, many of them locked in the buildings. Of course, many of the people we talked to left to go to lunch, not knowing, of course, what would happen, coming back to an active shooter situation, standing on the street, not able to get back in to get their keys, to get their car. Others had their cars locked inside a garage. Of course, we also spoke to a surgeon who started operating on a man, and while he was in the operating room, heard a commotion, later finding out it was the shooter, one floor below where he was. Of course, once he finished that, they were all in lockdown as well. It took him hours to also be released. His wife had to come and pick him up. Now, other people that we talked to, a group was leaving. It was one of the later groups we saw leaving, walking down the street. They tell me that they only came into this area to grab a quick lunch, but they were walking by the medical building when alarms started going off. They heard it, not knowing what it was, then heard it was an active shooter. They were shuffled into a cafeteria where they tell me they stayed stuck, kind of hiding down for hours. They finally left as well. And of course, you mentioned coming at this as a reporter, but also know, as a mom, I'm all day looking at my phone, as many parents were doing throughout the day, hearing that their children's schools were on lockdown. Then the later emails came that finally carpool would go on, and then every after-school activity that we're involved in was also called off. So, I mean, the ramifications, of course, these are so trivial compared to people who actually were injured in this, but it goes far and wide. And of course, by searching for that suspect, that range of who's affected gets larger and larger. Of course, the street here was filled up, and it was blocked with so many different police agencies who responded to look for the shooter. MARTA police, also we had state troopers, we had Atlanta police, and then throughout the day, as the suspect was spotted and they considered it a credible situation, they would rush off, and so that gave people hope that maybe this time they will find him and get him in custody. Of course, right now it looks normal here, but it's far from normal. Of course, as people are leaving, going home, what they experienced here, whether they were in that building or not, will affect them for a long time. Back to you.
Yeah, Tracy, we know a lot of that search has shifted from where you are in Midtown to Cobb County now, where we're told the focus is when it comes to this search. And John Sherrick is live there now. John, I just saw that Cobb County Police said they're about to update media there in Cobb County. But what are you seeing there, and what have you learned so far?
They are about to give us a briefing, perhaps within about 30 minutes. Of course, we'll bring that to you live when they do speak with us. Right now, we're at another location where Cobb County Police are searching for this suspect. This is an apartment complex just off of Highway 41, immediately to the west of the Battery and Truist Park. Police have this entrance and exit blocked. They are going through the apartment complex, searching for perhaps places where this suspect might be hiding. As vehicles come in, they're allowed to go in, but as they leave, and as one leaves here, you might be able to see it, police are searching every single vehicle that leaves. They're opening the trunks, opening the backs of these vehicles, making sure there is no one inside other than the person who is driving. Cobb County Police have been searching throughout this area, at the Battery, at Truist Park, in the parking decks around there, at the Galleria Center just across I-285, and the parking decks there, at the Cumberland Mall area, throughout this area of Smyrna in Cobb County. Cobb County Police have been taking the lead in searching every possible place where they believe the suspect might be, and we may learn more, perhaps within about 30 minutes, when Cobb County Police are able to brief us about the extent of their search, the nature of their search, where they are searching, what kind of tips they're receiving, just what kind of leads they're receiving that might explain why they are focusing so heavily on this area of Smyrna.
John, thanks a lot. You know, just to connect the dots for people between this Midtown location and where you are right now is just moments after the shooting, APD says there was a carjacking. They believe that the suspect took a car from Midtown and drove to Cobb County. Cobb County recovered that car, still searching for the suspect. And there has been a flurry of police activity. We want to have you take a look at your screen now. This is an example of what we've been seeing. There was a moment about an hour and a half ago where dozens of police officers came running out of that construction site near Truist Park, all carrying weapons, jumping into vehicles. Police officers and SWAT members from various agencies all jumping in their cars, peeling out, heading in one direction as they were getting tips and information. We did hear from Cobb County they had a number of false alarms. Nothing had panned out, but this really speaks to the intensity of the search that continues now in Cobb County.
And there are still so many big questions, namely and particularly why Cobb County? What tip led them there? What information led them there? We don't fully know that yet. We do want to bring in Cody Alcorn, who's been working his sources for the past several hours trying to piece this puzzle together, Cody. So let's start with that question, if you don't mind. Do we know anything about why the focus is now kind of on Cobb County?
Well, I will tell you, there have been a lot of false calls, a lot of sightings that have not been this individual, but the one piece of information we've all gotten, my source told me, I know some other sources have told some colleagues of ours, is that there was a carjacking shortly after this shooting, and the focus did go to Cobb County, so it's still believed that could have been this suspect is how they got to Cobb County. But again, it doesn't really make sense as to what led that man there unless he has ties there, he's from there. But begs the question then, why did his mom bring him here to Northside Hospital earlier today? So I think that's the $1 million question is, is this guy just desperate and just trying to get away? I don't have that answer. I think APD and other agencies are trying to figure that out right now. I know, they have his mom. They are questioning her, trying to figure out where is he going and probably why is he going in that direction.
No doubt, Cody, and of course the more time that passes, the more challenging it gets because time equals geography. We're almost up to 6 hours now. He could cover a lot of ground if he wanted to go much further than Cobb County, but they have to focus on the area that they know about. You've talked to a lot of witnesses. You've talked to people who were inside the waiting room at the time of the shooting, people that police investigators have talked to as well.
Yeah, that's right. I got down here earlier today and I didn't realize where I was standing at the moment, but I was actually outside the doors where these staff members and these patients were actually being interviewed by Atlanta police. I didn't have a camera. I didn't put a camera in their face. I just kind of waited around and just casually talked to them. I told them who I was. And then once I came back down to the area, they opened up about what happened. And you could tell they were still in shock. But from my understanding and what I've been told by several of these employees inside Northside is that this suspect came to Northside with his mom. Now, one nurse said they found it odd, him being 24 years old, and he had to come with his mother, and that made them believe maybe there was something with mental health here. But that's not confirmed. They said there was some bickering between the mom and this suspect, but they don't understand what escalated that bickering into this man allegedly pulling out a gun and shooting these 5 women. A lot of things don't make sense about this. They were also on the 11th floor of this facility. So, to pull this off, to get down 11 floors in an elevator, out the door, carjack somebody possibly, and get out of the city, I'll tell you, a lot of people are surprised that this suspect is still on the run this long after the shooting with all the resources that have been going in to track this guy down.
Cody, that is a really good point, frankly, that, 11 floors they had to get down from the moment, and it does seem like the response was relatively quick, but we were talking how it's just a needle in a haystack when you're talking about a huge metropolitan area with so many people.
No doubt. In fact, one of the first images we saw of the suspected gunman, Cody, was an image that looked to be inside an elevator, and his mask was off, and if you wonder, in retrospect, was that on his way down? All of these pieces to the puzzle, you hope, then come together for investigators to find him. Cody, they say he's still armed and dangerous. They're very concerned. They want to make sure nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, and they have a $10,000 reward out for any information leading to his arrest. And I'll tell you, the public's been great. They've been getting a lot of calls. I know a lot of those are false calls, but at least people are paying attention and looking out for this guy. And I will tell you this as well. I mean, it doesn't seem like this guy showed up to the hospital today just to carry out a shooting. That's at least the perspective I'm getting from talking to people inside the hospital, that, he was brought here by his mom for some reason, and it seems like the shooting was secondary. But, why did he have a weapon on him? What kind of weapon to carry off this type of shooting? Because I talked to the nurse who I talked about early on at 5 o'clock that, she was in the back and she heard a pop, pop. It kind of stopped, and then it was a pop, pop, pop. So, that's another question. Did he come here with that intention, or was he having a mental health crisis? His mom brought him here. Maybe she didn't know he was armed with a weapon. So you got to feel for his mother as well. I'm sure this is not how she expected her day to go with her son, who maybe she was bringing him here to get some help. Again, that is just by theory, but from talking to the nurses, it's not as if he came right into their office and just started opening fire immediately.
Cody Alcorn, appreciate the insight and all the information, and we do want to mention that the police chief did say that the suspect's mother and family has been cooperating throughout the course of the day.
And really, I mean, this is happening in the middle of the lunchtime rush hour, first of all, and now moving into the after work rush hour in Cobb County. This has impacted so many roads, so many people. Andrew Wilson joining us now to kind of break down the timeline of those impacts, Andrew.
Yeah, Savannah, I mean, this has been a long-going incident. I mean, we started here at 12:08 p.m. That was going to be right on West Peachtree Street. That's going to be when the first call came in about the shooting taking place right between 12th and 13th Street there on West Peachtree Street. And at first we thought it was just in that area, and then we found out that it was right there at that Northside Hospital location. Police then were kind of looking through this area to try to find out where the suspect may be, and then they believe that Deion Patterson allegedly carjacked somebody at Williams and 14th. You can see how close these are together. So he quickly made his way, looks like somewhere around this area, somewhere either up West Peachtree or over on 13th up to Spring Street, over towards 14th and then Williams Street. And then he made his way up the interstate up towards the Cobb County area. This is where police believe he may have ended up at. There's a lot of police activity right now around the Battery, around the Vinings area, around Cumberland, and that's where we've seen a lot of police hanging out around the Windy Ridge Parkway area. That's going to be also right at the court that's located right here as well, right around the Battery. That's going to be where we've had a lot of that police activity, including where we had all those police kind of running out of that building that you saw earlier on in our newscast. So again, it started right there around 12:08 p.m. this afternoon. That's going to be right at West Peachtree Street. The carjacking soon after at William Street and 14th. And now that current search area right here on the northwest side. So Windy Ridge Parkway is right now closed off right around the Battery. Try to avoid that area and give emergency crews plenty of room as they continue to search for this suspect.
All right, thank you, Andrew. We want to reset here if you are just joining us. We are following breaking news. A shooting suspect, a mass shooting suspect, still on the loose tonight following a shooting in Midtown.
In a medical facility in the north side Midtown location around lunchtime. We've been bringing you uninterrupted live coverage since 12:45 as the search continues right now for the man police say shot 5 women. One of them died. This is who they're looking for. This is 24-year-old Deion Patterson. 11 Live's Cody Alcorn reporting that he originally arrived at the urgent care and family medicine facility on West Peachtree in Midtown with his mother. Atlanta police say shots were fired at 12:08. 1 person is dead, 4 others hurt, 3 in critical condition right now at Grady Hospital. All the victims are women. It happened on the 11th floor inside a medical waiting room. Nurses and lab techs were there as it happened and tried to help the victims. The shooter is still on the loose. Right now, the search is focused in Cobb County, where they believe he went after he carjacked a car in Midtown. We have confirmed Patterson was with the U.S. Coast Guard, discharged in January of this year. We don't know why he was discharged, but Coast Guard confirms that he was part of the Coast Guard since 2018.
And we know the victims range in age from 25 to 71 years old. And just minutes ago, we got some video in from our viewer. A lot of you have been sending us videos from your vantage points. Marcus took this video over that initial scene in Midtown. You can see more than a dozen emergency vehicles there, and perhaps even more notable is the lack of people on the sidewalks or in driving in vehicles, just because there was a shelter in place. In effect, thousands of people told to find cover.
Take a look at this video right outside of Truist Park at a construction site. Dozens of police officers running out, weapons in hand. This really speaks to the intensity of the search as they gathered new information. We're running literally on tips. All of these officers jumping into cars. This was within about the last hour or so, and then screeching down the road to the next location. We have heard from Cobb County and Atlanta PD. They've been getting lots of tips in, some false alarms, but they are following up on every lead, looking for a man they say is armed and dangerous. There is a $10,000 reward for information leading to his capture.
And during this time, a lot of employees, a lot of parents have been getting those texts that you never want to receive, saying that, you know, this business, this condominium, this school is under lockdown, and just kind of a parent's worst nightmare there when you have that feeling of not being able to go pick up your child right away. And Senator Raphael Warnock was one of those parents who got one of those texts while he was on the Senate floor. We recorded that clip, what he had to say today. Take a watch.
My own two children were on lockdown this afternoon. I have two small children, and their schools are on lockdown responding to this tragedy. They are there, I'm here, hoping and praying that they are safe. But the truth is, none of us is safe. As a pastor, I'm praying for those who are affected by this tragedy, but I hasten to say that thoughts and prayers are not enough. And in fact, it is a contradiction to say that you are thinking and praying and then do nothing. It is to make a mockery of prayer. It is to trivialize faith. We pray not only with our lips, we pray with our legs. We pray by taking action. And still there are those who want to convince us that this is the cost of freedom. To them we have to say no.
Senator Warnock talking as a senator, as a father, and as a pastor. And this will be part of a conversation in days to come, but right now the focus is just trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together of what happened, why it happened, and what happens next as this man is still on the run.
Yeah, our Cody Alcorn live now for us. Cody, you've been trying to put those pieces of the puzzle together. You've spoken to people who were witnesses to this horrific shooting. I mean, what have you been able to parse together when it comes to this timeline and this story?
I think this is just one of those cases that, not much could have prevented what happened this morning from what we've been able to gather from nurses who worked in there, from witnesses we've talked to, my colleagues have talked to, that it appears that for some reason this mother brought her 24-year-old son to the 11th floor of Northside Hospital for some type of treatment, to see him for some reason. At some point, there was some bickering going on and shots were fired. And as you mentioned, 5 innocent victims were shot this afternoon in this hospital waiting room. We do know 1 died on the scene. Those other 4 victims at the hospital, 3 in critical condition. So a lot of prayers out for them, and a lot of prayers out for the men and women right now on the ground tracking down this suspect. He's already shot 5 people according to APD. So they are not taking any chances that he is still armed. He's extremely dangerous. In fact, so much so, he has a $10,000 bounty out right now for anyone who sees him to turn him in, because they also don't want this man to hurt himself. We don't know if he's going through a mental health crisis at this point, but obviously something triggered 24-year-old Deion Patterson to have him open fire in this hospital. And we can tell you, state, federal, and local agencies are right now helping AP to track down this man. And the best news could be they put him into custody here sooner rather than later. Back to you.
We'll be hoping for that, Cody. Thank you. We continue to follow this breaking news right now at 6. Want to re-rack things for you. The search still underway for a man accused of killing 1 person and injuring 4 others in Midtown.
Now, at this hour, police are telling us that he started shooting inside of a waiting room at a Northside medical facility. So we want to show you this image once again. We have been showing you this image all evening as we've received it from police, but we want you to take another look. This is the man who police are searching for. He's 24-year-old Deion Patterson, and the search for him started early this afternoon and has now extended all the way out into Cobb County. We know that various law enforcement agencies from across the state and from multiple jurisdictions are now involved in that search as it focuses on Cobb County. We have live team coverage for you tonight, starting with our John Sherrick in Cobb County as the search moved to that area from Midtown. John.
We're at an apartment complex just off of US 41, just west of the Battery and Truist Park. It's called Edison Apartments, and you can see to my left and to my right, lots of Cobb County police cars are here at the entrance and exit to this apartment complex. What police are doing right now, they're inside the apartment complex here just west of the Battery and Truist Park, looking for the suspect, looking perhaps for a car that he might have taken to get to this area from Midtown Atlanta. And as police are letting people in, they are checking every single vehicle that leaves, looking inside the vehicles, looking inside their trunks, opening the backs of the cars. Cobb County Police are expected to give us a briefing soon about the status of their search for this suspect. They have been at the Galleria, they have been at Cumberland Mall, they have been again at the Battery and Truist Park, and here at this apartment complex, which is just across the way from the Battery and Truist Park, where they have been searching intensely. They have the Battery and Truist Park surrounded, checking those parking decks, checking this parking area here at this apartment complex. And again, as you will see, as this vehicle begins to leave, Cobb County Police have been stopping every vehicle and talking to each driver, making sure there's nobody else in the car, or at least establishing that the suspect is not in the vehicle. They open up the trunk, make sure nobody's hiding inside, and the vehicle, the driver, then are on their way. We will continue to monitor this, and when Cobb County Police give us their briefing, that will be the first time we've heard from Cobb County Police about their role in this massive search for the suspect. That should occur in the next few minutes, and we'll bring it to you live.
Yeah, John, so many unanswered questions, particularly and primarily why Cobb County? Why are they there? Why is the search focusing there? We want to go back now to Midtown Atlanta, where all of this, of course, started. Karis Belger has been there for the past several hours and has been getting new information from Atlanta police. Karis, what's the latest update that you have for us?
Well, right now, some of these police cars are starting to clear out as traffic is being let through. Remember, all of these streets were blocked off for several hours today. I did happen to speak with a few nurses who work inside the medical center where this all started. They were a little shaken up. I didn't want to put them on camera. They did tell me that they haven't been able to go in the building to get their belongings yet. Two of them told me they called their husbands to come get them because as far as they know, they can't go in right now to get any of their things. The only people who are being let into the building or near the building are people who have cars in the parking deck. That's what they've told me. As far as police, they say that they are continuing to support other law enforcement agencies. And I want to mention there were several law enforcement agencies involved. Georgia Tech Police, Atlanta Police, Fulton County Sheriff. There were even SWAT teams here, blocking off multiple blocks around the center for days. We're going to continue to get some more info later on. Go to this presser now for you.
Yeah, in just a few moments, they're about to give us an update over in Cobb County. We know they're setting up for that press conference right now. Hopefully, we're going to get some more answers as to why this search shifted to Cobb County. We know it started in Midtown, and that
let's get it out to you right now.
Earlier today, the city of Atlanta experienced an active shooter event. We did get information that the shooter may have come to Cobb County, so we began to actually check our flock cameras. We actually went back and did discover that the vehicle had entered Cobb County. The vehicle has since been recovered by Atlanta PD, so for more information about the vehicle, you need to contact them. Around 12:30, by looking back at some of the cameras, we did spot what appeared to be a suspect in this area, which is why we have such a heavy presence. This was a couple hours after the incident, so this was around 2:30 or so that we actually discovered that the shooter was possibly in the area. So we are still searching right now. We have not had any eyewitness confirmation of the suspect. This has all been video that we have observed from our flock cameras and our real-time crime center. That's the only additional information we have right now. We do believe that he might still be in the area.
So the car that was recovered, where was it recovered, please? Where was the car found?
I believe in a parking garage. The vehicle was recovered in a parking garage on, what was the name of that street again? Heritage Court.
Okay, and where's that? Near the Battery?
It is near the Battery.
Is it near your stores and your hotel?
It's a parking deck. It's just near the Battery.
What are flock cameras? Is that
an actual trade name, flock. Those are license plate recognition cameras.
The cameras that spotted him, were these security cameras, surveillance cameras on buildings that actually
So our real-time, I don't know exactly which cameras. Our real-time crime center has different cameras that come in. There are DOT cameras, flock cameras, and some the flock cameras are owned either by us or by private organizations.
And they capture images in this area?
Images of the vehicle. There were images of him that were seen or recorded at 12:30.
And where is that?
I don't know the exact area, the exact location, but it is in this area. Yes. It's been a lot of time since 12:30. That's the last visual confirmation we have from video. We haven't had any confirmed eyewitness sightings. We've had calls come in, but we have not been able to confirm those eyewitness calls.
Wait, this carjacking, did he assault the owner of the vehicle that was stolen?
That carjacking happened in Atlanta, so I don't know.
Can you tell us why you cordoned off that area, I'm forgetting the street name. Windy Ridge.
Windy Ridge is right near where the vehicle was located.
Okay, it wasn't because you believed that he was still...
And that was the area that he was spotted.
Okay.
Or on camera. We saw him on camera.
So you're able to confirm the vehicle that you found and was captured in the flock license plate system was in fact one that was stolen?
I would defer to Atlanta because I don't know if they have. They actually have possession of the vehicle right now.
Any reports of another vehicle being stolen or seen leaving that area?
We don't have any reports of another vehicle being stolen in the area.
Wayne, any reports of shots being fired in Cobb County?
We had a false alarm call in earlier. I believe it was at 200 Galleria Parkway, but that turned out not to be the case. There were no shots fired.
What was the incident at Campbell Middle School?
Should they still stay inside? What should they do?
Right now, we have not had any confirmed sightings since our own pulling up cameras at 12:30, so we don't know where he might be. We believe he might still be in the area, but we don't have confirmation of that. So right now, just remain vigilant and please call 911. The same message that Atlanta PD has been pushing out, we're pushing out the same message. All of Metro Atlanta, if you see him, he's still considered armed and dangerous, please call 911. And I had a question right here.
There was some sort of situation at Campbell Middle School. Are you able to speak to that? There was a lockdown for a time. Is that unrelated?
That incident at Campbell was totally unrelated to this.
Was it a white truck or a silver truck?
I'm not 100% sure on the color. And there was a question right here.
Was anything found in the car?
I understand that you have not caught the suspect, but given the fact that the victims were 4 women, 1 dead, is there any motive? Is there any kind of hint at a motive?
I can't respond to an incident that happened in Atlanta's jurisdiction. I don't know anything about that incident other than what's been reported.
Was anything found in the car?
Once again, the vehicle was turned over to Atlanta Police.
Sergeant, did you get any reports of any carjacking since the carjacking in Midtown in this area?
No, I think that was a miscommunication that went out earlier. We did not have a carjacking here. No.
To clarify, you said that the flock cameras, is it accurate to call those traffic cameras?
No, they're license plate recognition cameras, but our real-time crime center doesn't just rely on those cameras. The cameras that we actually saw the suspect with were Department of Transportation, DOT cameras, which are part of our real-time crime center.
Flock cameras, they can notify you that they picked up on a license?
Only if the information is input into the system. Like I said, we were actually alerted to this 2 hours after it was actually occurred, so we were a little bit behind because that's when we got the alert.
Alerted to it 2 hours after.
Yes.
The footage saw him around 12:30.
Yes. He was picked up on camera around 12:30, but we didn't see it until 2:30.
And that was a DOT camera?
Yes, that's through our real-time crime center. Yes.
I'm sorry, can you tell us where that DOT camera was? Do you know?
I don't know which camera it was now.
Was he actually seen on camera?
We saw it. We don't have an individual verification from an eyewitness, but he is on camera, yes.
Not the
vehicle and him.
Is there a shelter-in-place order in effect in any parts of Cobb right now?
We have not issued any shelter-in-place orders, but we have, when following up and thinking that he might be in a certain location, we've exercised exceptional due caution and we sent in a lot of officers. I think there's been several videos around where a lot of officers have been responding to locations. That's because we've had unverified accounts that he might be at the location, and of course when we arrive he's not there, and we find out it was not that person. We've had several calls come in already, but we still want the public to call in if they do believe that they see him.
Was the image clear enough, Sergeant, that you could see whether this guy changed clothing and he was wearing a brown hoodie? I mean, was the image clear enough?
I don't have any specific information about the image other than our investigators believe that it is him. So I don't know about clothing details. I think, Denise, you had a question?
There's still a huge police presence over near the back at that apartment building. You guys have been in and out of that building, but you're still at that location. Is there a reason?
The last known location on video for him is in that area. So we still haven't had any confirmation either through video or through independent eyewitnesses that he's not in that area. So that's why we're still concentrating heavily in that area.
What is he doing in the video? Is he sneaking or just trying to look normal?
I don't have any information about his behavior in the video other than just confirmation that it was possibly him.
Cobb County ever had any interactions with him with the police department?
I don't know about his history, and even if I had criminal history, I wouldn't be able to discuss that with you.
Do you know if you have any friends or family that live in Cobb, or why you might live in Cobb?
I don't know that. Don't know.
Do you know the name of that apartment building, the Edison? Is that the name of the building?
I don't have the name of the apartment. There have been several. I know there's several apartment complexes around here that are close enough to that area where the camera picked him up. So that's why we've been concentrating in the area. So I think there are a couple of different complexes in the area.
The model of the car, the model of the vehicle?
Check with Atlanta Police regarding the vehicle.
Do you know where the camera was located? Was it on a street light? Was it on a pole? Where?
Most of our DOT cameras are on the traffic light level. They're up in that area. So, but I don't know where this particular camera was.
So you said no visual confirmation since like 12:30. Do you have any indication that you're closing in on him?
You've got everything that I've got. That's all I got. But the last visual confirmation we have was 12:30. Last confirmed visual confirmation or visual image we had was 12:30. Guys, that's all I have.
One more time, where was that? Sorry, I missed the top. Where was that image taken?
That was taken from a DOT camera. That's the last known image was at 12:30. So
that
we
was here in Cobb County?
Here in Cobb County, yes.
Any other specifics on where that was?
Yes, in the area. It was near, give me the street name again.
Windy Ridge Parkway and it was Heritage Court.
Heritage Court, is that it? Yes, it's in the vicinity of Windy Ridge Parkway and Heritage Court.
Could it be on foot?
I can't speculate. I don't know. All right, guys, that's all I got for you. I know y'all can come up with a million ways to ask the same question.
All right, so you've been listening into an update from Cobb County Police Sergeant Wayne Delk there. He has given us a bit of new information, so I'm going to walk you through what you may have just heard if you're just joining us. He did say that Atlanta Police has recovered a carjacked vehicle. We heard from Atlanta Police that happened just after the initial shooting at Midtown, that a carjacking took place, and they said that vehicle has been recovered and that APD does have that vehicle at this time. He said the vehicle was found in a location off Heritage Court, the Windy Ridge Court area, he says, which is near the Battery. He said that vehicle was found in a parking garage in that vicinity. They say that they had visual confirmation from a DOT camera around 12:30 with the suspect spotted picked up on that camera, and they say that they did not understand that. They did not have information that he was spotted until 2:30. So he was picked up on the camera at 12:30, but hours later at 2:30 is when Cobb County Police made that connection. They say that there has been no eyewitness, no confirmed sightings since that, and they do believe that the man you see here on your screen, 24-year-old Deion Patterson, may still be somewhere in this Cobb County area. Again, he said that there has been no report of another vehicle that has been taken, no additional reports of a carjacking, but they are saying that they echo what we have been hearing from Atlanta Police since this first began, that this man is armed and dangerous. and that you should contact 911 if you see him. I do want to mention something else, because there has been a lot of information out there and a lot of speculation on social media. And Sergeant Delk did mention a situation at Campbell Middle School. He said that that was unrelated, not in any way connected to this particular situation as they are searching for Patterson. They do say they've had several false calls, but they still want the public to go ahead and call 911 as soon as they have any information, if they see anything, as they will continue to work this from their locations in Cobb County and also continue to use cameras in their jurisdiction, including those Department of Transportation cameras, flock cameras, which read license plates off vehicles, and others as well.
So again, the last confirmed visual of this suspect was on Heritage Court. That is right near Truist Park, and that was about 12:30. Sergeant Delk saying that they have not issued any sweeping stay at home or shelter in place mandates, but is asking everyone to exercise caution who lives in that area. We want to get now to reporter John Sherrick, who is in Cobb County. John, you just heard the update from the police sergeant there in Cobb County. What are you witnessing? What changes over the last hour or so?
Savannah and Jennifer, that certainly explains a lot of what we've been seeing this afternoon about why Cobb County Police are here, just west of the Battery and Truist Park, at this apartment complex, checking every single vehicle as it leaves, looking into the trunks. That's why they've been at the Galleria and Cumberland Mall. And as you heard, the timeline that Sergeant Delk of the Cobb County Police Department just gave us, the timeline is astonishing, as so much of this tragic story has been as it's unfolded all day. That he was supposedly inside that building in Midtown Atlanta at 12:08, firing his gun. And at 12:30, he had made his way up I-75 to the Battery area of Smyrna, the Truist Park area, and that's where the Cobb County Police camera network, specifically a DOT camera on a traffic light, recorded him, spotted him in that vehicle. And then it wasn't until 2 hours later that Cobb County Police heard the information that he might be in this area, and they started checking their cameras, and that's when they spotted him at 12:30, but they didn't spot him until 2:30. So as Sergeant Delk said, we were a little bit behind the curve on this one as they began to try to search of where he could have gone in those 2 hours. And again, Sergeant Delk said, we have not had any reports of any carjackings or any witness sightings. They've only got him on camera, on security cameras, surveillance cameras, but no witnesses, no live witnesses, as he put it, have come forward to say that they've spotted him and that sighting has been confirmed. Although Cobb County Police say they have tracked down every single tip that they've received about possible sightings of this suspect throughout this Smyrna area of Cobb County, near the Battery and Truist Park. So they continue to search every single vehicle that comes out of Edison Apartments near the Battery and Truist Park as they continue to search this entire area and follow up on tips and leads to try to track him down.
John, thank you so much. And as he mentioned, Cobb County Police have been going back and forth, doing any and everything they can to follow up on all of these tips that they have been receiving. They said some of them, all of them have not panned out because they have not found Patterson at this point. But again, they say that they want everyone to continue to keep an eye out for 24-year-old Deion Patterson, and then to make that call to 911. Do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous. They want them to call with any information, any sightings, any spottings, because they will be following up on each and every one of those.
And natural, of course, to wonder about that delay, where Cobb County Police are saying, well, there was a 2-hour period where we didn't even know he was here. But Atlanta Police, of course, were really in the thick of it in Midtown, trying to clear that building, make sure the suspect was not still there, which, of course, now we know he had carjacked a vehicle and taken off to Cobb County. We want to get out to Dawn White now, who is live. She was just at that press conference. So, Dawn, we're starting to put the pieces together in this puzzle and get a clearer picture of where this suspect was at least a few hours ago. I mean, what updates do you have?
Well, just minutes ago, we got an update from Cobb County Police, and they say the last known location of the suspect was at 12:30, that they actually caught him on flock license plate scanners, ditching his vehicle at a parking garage that is close to the Battery. They say that is the last sighting of him, that he is currently on the run, that he is considered armed and dangerous. So they are encouraging people who are in this area to be vigilant, look for their surroundings. If you see him, do not confront him, call 911 right away. And the vehicle that they found up here in Cobb County, they're saying that that was a vehicle that was carjacked back down in Atlanta earlier today.
Don, what kind of information are Cobb County Police saying about what they're advising people to do and why they have been so engrossed in this particular part of the community there?
Well, they said the reason that they believe that he may be in this area is because he was actually captured on camera ditching the vehicle in a parking garage that was close to the Battery. That was back about 6 hours ago, so he may not be in this area, but that was the last known sighting of him. They aren't calling for a lockdown in this area. They're just asking residents to be vigilant of their surroundings and that he could still be in this area right now.
All right, Dawn, thank you so much. Appreciate that update. Now we know that there are multiple victims, 4 victims being treated at Grady Hospital right now. Last we heard, multiple were in critical condition. 1 was stable. Our Bobeth Yates is outside Grady Hospital right now. She's been getting consistent updates. And Bobeth, what is the latest update on the status of these victims?
Well, Grady officials tell me they are actively working to save the lives of the 4 victims that were transported here. In fact, one of those victims is still in surgery. Now, at our last update, the most recent one we got from Chief Medical Officer Robert Jensen, he said the 4 victims were all women ranging from age 71 to 25 years old, and 1 was in stable condition. That one in stable condition was treated in the emergency room. The other 3 in critical condition. One of those 3 in critical condition still in surgery as we speak. The second victim in critical condition was released from surgery just about an hour ago, and the 3rd victim in critical condition was treated in the intervention radiology department or unit because of the injuries were impacting their blood vessels. Now take a listen to some of what we heard from officials earlier.
So we called mass casualty event. Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared. We were anticipating up to 12 patients. Fortunately, we only received 4, but we were completely prepared for it. We had all the staff that we needed. We had all the ancillary staff that we needed. We had chaplains there. We had security there. Everyone that was needed was in the place.
Now, officials say even though they have lifted their mass shooter protocols, they still remain ready because they understand this shooter is still on the loose and that he's armed and dangerous. They say if something changes and more victims come in, they are prepared to take additional victims. And that staff that they had called in are still ready and waiting. In addition to that, officials are telling us they will continue to update us, and all of the victims that were in critical will be transported to their intensive care unit. They say they're not out of the woods yet, but they are definitely doing better with only 1 more person still in surgery. When that last surgery is completed, again, all 3 critical condition victims will be transported to their intensive care unit for additional care, and that care will be from trauma nurses and trauma surgeons. Sending it back to you guys in that studio.
All right, Bobeth, and hopefully they will continue in that recovery, and hopefully the medical teams at Grady Hospital will not have to see any additional victims here as the search continues for 24-year-old Deion Patterson. Now, we've been talking about this for several hours after this shooting first took place around 12:08 earlier this afternoon. Our Tracy A. McPeer has been in Midtown for the past several hours speaking with workers from that medical facility and Tracy, gathering all the information and details that you can. So what can you tell us at this hour?
Well, we've been at 14th Street and Spring Street for the past 5 hours, and the scene now is completely different. Earlier, the street was completely locked down. There was police tape up. There were police vehicles from multiple jurisdictions all along the road. Of course, some of those vehicles would leave when they would get a credible tip on where the suspect could be. As of now, traffic is flowing per usual. And earlier, the street behind me, the sidewalk, was completely filled with people, many of whom had just gone out to get lunch, came back to an active shooter situation. Others tell me they were going out for a run, came back and could not get into their apartment. People just waited on the sidewalk to see what would happen. And of course, they knew that it was for their safety, so patience was thankfully there, especially when they considered the injuries and the death that took place with this shooting. Of course, their situation was nowhere near that, so they stood on the sidewalk and patiently waited. Of course, some of the other people we talked to said that they were walking by the Northside facility, heard alarms go off, and then heard it was an active shooter situation. They ducked into a cafeteria and were there for hours. They were some of the latest people that we saw leave. We also spoke with a surgeon. Now, he was inside the facility. He was operating on the 12th floor, one floor above where the shooting happened.
Heard something going on, but it wasn't really affecting us, so we just kind of proceeded like normal. And then we completed the operation. But by the time we came out, we heard that we couldn't leave the floor.
Dr. Timothy Simons says once they realized what happened, they sheltered in place, and he tells me it took hours for police to go floor by floor and room by room to clear them to go home.
I was actually in the room off to myself, and then I came up to the window, and next thing I know, they were like, "Put your hands up," and I was like, "Okay." and then I just kind of followed their directions. Yeah, they were trying to secure each floor, and so they secured the floor and tried to make sure that they accounted for anyone that was moving that they had known, and then once they did that, then they escorted us out safely.
Now, when we talked to Simons, he was actually walking down the street. His wife, he'd called her and asked her to come and please pick him up because his car was stuck in a garage. It's probably still sitting in the garage right now because he couldn't get to it. It was still in a lockdown situation. Many of the people we talked to were getting rides from family members, also waiting for friends to pick them up just so they could get home. Now, when you think of just the huge number of office buildings, of restaurants, of apartment buildings that are in here where people were locked in place for hours on end, also many students not being able to be picked up, schools across Atlanta on lockdown, far-reaching effect of this. Of course, our hearts are with those who are actually injured in this situation, but the effects, they do go out much further than just right there.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Tracy, thank you so much. And where you are right now in Midtown looks like behind you kind of back to normal, but Cobb County is where we now know was the last confirmed sighting of that suspect. Heritage Court, I believe we have a map we'll pull up in a little bit, but Heritage Court near Truist Park. Now we want to check in with Doug Richards, who is also in Midtown Atlanta. Doug, you've also been speaking with people in that area who were there when that shooting happened. What have you been able to piece together?
Well, it's worth noting that 6.5 hours after the shootings took place, Northside Medical remains a crime scene. Not as jacked up a crime scene as we had several hours ago, but still you can see the police presence outside the front of the building. They're still limiting ingress to the building. And a few minutes ago, we saw a crime scene tech pull bags of evidence out of the building and pack it into a vehicle headed for the Atlanta Police Department crime lab for processing. As we reported a little while ago that Northside Medical is going to be closed for appointments tomorrow as this investigation continues, as access to the building is limited, and as the police on hand try to figure out what exactly happened and to what extent the evidence that they're finding inside the building can help them understand what happened and perhaps lead them to the suspect who, as we've been reporting, is still at large. And we're live in Midtown. Back to you.
All right, Doug, and we see an officer there in your shot looking like they are taking down some of that crime scene tape, as we do know at this hour that this search has moved its focus, that has shifted now to Cobb County. So we want to show you a map right now. We just got some new information coming in from the Cobb County Police Department explaining a little bit more about the latest information that they have on this suspect, 24-year-old Deion Patterson. So when you see this map, this is showing where the suspect was last spotted according to Cobb County Police. We are told that he was spotted around 12:30 on a DOT camera, but that Cobb County Police did not become aware of that until hours later at 2:30. They say this happened off of Heritage Court near the Battery, the Windy Ridge area. Inside a parking garage is where they found this vehicle of the suspect after Atlanta police say the suspect carjacked someone after that shooting in Midtown and then later made his way out to Cobb County. So again, from Cobb County Police, to be clear here, that vehicle was found inside of a parking garage off Heritage Court near the Battery, which explains why they have had such a huge concentration of law enforcement search and activity going on in that area. Now, in terms of the last time that the suspect was spotted visually, that happened at 12:30, again on a DOT camera, and that's when that suspect was last picked up visually. Again, Cobb County Police saying they were a little behind on this, did not know of that until they saw it later on in the day at 2:30. They say there have been no eyewitnesses and no confirmed sightings that they have become aware of since then.
And that was at 12:30. That was, 20 something minutes after the first shots were reported in Midtown. So that suspect got out of there quickly, and this has impacted a lot of roads as well, a lot of people's day-to-day. Andrew Wilson joining us now with a look at how things kind of have played out throughout the past several hours. Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, that latest information that we just had come in, Savannah, we have where the car was found up here by the Battery, and you can see that that's right along Heritage Court. That's actually just right into this region. You see Windy Ridge Parkway right through here. Windy Ridge Parkway actually closed down at the moment because of all the police activity and them searching the area. And you can see how close this is to Truist Park. There's Truist Park, the Battery all throughout here, Heritage Court right on through here, and that's going to be right where all that police activity is and where they ended up finding that vehicle that was carjacked, allegedly there by Deion Patterson. Now, a wider look at the city. This is where the scene initially began. This is where we had the shooting at 12:08 p.m. That first call came in saying that there was a shooting at West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Street, that they had an active shooter in the area. We later learned that that was at Northside Hospital. Soon after the shooting, police were searching through this area, but allegedly Deion Patterson made his way up one of these streets here and towards a vehicle that was located off 14th and William Street, where he had allegedly carjacked somebody and then taken that vehicle up towards Cobb County, and that's where that search has continued, where they found the car parked, and then he was seen on one of their cameras walking earlier on today, soon after the shooting itself, and then they ended up checking those cameras a little bit later on in the afternoon to find that he had been in the region, and they are still searching that area, trying to find where this suspect is. They're searching in the Vinings area, Cumberland, and of course right here around the Battery where they found that vehicle. We've had a lot of police presence. This is actually a scene that's kind of earlier on today. Actually, this is actually out towards Peachtree Street and 14th Street, but I also have a camera that's showing closer on towards where that actual scene is. I'm going to pull that up for y'all real quick. That's going to be right where, near where the car was actually carjacked earlier on today. But this camera here, it shows us where that police activity is. That's right now in the Battery. This is going to be Windy Ridge Parkway. You see where the road is closed down. Police activity through that region, trying to keep a close eye on things. And Heritage Court, where you've heard us mention a lot, that's actually right here where those vehicles had just turned out. That's going to be where they had found that vehicle just up the road a little bit. There's some parking garages right here behind some of these trees. I believe that's where they ended up finding the vehicle itself. Still a lot of police in here. You see a lot of traffic, a lot of people trying to get home right now. If you're trying to travel in this region, just try to avoid it. Try to move around. Again, you can't even go through Windy Ridge Parkway at the moment just because they are trying to keep everything closed down as they continue to search for this suspect. Cobb Parkway is still open. A lot of cars traveling through here. Still, though, try to avoid the area. Give all these emergency crews plenty of room as they continue to search for this suspect. Again, it's been a very active afternoon. It all kind of started when we were tracking that first call in of shots fired at 12:08 p.m. and now we're still searching for this suspect. Emergency crews are, as we make our way even closer towards the 7 o'clock time frame.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much for that information, because this is a breaking and developing situation that continues to impact people all across our region right now. We want to get out live to our Cody Alcorn. Cody, you've been out here for hours speaking with so many people. What are you learning as we continue to follow this situation and try to figure out what new information we can share with our viewers?
Well, I think the most important thing right now, at least behind us, is the crime scene investigation is starting to wrap up. I just saw CSI walk out with 2 paper bags, likely the evidence from the 11th floor where this shooting went down earlier today. The most important part of this investigation is underway right now. Multiple jurisdictions searching for this suspect. A $10,000 reward out for this for Mr. Patterson. What I can tell you is that from talking with witnesses and employees here, it does not right now appear that he showed up here to this 11th floor Northside Hospital with the intention of opening fire, as we've been talking about. His mom brought him here. He's 24 years old, so it makes you wonder, why was he accompanied by his mom? One nurse told me they had kind of wondered if this was a mental health type issue. From another nurse, what I was told is that they walked in, there was some type of bickering going on, and within minutes, that's when the first 2 shots rang out. There was a pause after those first couple of shots, and then it was a pop, pop, pop. Multiple shots after that, and then we assume he ran out. What's interesting here, and what people are really surprised about, we talked about this, is that he managed to get out of the office, down an 11 floors here of this building, through an elevator, out the door, managed to allegedly carjack somebody, get through all of these cameras, get over to Heritage Court near the Battery, get out, and he's not been seen since 12:30ish. A lot of people surprised to hear that timeline, that no one has seen this guy since 12:30. That's alarming too, because he is still considered armed and dangerous. We do know his mom is being questioned. She's being cooperative, but anytime something like this happens, they are going to reach out to the family. If he has any other family in the area, they'll talk to them, and obviously they'll be a big part of this investigation, trying to find out where could he be going, where could he be staying, because again, yes, this guy is accused of killing one, seriously to critically injuring 3 others, another one stable, but they want everyone to come out of this safe, including their officers. So when they do engage with this suspect, they want to know who they're dealing with, the background, his state of mind, and again, they want to bring him in peacefully. They want to know why this happened. So there's a lot of simultaneous investigations going on, but I do know one of my sources who early on was giving me some information. Their whole idea behind this was, we've got to research him, know who he is and who we're dealing with, because they are going to encounter him at some point, hopefully again sooner than later, and they want to be able to bring this guy in peacefully. So I think that's really where they're focusing on, since they're wrapping up the homicide investigation here, is let's find this guy and let's bring him in peacefully wherever he might be. But again, it's hard to believe this guy is still out there on the run here almost 6.5 hours, 7 hours later.
Cody, and you raise an interesting point, which we're seeing on social media, people asking why he has not been found at this point. But we do know from police that, as you mentioned, these cameras have been very helpful in their investigation. We heard that from Atlanta police, and we also heard that from Cobb County police, because that is where we got the very last sighting from Cobb County police, from a DOT camera where they spotted him.
As I listened to this, Jennifer, and I followed our coverage throughout the afternoon as we get ready to to talk with John Schierick in Cobb County. I really think about two stories here that a lot of longtime Atlantans will understand and certainly are thinking about and feeling about this evening. First of all, the day trader in 1999 who went in with a handgun and shot up the office, as you will recall that story. He was not found for quite a while. It happened in Buckhead at Piedmont and Lenox Road. There was an assortment of buildings, about a half a dozen of them, that all looked the same, and he went in there and was unhappy with his life and then exacted violence upon these innocent souls in there. And he was not found for a while later until he committed suicide at a convenience store in his van, as we recall. It was covered on local TV. And certainly we go to 2005 and Brian Nichols. The correlation there is very similar in many ways when you talk about a guy that was able to get out of that building and somehow or other find his way out into Midtown, into the streets, was able to carjack a vehicle. You know, Brian Nichols was able to do that same sort of thing after exacting his violence and revenge on the court system that day so long ago. But nonetheless, these two stories of the past involving murder and handguns in places where people are to be found is something that a lot of people are thinking about who have lived here a long time. John Schierick covered both of those stories.
And as we get to John, you know, also coming to mind is the previous Midtown shooter last year that we experienced and dealt with. So John, a lot of folks are dealing with a lot of emotions as we continue to follow this step by step. What new information do you have from Cobb County as we now know that that is where the focus is of this investigation, this search?
Well, in the context of the previous cases you were mentioning going back through the years, in all of three of those cases, it was the culprit, the suspect, the shooters, who had the element of surprise on everyone. They did what they did, and boom, they were gone, and they were able to slip through the developing perimeters that police were setting up before police had finished setting them up. And in this case, that appears to be what happened, as the suspect at 12:08, according to police, was firing his gun inside that office building in Midtown. And then at 12:30, he was spotted on a surveillance camera here in Cobb County in what the police say was a stolen car. And now police continue to search this area. And as Cody was mentioning, this search is really on a two-track basis right now. There's the physical search that's going on in the immediate area here at this apartment complex just west of where he was spotted on that security camera, and in other areas around the Battery and Truist Park. And then there is the search into his background, and police looking for everybody who's ever known him, everybody who might have been in contact with him, looking for cell phone records if they can obtain those and access those, to see who he might have been in touch with, see who might have some clue as to whether he's called anyone, told anyone where he might be, where he's going. And then, of course, you know, we heard Cobb County Police say a few minutes ago, there have been no other reports of people saying that they have discovered that their cars were stolen, no reports of carjackings. But then again, one can only imagine that police would be investigating the possibility of him stealing a car, maybe carjacking a car, without anybody knowing it right away, and it may be some time before whoever might be in that situation would be noticed as being missing, and then police would follow up on those leads. But that's, of course, just obvious sort of leads that police would be trying to track down to see if those might be possible getaway aspects for this suspect to pursue himself. So he could be in Nashville by now, or he could be somewhere in this immediate area, or somewhere within a short distance. So police not leaving any possibility uninvestigated as they look for him now here in Cobb County and probably beyond.
John, law enforcement have to find this very curious that the last time that he was sighted on camera was, you know, hours ago, around 12:30, and like a ghost, he has not been seen in any way, shape, or form since by anybody who is a witness, anybody, a citizen who might come in contact with him. There just have not been any sightings of him in any way. Is there anything to make from that? Is there any You know, in an era when we are surrounded by cameras and so much law enforcement and so many people with cameras and iPhones, this is something that is very rare when it comes to someone who has committed a crime, certainly as dastardly as this.
You know, we've heard people say that it's impossible to disappear anymore because cameras are everywhere. So the fact that he was spotted at 12:30 on that camera and police did not, or at least so far have not spotted him on any other security cameras or surveillance cameras. Just, you know, he was able to slip through the camera coverage if that's in fact what he did. Or maybe police will eventually pick him up on some camera footage that they're still scanning and still scrubbing through to try to locate him and see where he might have gone after they spotted him at 12:30 just east of where we are right now.
Sherrick in Cobb County reporting for us. John, we'll check in with you a little bit later.
And I want to mention, as we keep talking about how this suspect has seemed to have fallen off the map at this hour, Atlanta police and Cobb County police are encouraging anyone who may see him to contact 911. They say he is still considered armed and dangerous. And another thing that we heard from Atlanta police earlier when they gave us an update this evening was that they don't want people to focus on the initial images that they posted on their social media that we have been sharing with you all as well. He had a mask and what appeared to be a gray or whitish or a light colored hoodie on, and police say they don't want you to focus on those. They later posted another a photo that is a close-up shot of his face. They want people to focus on that. They don't want people to focus on a car that he may possibly have been in, because we know all of those things may have changed. Clothing could have changed, and there's that image again from police. Clothing
which looks very different.
Vehicles may have changed.
You make that succinct point that he looks very different in this photo than he did in the screen grabs from the video in Midtown this afternoon. We want to get out to Dawn White live in Cobb County right now. She has more on this update that we have just received from police. Dawn, all yours.
Just about half an hour ago, we got an update right here from Cobb County Police. We learned several new things. One of them you have been discussing, that actually was flock cameras, which are cameras that read a license plate, that identified that the suspect ditched the alleged carjacked vehicle at 12:30. That was close to the Battery. Take a look. We have some video. The vehicle is described as a white pickup truck that was carjacked back down in Midtown Atlanta, believed to be carjacked. And then it was found at the video was found at 2:30, so about 2 hours after it was ditched, and that was close to the DoubleTree Hotel parking lot, close to there, and the Battery. And police, they are encouraging everyone in this area to be vigilant, because the alleged shooter could possibly be here, although he may be out of town at this point. They said he could even be in Tennessee at this point. But the last confirmed sighting of him was at 12:30, and that is almost 6 hours ago.
All right, Dawn, thank you so much for that update. We do want to show you some new images that we are getting into our newsroom at this hour. This is a picture of a digital billboard. This is along Interstate 85. And again, this just shows the seriousness, the gravity of this situation, as this billboard has been put up to warn people who may or may not know the extent of what's going on here, that there is an active shooter who is being sought out right now. Again, that billboard echoing what we've been hearing from law enforcement agencies all evening, to call 911, to not approach this person who is 24-year-old Deion Patterson. Again, do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous, but these billboards are now circulating throughout our communities.
It's been almost 7 hours since all of this first played out in Fulton County and then transpired into Cobb County, and that's where the focus has been, from near the Battery, certainly towards Smyrna as well. And we want to go back to Midtown right now. Karis Belger is standing by for us live, and she has some information for us from Atlanta Police. Karis?
Well, right now, Atlanta Police just finished clearing the scene. Things have almost returned to normal here, but just a few hours ago, it was a completely different story. The Atlanta Police Department and several other agencies had completely blocked off every road within a 2-block radius of Northside Medical Center in Midtown as they continued to investigate what exactly happened and responded to this scene. Just a few hours ago, we heard from Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum, also Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. They said this happened at around 12:08. There were 5 people who were shot. One of them, a woman, died. All of the people who were shot, in fact, were women. As for the motivation, that is not clear just yet, but we do understand that it has taken the effort of multiple police agencies, not just Atlanta Police, but also the GBI. Fulton County Sheriff's deputies were on scene as well. I also noticed multiple SWAT vehicles coming to this road throughout the day. Here's a little bit of what Chief Shearbaum had to tell me earlier.
And this is a very active search. We are following up on credible leads that are currently active in Cobb County, as well as some that are right here in the city. We have been joined by multiple jurisdictions. We have the Sheriff of Fulton County that is here right now, that's been working alongside our department, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State University PD, MARTA PD, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as the Atlanta Public Schools Police are all actively involved searching as we speak. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female.
And I understand that Mayor Andre Dickens is reaching out to the families of all of the women who were shot. If he has not already, he's also been in contact with the White House, the governor, Senate delegates, multiple people, getting information and also sharing information on just what has been happening here over the last few hours. As you both mentioned earlier, this person is considered dangerous. No one should approach him. If they see him, they should call 911. We are going to continue to stay here, bring you the latest updates as we learn them. Guys.
Karis Belcher reporting for us right now as we approach 7 o'clock. We are getting new information here. The suspected shooter's previous criminal history now in Henry County. The sheriff's office telling us he was arrested in 2015 for marijuana possession. And then in 2017, he was arrested twice for probation violation. So once again, 5 victims, 1 has died, the other 4 have been taken to Grady Hospital, and that's the information that we have right now. The focus would appear from law enforcement right now to be in the Smyrna, Marietta area in Cobb County as they continue to look for this man, 24-year-old Deion Patterson. We now check in with Bobeth Yates, who is at Grady Hospital right now. She has more information for us. Bobeth?
Well, officials here at Grady tell me they are actively working to save the lives of the 4 people that were brought here. In fact, one of those people were still in surgery during the last update. Now, here's what else we know about the victims. During the last update, the chief medical officer, Robert Jensen, told us 4 people were brought here in critical, 3 people in critical condition, 1 in stable condition. That 1 in stable condition was treated in the emergency room. The other 3 were quickly brought into surgery instantly. They said they had a room waiting for the individuals when they got here and then quickly went to work. Now, those 3 in critical were from gunshot wounds. 1, again, is still in surgery during the last update. Another one had just got out of surgery just about 5 o'clock. And the 3rd critical condition victim was treated in the intervention radiology unit because of some injuries to some blood vessels. Now, officials say all of the critical condition victims will be transported to the intensive care unit after they have all been cleared from surgery. Take a listen to what they said to me.
So we called mass casualty event. Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared. We were anticipating up to 12 patients. Fortunately, we only received 4, but we were completely prepared for it. We had all the staff that we needed. We had all the ancillary staff that we needed. We had chaplains there. We had security there. Everyone that was needed was in the place.
Now, officials tell me they're also proud of all of their staff here at Grady, saying they sprung into action as soon as the mass shooter protocol was put in place. During that mass shooting protocol, they not only called all the personnel, you just heard them say they got prepared, but they say they also were able to get stopped visitors from coming to the hospital. They quickly realized that they did not have to do that, and they suspended the mass shooter protocol, but they say they remain ready just in case anything else happens. They say they understand that this is a fluid situation and that active shooter is armed and dangerous still out there, so they are prepared just in case there are any other victims. But right now, only 4 people were transported here. One of them in stable condition, treated in the emergency room. The other 3 in critical condition. At last check, one of the critical condition patients was still in surgery, and we're told all 3 critical condition patients will be transported to the intensive care unit for their recovery process. But they say they're not out of the woods just yet. They say all 3 of those critical condition patients will be treated by trauma surgeons and trauma nurses to make sure that they actually start to progress in the right direction. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Bobeth, and we are certainly hoping the best for those victims over at Grady, as well as the medical professionals caring for them. As we approach the 7 o'clock hour, we want to show you again the person who police across our region are now searching for, 24-year-old Deion Patterson. This is that suspect who police believe was responsible for the shooting in Midtown. That search continuing today, as we now know that there are billboards out along our highways warning people to stay away, to call 911 at any potential sighting, and also asking for people to just give them any information about potential sightings that they may see. We want to get you now out to our Cody Alcorn, who has been live for us from Midtown all afternoon. Cody.
Yeah, Jennifer, you really got to keep these employees in your thoughts and prayers who are inside this 11th floor hospital behind me, Northside Hospital. A lot of them just getting home and now trying to talk about what they witnessed here. I talked to a couple of the nurses as they were leaving the room where they are being talked to by investigators with APD. And, you know, they say they saw him come in with his mom. They talked with his mom. You know, they thought it was a little odd, 24-year-old coming in there with his mother this morning, but they said, you know, there's a little bit of bickering going back and forth. And the one nurse I talked to said she was in the back of the office when she heard those initial 2 shots, a break, and followed by multiple shots. And that's when we know, she tells me, that someone ran out, said active shooter. They put a protocol in place. And that's when she ran to the front. And I think that's one thing we also should be applauding, is the fact that these nurses, they're already heroes, but they ran to the front of this office not knowing what was about to happen. When she got to the front office, she saw 3 victims. She only saw 3 of the 5 victims. She said one woman was already dead, laying on the ground. She saw another woman who had been shot in the face, the 3rd victim shot in the hip, and she said at that point all she could do is apply pressure and to help them as much as she possibly could to keep them calm until EMS could get up to that 3rd floor, get them out, and then of course get them over to Grady Hospital. At last check, we do know there are 3 victims critical at this point. 1 victim is stable, and unfortunately tonight that 5th victim's family starting to grieve the process and try to understand why did this happen. That nurse I talked to said from what she knew, 2 of those victims who were in the waiting room that she waited on were not employees. She did not know about the 3rd victim. But again, you've got to keep those employees in your thoughts and prayers. We know Northside is closed tomorrow, but this is going to take some time for them to cope with and to understand and to be able to go back into this hospital and work again. Now, that nurse I talked to, she said actually she wasn't supposed to be here today. Someone called in to work, so she came in to cover that shift, and then she ended up treating 2 gunshot victims after a mass shooting in her workplace. But at this hour, the homicide investigation here on the 11th floor has wrapped up as far as the on-site investigation. Now, all eyes and all focus finding this Midtown shooter. Deion Patterson on the run right now, not seen since 12:30, since that vehicle was spotted and dumped over on Heritage Court after being carjacked around this area. A $10,000 reward being offered for anyone who sees this man. Do not approach him and call 911. Also, if you're around the Heritage Court area, check your cameras. You might have him on camera. I'm live in Midtown. Cody Alcorn, 11 Alive News.
And if you are just joining us now on WATL, we continue to follow breaking news right now at 7 o'clock. The search still underway for a man accused of killing one person and injuring 4 others in Midtown Atlanta.
Right now, police tell us he started shooting inside of a waiting room at a Northside medical facility in Midtown.
Another look at the suspect. This is the man that police are looking for right now in Marietta, in Smyrna, in Atlanta. 24-year-old Deion Patterson, who was discharged from the U.S. Coast Guard in January of this year. The search for Patterson started early this afternoon and now has extended to Cobb County, as that was the last place that he was seen around 12:30 this afternoon. And ever since then, he has been a ghost for the most part. There have been no sightings. There have been no tips to police that we are aware of.
That's right. We know that focus has shifted now to Cobb County because that is the last place where we understand a sighting took place. That from Cobb County Police, taking place at 12:30, being spotted on a DOT camera, but Cobb County Police not recognizing that fact until 2:30. Don White was there as Cobb County gave us an update about an hour ago. Don, again, police say they did spot him, but that was quite some time ago.
Well, that's right, Jennifer. And just about 45 minutes ago, we got an update right here from Cobb County Police. They say at this time, the suspect is still on the run. He has not been captured. Take a look at some video that we have. This is of a white pickup truck being towed away. That is believed to be the vehicle that the suspect carjacked in Midtown Atlanta. Cobb County Police, they found it through flock cameras around 2:30, but they believe that the video was actually taken about 2 hours earlier at 12:30. That is according to Wayne Delk, the spokesperson for the Cobb County Police Department.
Around 12:30, by looking back at some of the cameras, we did spot what appeared to be a suspect in this area, which is why we have such a heavy presence. This was a couple hours after the incident, so this was around 2:30 or so that we actually discovered that the shooter was possibly in the area. So we are still searching right now. We have not had any eyewitness confirmation of the suspect. This has all been video that we have observed from our flock cameras and our real-time crime center. That's the only additional information we have right now. We do believe that he might still be in the area.
So police are saying, well, they don't have a lockdown and they're not sure if the suspect may still be here in this area in Cobb County. They are encouraging people who live here, who work here, who are out here to be vigilant and aware of your surroundings, because they do believe that he is still armed and dangerous. If you see him, they say don't approach him, call 911 right away. And also, if you have Ring doorbell cameras, any security cameras, to check that, and they might have an idea of where he's heading to.
All right, Don White reporting for us tonight. Don, thank you. We'll see you in a while. We have live team coverage tonight. John Sherrick also in Cobb County. John, tell us the latest from where you are as the search for the shooter has moved from Midtown Atlanta to Cobb County. Tell us exactly where you are in terms of location.
Well, this is just one part of the overall search for this suspect. We're on Herodian Way, just off of US 41 at Edison Apartments. You can see Cobb County Police continue to stake out the entrance and exit to these apartments, because this is near where he was spotted on that surveillance camera, that DOT camera, at 12:30 this afternoon, just west of that area. So police have been here all afternoon searching the apartments, searching the grounds, searching every single vehicle that leaves, looking inside the vehicle, looking inside the trunks, looking at the people who were inside inside the cars just to make sure that if he is here, that they will be able to find out where he is and bring him in. But again, they don't know where he is, but they are not letting any chance to find him pass them by. So they are continuing to make physical searches of this area, of the Battery parking lots and parking decks, to see if he might be hiding somewhere in there. If he took off on foot after they found that truck that they say he was in, how far could he have run? Where could he be hiding? Behind a bush, behind a tree, in somebody's backyard a couple of blocks from here where there's a residential area. Police don't know. They are looking everywhere they can, and again, asking for people to call them with any information, possible tips, possible sightings. They've tracked every single one of them down. So far, every single one of them has proven to be not a valid tip, but they welcome people to continue to call to see if anybody might be spotting him in this area.
So, John, this search has been going on now since about 12:30 in Cobb County with no success. There have not been sightings of him. Now we are approaching sunset and we are getting ready for darkness. How will the police presence change in your estimation? How will the search for him as nighttime begins to encroach?
You know, Jeff, I can't, I guess, look inside the police plans here, but we all know that they're going to be working around the clock. This will be all hands on deck, 24 hours a day, looking for this suspect in every possible crook and cranny and crevice where somebody of his stature and height and weight could possibly hide, if in fact he is in hiding in this area. And they will continue to look through possible cell phone records and interview everybody that they believe he knows, looking for any possible clues as to whether he's tipped anybody off as to where he might have driven. Perhaps stolen another car, even though police say they don't have any evidence yet that he has done that. But that is certainly one possibility that they continue to keep their eyes out on. But they will be working this around the clock. Whether they are here in this particular location or in other locations, they'll be out here.
John Sherrick reporting live for us in Cobb County, and certainly as technology has changed, it's seemingly more difficult to be a suspect these days because, as you've mentioned before, you have the door cameras, you have cell phone records, you have all of these ways, license plate reading cameras as well. Very, very difficult to hide from law enforcement these days. But so far, this suspect has been successful in evading all law enforcement now for since about noon today, about 7 hours.
And Atlanta police, and Cobb County police will be leaning on all of us, the public, to provide them with any information, maybe from a Ring doorbell camera or just their plain view, any site or anything that seems suspicious. They will be relying on us to share that information with them so that they can then go and also follow up. We also know from police tonight that the family of the suspect has been cooperating with them, so they'll be using that information to kind of get inside his mind and try to figure out if there's any other information that can help them as they continue on with this search. Right now, we want to get you over to Andrew Wilson, who is joining us now with a street view. Andrew, Atlanta police are giving us some hints about where we should avoid, because we know this is a situation that has, again, moved from Midtown to Cobb County and impacting so many of us.
Yeah, Jennifer and Jeff, this really is still impacting some spots up here by the Battery. Kind of a closer look down towards Windy Ridge Parkway. You can see that some of the Windy Ridge Parkway is still closed down. Also over towards the Heritage Court area. You've heard us say those names a lot over the past hour or so when we heard from Cobb County police saying that they had found the vehicle that was allegedly carjacked in a parking garage there in the Battery near Heritage Court and Windy Ridge Parkway. To give you some perspective, this is kind of the area where we heard from John Sherry just a moment ago. You see a lot of apartment complexes around here. This is the area where he was reporting from earlier on. So this kind of whole area right through here, the Battery, Truist Park, you see some of these apartments up through here. This is kind of where they have been searching. The police says they're continuing to search for this suspect, Deion Patterson. But of course, this all started way earlier today. We are closing in just less than a minute away from 7 hours out from when the first shots came in from Atlanta police, saying that they had an active shooter at 12:08 p.m. there at West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Street. Now that scene has calmed down a lot. Still likely a few emergency vehicles in the area trying to get everything cleared up there. But that's when we had the first call come in. We were uncertain at the time what building it was in. We later found it was Northside Hospital. Police were then starting to search for a suspect in this region, but Deion Patterson allegedly made his way up through the streets just by a couple of blocks and found his way to carjack a vehicle there on William Street and 14th Street allegedly, and then make his way up towards Cobb County, where we currently have that search underway right there at the Heritage Court in Windy Ridge Parkway area. Now, I've been watching some of the traffic cameras in the region. You can see that they still have some areas blocked off. This is going to be right at Windy Ridge Parkway and Heritage Court. So that area right there where Heritage Court dead ends into Windy Ridge Parkway. You can see that there's still a lot of emergency vehicles out there that are checking out each car, trying to make sure that this suspect isn't hidden in one of these cars and trying to get away. And they also have people turning on Cobb Parkway here and avoiding Windy Ridge Parkway. So stay off of Windy Ridge Parkway for now. Let these emergency crews try to handle this scene, get everything calmed down, and hopefully capture this suspect soon. We're going to continue to watch this area real close. Again, it's now been 7 hours since this initially began down towards West Peachtree Street. While things are much calmer there, the search continues up towards the Battery, Vinings, and Cumberland areas.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much. Just a short time ago, we were talking about the importance of the community stepping in to help law enforcement as they continue in this search for that suspect. And this photo that we're showing you on the screen is just evidence of that. They have now activated digital billboards. This one in particular comes from I-85, but we know that they're probably all around our community right now as they remain on the lookout and are engaging the public and asking them to call 911, not to approach this gentleman, and to remember that he is believed to be armed and dangerous. Again, this is 24-year-old Deion Patterson, and this billboard just shows how crucial it is that if you know anything, if you've heard anything, if you've seen anything, to go ahead and contact police. They'll get you to the folks that need to have that information, and they'll also be able to get law enforcement out there to check things out.
Tracy Amickpier has been in Midtown for several hours talking with workers at that medical facility where this shooting took place in Midtown, and things have changed, Tracy. I mean, we saw a lot of law enforcement in that area. Now that has certainly dissipated. Crime tape is still up in that area, but nonetheless, it is returning a little bit back to normal, however that may be defined on a night like this.
That's right, Jeff. It's dramatically changed. We've been at Spring Street and 14th Street for more than 6 hours, and right now it looks very different than it did just a few hours ago. The street behind me was completely blocked off. There was police tape blocking it. There were police vehicles from multiple agencies all along the road, completely covering it up. And anyone that you would see walking was a police officer. Everyone else was either kept out of the area or sheltering in place in a building, a restaurant, an apartment complex, any of the buildings within that area. Now, many of the people that we spoke to were out on the sidewalk. They couldn't get back in. Either they'd gone to lunch or gone for a workout, come back, and their keys were still in their building or their apartment building or their work office, and they were just stuck on the street for hours on end. Now, many of the people we spoke with, of course, had the patience knowing what was going on, waiting here. Others we talked to left that medical facility. One was a surgeon. He tells me that he was actually operating on the floor above where the shooting happened as it all went down.
Heard something going on, but it wasn't really affecting us, so we just kind of proceeded like normal. And then we completed the operation. But by the time we came out, we heard that we couldn't leave the floor.
Dr. Timothy Simon says once they realized what happened, they sheltered in place. And he tells me it took hours for police to go floor by floor and room by room to clear the area.
All right, Tracy Amickpier, thank you. Glad that surgery was able to continue, and Dr. Simon certainly had his hands full just trying to figure out how his day was playing out in Midtown Atlanta. All right. All right, we have a number of reporters, as you know, in Midtown Atlanta, where all of this transpired today.
Yeah, our Cody Alcorn has been out there on the scene, rushing out early in today. And Cody, I know at first you were speaking with us via the phone, and then you got out there with a camera. You've been speaking with a lot of people, both on the scene out there, but also hearing from a lot of sources all evening long, giving you some insight into what may have taken place.
Yeah, at the beginning of this, when I first got down to Midtown, I parked, and that's literally when the Fulton County SWAT team and APD SWAT team actually trapped me on 15th Street. I couldn't leave, so I just kind of got out and followed them as they started looking around that area where they believed this suspect was, Deion Patterson. Again, that was shortly after about 12 o'clock, and now we have been able to confirm he got out of town by 12:30. What we're trying to figure out is exactly what led this suspect, Deion Patterson, to open fire inside the 11th floor here behind me. But right now, again, there's a lot of questions about what triggered this 24-year-old and where he is at this time. I think the biggest question a lot of people have that I'm seeing on social media, people are asking us here, is how in the world did he carry this out, get down 11 floors, allegedly carjack a vehicle, get over to Heritage Court, get out of that vehicle, and then almost vanish. There's so many cameras around Metro Atlanta. We see it all the time with investigations. You almost wonder if he is just hunkered down somewhere over in that area, knowing that they are hot on his trail. Again, right now, a $10,000 reward out for this man.
Cody, you've covered a lot of crime in your career, and this is one of those rare occurrences where someone commits murder like this, you know, with 5 shot, 1 dead, 3 critical, all women, and is able to get away. It's an instance you simply don't hear much of.
No, and the other thing too that is interesting here is from all accounts I've talked to, from the nurse that was in the back that heard the gunshots, a nurse that talked to me after being interviewed by APD who actually talked to the suspect's mom for a brief second, is that it did not appear that he just came up and immediately started opening fire, that he came here to do this. They said he came here with his mom for some reason. They believe maybe a mental health situation, and that at some point things escalated, and that is when shots were fired. As that one nurse told me, it was 2 initial shots, pop, pop. It made her stop what she was doing, and then she came kind of realizing all of a sudden, wait, were those gunshots? And then she heard just a rapid fire, pop, pop, pop. And that's when they realized there had been a shooting, and they announced active shooter on that 11th floor, and their protocols went into place. So it is rare. It's not as if this person appears to have targeted any specific person. It's just what it seems to be so far is that these 5 women were, as you say, they were in the right place just at the wrong time, obviously here to get some type of treatment, but just at the wrong time on the wrong day.
Yeah, and seemingly had hadn't choreographed an escape plan. I mean, he was just, carjacking that truck that we saw on the back of the trailer, and he was off and has not been seen since 12:30.
And I think that is something to worry about because, again, this guy, if he is having some type of mental health crisis, they want to find him before anybody else is hurt. Again, the good news so far, even though we had some initial reports that there might have been shots fired, there were a lot of reports coming in early on just with people trying to call in and help that no other shots have been fired that we know of. No one else has been hurt since the initial shooting. But, he's still on the run, and police know that he is still likely armed, and they're just hoping that they can learn enough about him when they do engage with this guy, Deion Patterson, they can get him to give himself up peacefully. Again, while they want to track him down, they want to bring him in and figure out why he did this, and of course, if he needs help, get him the help that he needs.
Cody Alcorn in Midtown. Cody, thank you.
Yeah, still a lot of questions outstanding there that we will be asking in the days and weeks to come. We do want to keep at the forefront here that there are 5 victims, 1 who has passed on and 4 others who were rushed out to Grady Memorial Hospital. That's where our Bobeth Yates is. She's been speaking with hospital officials there, working to get the latest information on those conditions. Bobeth?
Yes, Jennifer, as you mentioned, 4 victims were brought here, and Grady officials tell me they are actively working to try to save their lives. 3 of those victims were in critical condition. In the last update we received from the Grady's chief medical officer, Robert Jensen, he says that of the 3 in critical condition, 1 of them was still in surgery, and they were literally trying to work to save that individual's life. Now, the other 2 have been removed from surgery and now are being transported into their intensive care unit. That 3rd victim will be then transported to the intensive care unit also. Now, there was 1 victim that was transported in a stable condition. So 3 critical, 1 unstable. That 1 unstable was treated in the emergency room. Here's take a listen to a little bit more of what officials have told us.
So obviously we've got to finish the surgery on the 1 patient who's still in the operating room. They will go to the surgery intensive care unit. The other patient who finished surgery will go to the intensive care unit. The one who went to the interventional radiology suite is in the intensive care unit. So all 3 of those are either in the intensive care unit or will be going there afterwards because they are still critically ill. By the time they arrived, we were fully staffed. We had empty rooms waiting. It was absolutely seamless. I cannot be more proud of the way Grady handled this.
Again, officials saying they're really proud of their staff. They said they implemented their active shooter protocol, not necessarily locking down the hospital, but making sure that no individual visitors could come in, making sure that those who were inside were where they needed to be. That was only for a short period of time. That active shooter protocol was suspended, but officials say they are still ready because they know this is an ongoing circumstance, that shooter is still out there and he's still armed and dangerous, that in case there are other victims, they are prepared and ready for anything. In addition to that, going back to those 3 victims that were in critical condition, I want to make sure we keep it all clear. 4 victims total were transported here. 1 again in stable condition and was treated in the emergency room. The other 3 in critical condition. 1 of those 3 was treated in the internal radiation department. They say that's because the injury that they sustained from the gunshot wound was to a blood vessel. And as you can imagine, that's an important thing. So they were able to help them using what they said was like a microscopic processes where they were able to help that patient. Again, now all 3 in critical condition will be transported to the intensive care unit where they will be treated and cared for by trauma personnel, trauma nurses and trauma surgeons and doctors that are ready and waiting. But they say those 3 in critical condition, despite the fact that they're going to be moved to the intensive care, they're not out of the woods yet. They say that is still a pretty dangerous condition to be in, and they're trying to make sure that they actually, make it past their injuries without any more damage. Now, officials tell us they will continue to update us on that last victim that was still in surgery and make sure that if those family members or anyone is needing information, they'll be able to provide it to us. We also were told that there are some family members inside Grady right now getting updates on their family members who have sustained some injuries. And of course, we'll continue to be out here and bring you those updates as we get them.
All right, Bobeth, thank you so much. As Bobeth mentioned during her reporting, this continues to be an active situation. So let's show you this map of the suspect's last known location. This information coming from Cobb County Police about 24-year-old Deion Patterson. They say a vehicle that Atlanta police believe was carjacked after that shooting in Midtown was found inside a parking garage off of Heritage Court. That's in the Windy Ridge area near the Battery. We're hearing from Cobb County Police that around 12:30, that is when they had the last visual confirmation of the suspect on DOT cameras. But unfortunately, Cobb County Police was not aware of that spotting on those cameras until hours later at 2:30. So far, there have been no eyewitnesses, no confirmed sightings, but they do believe this suspected shooter may still be in that Cobb County area. And just minutes ago, as the situation continues continues to unfold. We are getting new information from Dr. Lisa Herring, the superintendent of Atlanta Public Schools. She tweeted out this message thanking the staff members, the families, everyone involved for their patience during the lockdowns that impacted several schools in the Midtown area. We were reporting that information for you in real time with those schools being on lockdown as police continued their search in that area. But of course, it has now moved that focus to Cobb County.
In the last few minutes into our newsroom, we have learned tonight the final exam schedule for Georgia Tech students is running as scheduled. This afternoon, some students had to miss their exams because of the shelter-in-place order for the Midtown area. The Institute urges any students who missed exams to reach out to their instructors to reschedule. If you're in the Midtown area or any of the Cobb County areas being searched right now and you have a Ring camera on your door, law enforcement really wants to hear from you. That's where they want to be able to check the footage. So you need to check it out to see if you might have something that could help them in the apprehension of this suspect. If you see Deion Patterson in any way, shape, or form, save the footage, hand it off to the police jurisdiction in your area. And again, if you see anything suspicious, you always want to make sure that you help investigators finally track down this suspect. We want to go to Dawn White right now, who is standing by in Midtown Atlanta for the very latest information. Dawn, it's all yours.
Well, Jeff, we got an update from Cobb County Police right here. A little more than half an hour ago, we learned several new things. One of them, that is that the suspect is still on the run. They do believe that he may be in this area or he may have traveled away from here. We also learned that the last sighting of him was at 12:30, but there was a 2-hour delay for law enforcement because they did not discover the video of him allegedly ditching the car at a parking garage close to the Battery until 2:30. Let's take a look at some video we have here of that vehicle that is believed to have been carjacked in Midtown Atlanta. It is a white pickup truck, and actually flock cameras which read license plates, those captured it, and they were able to see the last known location of the suspect at that parking garage around 12:30. So almost 7 hours later, he is still on the run. Let's hear now from what Cobb County Police had to say.
Around 12:30, by looking back at some of the cameras, we did spot what appeared to be a suspect in this area, which is why we have such a heavy presence. This was a couple hours after the incident, so this was around 2:30 or so that we actually discovered that the shooter was possibly in the area. So we are still searching right now. We have not had any eyewitness confirmation of the suspect. This has all been video that we have observed from our flock cameras and our real-time crime center. That's the only additional information we have right now. We do believe that he might still be in the area.
And Sergeant Wayne Delk, who you just heard from, he is still here with the media at this media staging lot over there waiting to get any new information. He has not gotten any new information since that press conference just about an hour ago. We are going to continue to stay here and we will bring you any updates as soon as we get them.
All right, Dawn White, thank you. We'll check in with you in a while.
Let's get over now to Andrew Wilson with more information on some of the areas impacted by this ongoing search and where folks might need to avoid. Andrew?
Yeah, Jennifer, the big story right now, Windy Ridge Parkway. That seems to be where a lot of the police presence has been as we've made our way throughout this afternoon, and now as we're starting to make our way throughout this evening. Windy Ridge Parkway, right where it meets Heritage Court, is going to be where they found that vehicle that was allegedly carjacked by our suspect. We're going to continue to watch this area real closely. We have a lot of police through there again. Allegedly Deion Patterson made a carjacking in downtown and then made that his way up there towards the northwest side of town, right there around the Truist Park area. And there's a lot of apartments through there. We also have the Battery through there, Cumberland, Vinings. Those are all the spots where they seem to be looking at the moment. But of course, today all started down towards West Peachtree Street, down towards 12th and 13th Street. Right through there is where the first calls came in for the shooting at 12:08 p.m. Soon after that, police figured out that the suspect was somewhere in in this region, and then he allegedly carjacked someone right at William Street and 14th Street. You can see how close that is to Northside Hospital, where the original shooting had taken place. He only made his way about a block and a half before he then traveled his way off to the north and west. And now that search again right there near the Truist Park area. There you see Truist Park, Cumberland area all throughout here. And then also that's where the battery is, right where that vehicle was found in a parking garage. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on this region wherever all the police are searching. We still have some cameras up there, so the Georgia Department of Transportation cameras showing some vehicles through there. They have a lot of police that are checking all these cars as they make their way through. That's Windy Ridge Parkway right through here. Heritage Court is kind of right under the camera, and so you can see that Windy Ridge Parkway is still closed down. We'll continue to keep you updated as police search for this suspect throughout tonight.
Andrew Wilson, thank you. Our coverage on 11 Alive now is coming to a completion. We will have more tonight on the 11 o'clock broadcast right here on 11 Alive.
That's right. Jeopardy is up next starting at 7:30. And again, as Jeff mentioned, we'll have much more tonight on 11 Alive News at 11. But our coverage will continue here on the ATL and on 11alive.com and inside our 11 Alive app. We'll keep you very updated with the latest information as soon as we get it.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damage and winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m. If you
And we continue to follow breaking news right now at 7 o'clock on WATL. The search still underway for a man accused of killing one and injuring four others in Midtown Atlanta.
Police tell us that the man started shooting inside of a waiting room at a Northside Hospital medical facility in Midtown.
Another look at the suspect. This is the man that police are looking for. He is 24-year-old Deion Patterson, formerly in the U.S. Coast Guard. He was released from his service in January. And now this search for Patterson started early this afternoon. He has been last seen in Cobb County, and the search now focused on Smyrna and Marietta
and
at this hour.
Yeah, and that is where we find our Dawn White. She was there for a briefing more than an hour ago from Cobb County Police. But before we get to Dawn, we want to send you out to John Sherrick, who is also in a different location in Cobb County. John, you've been watching as police have been searching a particular community near you.
Police have been searching on many fronts all afternoon. Here at this apartment complex, the Edison Apartments on Herodian Way, just off of US 41. There was a very large police presence here for much of the afternoon. It has scaled back to 3 officers, 3 armed officers, checking all the vehicles, all the drivers as they leave this apartment complex, looking into their vehicles, looking into the trunks of their vehicles, just to make sure that the suspect might not be trying to be smuggled out of here. But they have gone door to door. They have gone through this entire apartment complex looking to see if there might be any possible hiding places, because this is right near where he was last seen on that surveillance camera, that traffic camera, at 12:30 this afternoon. So they don't know. Did he run into here? Did he run into the parking decks at the Battery? Did he run to the parking decks at the Galleria just on the other side of 285? Or the parking decks at Cumberland Mall? They have been looking all throughout this area and continue to search as the night starts to the sun starts to fall and night is upon us. They will be continuing to search. I talked with some people as they were just taking a walk from their apartment complex, coming out, and a lot of them had not heard of any of this until they came home and found police here, and finding out that the suspect could possibly be here. And of course, they're shaken to hear that kind of news, but they're glad for the police presence, and they will be here. Police will be here. I asked an officer, how long will you be here? And of course, his answer was, until they tell us to leave. Back to you.
John cheering for us tonight in Cobb County. We want to take you back out to Midtown, but we do want to let you know that we are expecting to receive some new information tonight. Just a moment ago, an email came in from Atlanta Police saying that they will be providing us with an update at 8 o'clock p.m. So we'll be watching for that. And of course, we'll bring you the very latest information that we get from police when that begins.
Well, all of this began this afternoon, a little bit after 12 o'clock, and that is where it started in Midtown. Karis Belger has new information from APD, what we know right now.
Well, earlier we heard from Atlanta Police. They said that started at around 12:08 in the afternoon. It happened in the waiting room on the 11th floor of Northside Medical here in Midtown. It's been said earlier 5 people shot, 1 woman is dead. And earlier today, this street was completely blocked off. Right now, things have cleared out, but earlier, within a 2-block radius of this building, no one can get through. In fact, police were turning away people who even lived in the apartment buildings nearby because they were still going through the buildings floor by floor trying to look for the suspect. Earlier we heard from workers at nearby Whole Foods who said that they were told to get away from the windows and to stay down and stay close together so that they would avoid any potential harm. And then several hours later, a worker told me that he was told by his employer to go home. Police were bringing in SWAT vehicles, and there were multiple agencies responding, including Atlanta Police, Fulton County Sheriff. There were also agencies from Georgia Tech Police, MARTA Police. Many different agencies called in to assist with this because at the time, police needed as much reinforcement as possible. Earlier, we also saw eventually and slowly workers inside the medical center were evacuated. It was only just a little while ago that a few of them said that they were able to go and get their vehicles to go home. One even said that she had to call her husband to come and get her, just to give you a sense of some of the chaos that was going on earlier for the people who just didn't know what was going on. But earlier today, as I mentioned, Police Chief Shearbaum giving us an update. Here's what he had to say.
And this is a very active search. We are following up on credible leads that are currently active in Cobb County, as well as some that are right here in the city. We have been joined by multiple jurisdictions. We have the Sheriff of Fulton County that is here right now, that's been working alongside our department, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State University PD, MARTA PD, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as the Atlanta Public Schools Police are all actively involved searching as we speak. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female.
You're hearing it there from the police chief. 5 families impacted by this, having to deal with the aftermath. I understand that Mayor Andre Dickens is reaching out to those families if he has not already. I also understand he's been in touch with Senator Warnock, also the White House, the governor's office, giving them updates and also receiving information and support from them as well if it is needed. We are going to continue to stay here and bring you updates. I do want to mention the police chief saying that the suspect, Mr. Patterson, is considered dangerous. Anyone who sees him should not approach him, but instead should call 911.
All right, Karis, thank you so much for that information. Again, we are expecting an update from Atlanta Police to come in a little under half an hour, and we'll, of course, be bringing you that information as soon as we get it, updating you with the very latest details from Atlanta Police as this situation continues to unfold.
You know, we really haven't had a lot of information in this over the hours. I mean, the story has remained pretty much the same of what we know in terms of those who were shot, one death, the others in critical condition. We know that his mother was in attendance. We know that he carjacked a vehicle. We know that he was last seen around 12:30 in Cobb County, but we don't know anything above and beyond that. And here we are at 7:36, and the last information that we had about 24-year-old Deion Patterson was at 12:30, and since then, poof, it has been a ghost. There has been nothing, no sightings, no information that we are aware of. Maybe Atlanta police coming up at the top of the hour will be able to shed some light on that maybe there are some sightings of the suspect, but as far as what we know, it's 7:36 right now. Nothing really has changed.
That's right. And as you mentioned, nothing has been confirmed at this hour, as police in Cobb County tell us they have been following up on every lead that they have received. And they're encouraging people to continue calling into them with any information that may be helpful. But at this point, none of those leads have materialized in finding this suspect or any additional information that they're able to share with us, at least, about where he might be or what might be going on with the situation at this hour.
And we don't know a lot about Deion Patterson. We know that he was born in October of 1998. We know he served in the Coast Guard until January. When he was discharged, he has a police record in Henry County.
Yes.
It's for marijuana possession and then for probation violation. But that's about all we know about him. We don't know his mental state. We don't know what the circumstances were of his medical visit today. We simply don't know that information.
We don't. We do know that his mother was there, as you mentioned, but we also are, our understanding is that the family is working with police. So hopefully that will provide them with some information, some intel into where his mind might be, some potential locations that he may have interest in traveling to as they continue to search for him. Because as we've mentioned, police say they have made no sightings up until this point since that last sighting at 12:30.
All right, we will take a break right now and we will continue here on WATL. Stay with us.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather.
At 7:41, we continue to follow breaking news right now. At 7, the search is still underway for a man accused of killing one person, injuring 4 others in Midtown Atlanta.
Police tell us he started shooting inside of a waiting room at a Northside medical facility out there in Midtown.
Another look at the suspect. This is the man police are looking for. He's 24 years of age. His name is Deion Patterson. The search for Patterson started early this afternoon. It is now extended into Cobb County. Marietta Smyrna has been the focus of trying to find the suspect.
And there is a $10,000 reward for any information that will lead to his arrest.
Again, 5 victims. 1 has died. The other 4 rushed to Grady. We check in with Bobeth Yates right now, who is at Grady Hospital, with more on the victims.
Well, that's exactly right. 4 victims were transported here to Grady, and I want to make sure we get it all straight because each of them are in different situations. Now, one of those victims was transported in stable condition. The other 3 were in critical condition, and Grady officials, their chief medical officer, Robert Jensen, tells me they are actively working to save the lives of the other 3 in critical condition. In fact, during the last update, we were told one of those victims was still in surgery. The other 2 were out of surgery and had been transported to the intensive care unit, but were not all the way out of the woods. Now, as for the 2 that were in surgery, one of them was treated in the internal radiation department. They say that is because of the injury. The gunshot wound impacted a blood vessel, and it was just easier for them to handle that there because of the specialized equipment and skill sets that that department is able to provide. Again, 3 victims were in critical, and take a listen to what officials had to say about this when they first arrived here.
So obviously we've got to finish the surgery on the one patient who's still in the operating room. They will go to the surgery intensive care unit. The other patient who finished surgery will go to the intensive care unit. The one who went to the interventional radiology suite is in the intensive care unit. So all 3 of those are either in the intensive care unit or will be going there afterwards, because they are still critically ill. By the time they arrived, we were fully staffed. We had empty rooms waiting. It was absolutely seamless. I cannot be more proud of the way Grady handled this.
Again, officials celebrating the work that the officials here at Grady did, all the doctors, the nurses. They say at one point they had to implement their mass shooter protocols, and then during that process they had to ensure that no visitors were coming into the building. They quickly were able to realize that they did not have to keep those protocols in effect, but they say they are ready and waiting just in case the situation escalates. They say they understand that this is a fluid situation and that active shooter is out there and armed and dangerous, so they are prepared for other victims in case they are. But the 3 victims that are in critical condition here remain in the intensive care unit, or at least one of them will be transported into the intensive care unit with the other 2 as soon as they are out of surgery. But officials say they are not out of the woods, and they are caring for them and trying to make sure that their trauma nurses, trauma surgeons, and trauma doctors are on hand just in case, to make sure that they are able to make it through this. Of course, we'll be out here and trying to get more updates on their conditions and trying to see if that last victim that was in surgery in critical condition has been released from that surgery just yet. But so far, no updates on that 3rd victim that was in critical condition and in surgery. And of course, we'll continue to bring the updates as we get them. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
A true illustration of the extraordinary work that goes on at Grady Hospital, not just today, but every day. And that trauma unit there, we are lucky in this community to have them, and all of those talented people and dedicated professionals that are at work to save so many lives on a daily basis.
We certainly are. As we continue to follow this situation, we know it's one that isn't just impacting us here, but it's also gaining attention all over the nation. And Georgia Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock spoke about what transpired and its impact on everyone, but also him as well as a father earlier today. Here's what he had to say.
My own 2 children were on lockdown this afternoon. I have 2 small children, and their schools are on lockdown responding to this tragedy. They are there, I'm here, hoping and praying that they are safe. But the truth is, none of us is safe. As a pastor, I'm praying for those who are affected by this tragedy, but I hasten to say that thoughts and prayers are not enough. And in fact, it is a contradiction to say that you are thinking and praying and then do nothing. It is to make a mockery of prayer. It is to trivialize faith. We pray not only with our lips, we pray with our legs. We pray by taking action. And still there are those who want to convince us that this is the cost of freedom. To them we have to say no.
Georgia Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock speaking there from Congress, from the Senate chamber, in reaction to this shooting here in Midtown.
All right, speaking of Midtown, it is there we go right now, where it all began. Karis Belger has new information from APD. And Karis, there is also a news conference that has been scheduled for about 12 minutes from now.
That's right, and as we're waiting for that update from Atlanta Police, here's what we heard from Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum earlier today. He explained that this happened on the 11th floor in the waiting room of the Northside Medical Facility here in Midtown. It was said earlier today, 5 people shot, 1 woman is dead. Shearbaum did mention that prior to today, the suspect had minimal interaction with law enforcement. We do understand that he has urged the public that if they see him, they are not to approach. Do call 911 instead. Earlier today, the streets around the medical center were completely blocked off, at least 2 blocks back. Earlier, I saw SWAT teams from multiple agencies, not just Atlanta Police. I also saw the Fulton County Sheriff, Georgia State Patrol, Georgia Tech Police, even MARTA Police, to name a few. Multiple agencies converging in this area because it was really a all-hands-on-deck situation. People were discouraged from leaving the buildings they were in. That means there were employees in nearby office buildings and people in nearby apartments who could not leave as police were trying to track down the suspect. And here's a little bit of what Chief Shearbaum told us about the situation as it unfolded earlier this afternoon.
And this is a very active search. We are following up on credible leads that are currently active in Cobb County, as well as some that are right here in the city. We have been joined by multiple jurisdictions. We have the Sheriff of Fulton County that is here right now, that's been working alongside our department, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State University PD, MARTA PD, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as the Atlanta Public Schools Police are all actively involved searching as we speak. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female.
So 5 families now being impacted by this, and also the workers and staff in this area who were shocked, who were really on edge. A few of them I spoke with as they were getting into their cars to leave just could not believe that this had happened because it wasn't what they expected. One woman told me that she was leaving surgery. Another woman told me she was checking on patients before all of this took place. I do want to mention that Mayor Andre Dickens did say he's reaching out to the families of victims. If he is not already, that is expected to happen. But he has been in touch with the governor's office, Reverend Warnock, also the other members of the Senate, and also the White House as well, getting support from them, but also keeping them updated on this situation as it continues to evolve. As it was mentioned, an update from Atlanta Police is expected shortly, and we will continue to bring those details once we have them.
Yeah, Karis, you make a point that a medical center is a place of healing. It is a place of feeling better, getting better, not only physically, but psychologically quickly as well. So for such a heinous act to happen today is just so dispiriting.
It certainly is. And as we continue to follow this, we are expecting new information from Atlanta Police. That news update is set to begin at 8 o'clock. So we'll, of course, be tracking that very latest information from Atlanta Police. Meanwhile, you can get caught up if you are just joining us or just learning about this situation by joining us on our website, 11alive.com, and being inside of our 11 Alive News app. That information is free and at your fingertips. You can scan that QR code there on your screen, and it'll take you to where you need to know to download that app. We're going to take a break and be right back with very latest information in just a few moments.
5 to 7 a.m.
You see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored.
We continue to follow breaking news at this hour, and we want to get you to some information that we are just hearing. This is the live look in Cobb County, where we understand the suspect has been taken into custody. You see a large number of Cobb County police vehicles there, a trooper and some other law enforcement. But we are understanding at this hour that 24-year-old Deion Patterson, the suspect in the Midtown shooting, has been taken into custody.
He has been on the run for almost 8 hours. It began in Midtown Atlanta a little after noon, and by the time time that he was done firing. 5 had been shot, 1 dead, 3 critical, all women, and he was able to flee and then carjack a small truck where he made his way north along I-85 into 75 into Cobb County, and that's where the focus has been most of the afternoon into the evening in that Smyrna Marietta area, not far from the Battery, and that is eventually where he was captured tonight. We will have more details coming up in the next 3.5 minutes or so from Atlanta Police as they are holding a news conference to give us more information about how this all came down and what we are looking at now in terms of the suspect.
That's right. Our Cody Alcorn is at Atlanta Police headquarters awaiting new information from Atlanta Police on this potential suspect in custody information that we're receiving from the ground. That news conference is set to begin at 8 o'clock. We will take you there as soon as it begins, whatever time that may be. But as we've been speaking, Jeff, there has been no sightings, no witness verification of this suspect since 12:30 earlier today. That information coming from Cobb County Police, where they say at 12:30, that's when they had the last visual confirmation of Patterson on a DOT camera. This is another look at the suspect who police have been searching for a good part of the day here.
And what has made this so rare? We live in an age and era of cameras everywhere. You're talking about license plates, readers, and billboards. And
the strongest and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at
And we continue to follow breaking news right now on 11 Alive and WATL at 8 p.m. The search for a suspect in a deadly mass shooting in Midtown now is over.
That's the information we are getting into our newsroom at this hour. Police say one woman is dead. 4 other women were injured in the shooting in Midtown. Take a look at the suspect who police have been searching for several hours. This is 24-year-old Deion Patterson. But again, new information into our newsroom is that he has been taken into custody at this hour. We are awaiting new information from Atlanta police. They are expected to begin a news conference in about 15 minutes. We're going to take you there as soon as that begins.
All right, let's join 11 Alive's John Sherrick. He is in Cobb County right now for the latest information. John, what do you know?
The suspect is down there. Cobb County Police telling residents here and telling us that they've captured the suspect at this condominium complex, Watered Place condos, just down the street from the apartment complex where they were searching off Herodian Road and US 41, not far from the Battery and Truist Park. At about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, police cars came racing into this apartment complex, this condominium complex, down into the rear of the complex, down a hill where there is a pool and tennis courts. I understand there is a creek back in there. And that's where they surrounded him and captured him, apparently without incident. We're told here at the scene that he is alive and handcuffed, and that's all we're being told here. Residents just now beginning to gather to try to figure out what's been happening in their backyards, but that's what's been happening. Police telling us here at the scene that they've captured the suspect. He is alive, he is handcuffed, and they'll be transporting him at some point to Atlanta Police. Jeff.
All right, John Sherrick reporting for us from Cobb County. As we are taking a look at that shot right now, we are seeing the apartment complex where the suspect was arrested. You can see right now a myriad of law enforcement from Cobb County vehicles, SUVs right now. We don't have any information right now as to how he was apprehended or where he was at the moment when police were finally able to find him. But the expectation is that we will know that coming up in the next 11 minutes or so when Atlanta Police have now scheduled a news conference to shed some light on how Deion Patterson was captured almost 8 hours after all of this carnage began in Midtown Atlanta.
We want to get you now to Andrew Wilson tracking and giving us a bit of a better perspective on where all of this has been unfolding. Andrew?
Yeah, Jennifer, you know, we just had that news come in that the suspect was captured, and it really wasn't too far away from where they had found that vehicle that was allegedly carjacked by him. That vehicle found right there near Heritage Court and Windy Ridge Parkway. Those streets have been closed down for a majority of this afternoon after they found that vehicle. And then it looks like the suspect made his way off towards, a little bit towards the northwest and away from the Battery in Truist Park there. And that's where the suspect was captured. Right actually in this area is where that suspect was captured, just on Herodian Way. That's what we heard from John Sherrick here just a moment ago. But of course, this all started about 8 hours ago now. We're nearing that 8-hour time frame when Atlanta police had to report to a call of shots fired at 12:08 p.m. That was at West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Street. At that time, we did not know where the shooting had occurred, but we later found out that was at Northside Hospital, and then we ended up having those 5 people shot, 4 of them injured, 1 of them unfortunately passing away. And you see some of those scenes there of Cobb Police still pulling up to the scene there in the bottom left corner of your screen. After that shooting had occurred, it appeared the suspect made his way off towards the north and west and then allegedly carjacked somebody at William Street and 14th Street. Soon after that, the suspect made his way off to the northwest, and that's where he was spotted on a camera that Cobb Police were monitoring that at about 12:30 p.m. Right here along Windy Ridge Parkway and Heritage Court. Remember, the shooting was called in at 12:08, and around 12:30, they spotted him on the camera. As well was the time period when they spotted him on the camera. They did not actually see that he was in that area until about 2:30, so about 2 hours after he was already in that region. And that's why we've seen such a large police presence around the Vinings, Cumberland area, stretching throughout the Battery, because they had seen him there last whenever they looked at that footage around 2:30. 12:30. But again, that footage was showing from back around the 12:30 time frame. And then just recently, you're seeing some of those scenes there on the screen as well, where they have just captured that suspect, and it looks like they're getting ready to pull away with that suspect as well. And again, we're going to be hearing from police here pretty soon, giving us an update around 8:15, so we're less than 10 minutes away, giving us an update on the capture of this suspect and also some of the information regarding the capture of him. So after that capture, they've kind of set everything up there around the Waterford Place condominiums. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on this and keep you updated on it throughout tonight. Jennifer and Jeff.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much. We do want to take you to a tweet just sent out from the Cobb County Police Department confirming that 24-year-old Deion Patterson has been apprehended, has been taken into custody. And as we have been mentioning, Atlanta police will be providing an update in about 10 minutes. And that is where we are hoping to get more information about how this all unfolded.
And we are going to hear from Cody Alcorn right now. We join him now from downtown Atlanta, outside Atlanta Police Headquarters. Cody, this has been a very curious case from the beginning. After all of the violence in Midtown, it then transpons up to Marietta and Smyrna, and finally, at around 8 o'clock tonight, they are able to capture him, apparently alive. And this has certainly had a look of which we have not seen in many years here at Atlanta.
And it's about to get crazier when you hear what I'm about to tell you on what I've been told as far as how he was captured. But first, I do want to let you know this news conference is going to be pushed back a little bit. It was scheduled for 8, but then we got news on the way down here. He was captured in Cobb County. So they're going to have a joint news conference with Cobb County Police and APD. They're on their way back with that suspect right now here to APD headquarters. So we're expecting around maybe 8:20, 8:30. We're going to get let inside around 8:10. But this is what I just got from a source with close connections to this. They say they caught this guy walking around an apartment complex, had on the same outfit that we saw those pictures of, also still armed with a weapon. They said he acted candidly as if nothing had happened today before being caught. Also getting some other unconfirmed by APD. We'll see if they'll confirm this in the news conference we're about to see, but we were calling this a carjacking, but what I'm being told now is that possibly someone left their keys in a vehicle and it was running, is how he possibly got this car so fast after that shooting on the 11th floor of Northside Hospital. So again, what I'm being told as far as this capture, which we'll get that information coming up during this news conference, but unconfirmed, is that he was walking around in the same outfit. We saw that picture of him from the elevator from Northside, and that it was pretty candidly just walking around as if nothing had happened. So it's going to go back to see why he was taken to the hospital this morning in the first place. Was there some type of a mental issue that his mother decided to take him to Northside to get some help today, and then something triggered this suspect, Deion Patterson, causing him to open fire, shooting those 5 innocent women, killing one of them, leaving 3 in critical condition. But again, we have moved from Northside Hospital. I was just there in the last 30 minutes. We're now here outside APD. We just want to give you an update on what we have been hearing from sources as far as the capture. We're going to go back inside here. We are expecting the sergeant to come down and take us to that news conference. But again, the reason why we've come on the air right now outside is because we do expect this to be pushed back some time, because when they called the news conference, we had not heard that Deion Patterson was caught. Now, it's not likely they're going to give us a walk shot. We're going to see him brought down here. But what I'm being told is he will be coming to APD headquarters because, yes, it's been an all-day manhunt for this guy since 12 o'clock, but he's now a homicide suspect. So they will take him into a room, interrogation room, like they do any suspect, and they'll start the interview process, which could go well into the early morning hours, because they want to know why this happened. And of course, if he needs help, they're going to try to get him help. But again, he will be formally charged if he is in fact the suspect who they've been calling suspect all day. He's going to face a homicide or a murder charge, and then at least those 4 aggravated assault charges as well. So we're going to learn a lot of new information. We're going to bring that to you live as soon as the chief walks out. We believe Cobb County will be joining APD to give us an update on the capture and just a timeline and a better understanding of what unfolded here today in Midtown that stretched over near the Battery.
Cody, I have a couple of more questions for you, but I'm going to hold them because I know you've got to run in right now and claim your spot inside of APD. So we're going to go to Dawn White, who is in Midtown right now, and she has some details about what she knows with some of the information that she found leading up to the capture of the suspect.
Well, I'm here at Waterford Place, and a Cobb County police source told me just minutes ago that this is where they found the suspect. That source told me that the search ended down there, this area down there where the pool is and the clubhouse. And I have Chase here, who is a resident who lives nearby, who has been following this throughout the day. So tell me what you heard and what you saw.
We definitely heard all the helicopter commotion, the police cars going back and forth all day from the other apartments to the Battery, and then recently we just heard all the commotion kick up the last 10 minutes, and they took off over here. So we took our little dogs out to go scout, see what's going on, and they, I believe they have the suspect now. The police officers were high-fiving each other just a second ago, and they're just now making their way out right now. So I think it was a great job, Cobb County Police Department.
So this seems like a pretty quiet area. What's your reaction to something like this happening where you live?
Well, yeah, it's definitely quiet back here. We are close to, the Cobb County action, the Cobb County Galleria and stuff, but off the side of the road and everything, off Cobb Parkway, off 41, it's definitely unusual. But it is a safe area. I believe, some of the residents probably gave some really good tips as to what was going on over here.
And living here, what is your reaction to the suspect being caught here where you live?
Yeah, I was following this earlier when it happened in Midtown, and I live right here, so the fact that it came all the way back home was very scary, and it kind of puts things in perspective. Anyone can be caught in the middle of something, so very glad, felt safe enough to walk around with my dog because of so much police presence. Just glad Cobb County was able to take care of the job.
Definitely a heavy police presence. I know we saw about 30 police vehicles coming in here. What have you seen, especially when the suspect was apprehended?
Yeah, 30 plus police officers, a lot of Cobb County, the Georgia State Patrol, and 3+ helicopters. So there's been a lot of money spent trying to apprehend this guy today, and I'm glad they were able to take care of it. So go Cobb County.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Chase, for talking with me. So this resident here coming down, walking his dog, and seeing the apprehension take place, and people in this area and throughout Cobb County and throughout the metro area can breathe a sigh of relief.
Hey, Don, can you tell us, A, how far away you are from the Braves stadium, where the Braves play, so people understand exactly where this complex is? And the second part of this question is, would you describe the parking lot where he was captured? It would appear that it's somewhat hilly, and you go in via a little bit of a maze there to find that parking lot. Is that a correct analysis?
I would definitely say that that's correct, Jeff. And not only is it hilly, but it's very woody. If you take a look over here, you will see all of these woods and then steep hills throughout the area here. And the source tells me that the search was concentrated down in that area where the pool is and where the tennis court is. And I would say we're probably about 2 miles or so from the stadium.
And which side of the stadium? Is that north of the stadium, or where exactly is that in relation to the stadium for people that are familiar with that area by going to the Battery?
I'm not really sure at this point. I know we're about 2 hours away. I feel like we went a little bit north. So this is, definitely an area where 12:30 to now, 7-8 hours, that the suspect could have made it a couple miles within that time period.
Well, we have put up a map here,
very
Dawn.
rural, remote area.
Yeah. Don White, thank you. We are looking at the map right now, and you can see it is not far away from I-75 there in Cobb County. So I think that really gives you an overview. That's an answer to my question as far as where this condominium complex is in the proximity to the Battery.
And if you're familiar with this area out in Cobb County and Midtown, you can get a sense of exactly how far the suspect had to have allegedly traveled in order to get from the location of this initial shooting out to these various locations in Cobb County. If you're looking at this map on your screen, it marks where the car was found in a parking garage near the Battery, that on Heritage Court near the Windy Ridge area. And then down further away from that is where we understand that suspect was captured. This taking place at the Waterford Place condos. We know our Andrew Wilson has been tracking a little bit more of these details on the location. So Andrew, what can you share with us?
Yeah, Jennifer, I mean, you can really see how close this is. Truist Park right here. So the suspect may have been just kind of hanging out right in this area as we've made our way throughout today. Remember, the last time that he was seen was at 12:30 along Heritage Court, which is kind of right under where you're seeing this police car icon, and then Windy Ridge Parkway. They've had Windy Ridge Parkway closed down all afternoon, and then the suspect likely kind of made his way somewhere through here and somehow made his way up Harridan Avenue, or Harridan Way, excuse me. That's right where John Shearick has been all day reporting on the police activity in that area, and they had police officers that were actually checking vehicles. We saw in his live shots earlier today showing police officers checking vehicles as they went in and out of some of these apartment complexes. Now, Waterford Place Condominiums is located right here under this police car. This is where they captured the suspect. So he was just kind of hanging out in the roads right out back through here whenever police ended up coming across him. So you can see how close this was. Truist Park, the Battery, this whole area, he kind of just made his way either up this way or kind of made his way back through here. He may have even cut through the woods right there, but police were right on him this whole time. These cameras seem to have played a big role in making sure this suspect was caught. First of all, by showing police where that vehicle was seen last, right there around 12:30, even though police didn't get to seeing that footage until 2:30. And then all afternoon, the suspect was hanging out in this area and police were able to find him just a couple miles away, possibly even, maybe even just a mile or two away from Truist Park in the Battery, right where he was seen last at 12:30. And here we are, even about 8 hours after the shooting, and that's when we finally had the suspect apprehended.
All right, Andrew Wilson, thank you. If you are just joining us again, the suspect has been caught. He has been apprehended by Cobb County. It began around noon today in Midtown, 11th floor, 5 shot, 1 dead, 3 critical, all women, and a massive manhunt. He was able to flee from the 11th floor and find a vehicle. According to our Cody Alcorn, he found that truck with the keys in it outside that was running. It wasn't really a carjacking as much as it was a case of a guy just having an opportunity to get into a vehicle, a truck, and take off down the freeway, which isn't that very, very far from where he was at the point of the shootings this afternoon.
Let's talk about the victims here. Police tell us a 39-year-old woman was killed in this shooting, and we understand all of the other victims are women as well. Police telling us they are 71, 56, 39, and 25 years old. We understand all of those victims who survived were taken to Grady Hospital for treatment, where we understand at least 3 of them were in some sort of serious or critical condition as the crews at Grady Memorial Hospital continue to treat them at this hour.
As far as the motive, we don't know anything about this. We know his mother was in attendance. She was not one of those who was shot. But other than that, we simply do not know why Deion Patterson decided to open fire in Midtown Atlanta around the lunch hour today. We do know from Cody Alcorn as well, who told us that his source had told him that this suspect was apprehended, was captured around 8 o'clock in the parking lot of the condominium complex not far from the Battery. And the suspect was wandering around in the same hoodie, the same outfit that we have seen him in the screen grabs from the surveillance video.
And also still armed.
And still armed. He was clutching a weapon, a pistol, and behaved as though nothing had happened, as though he was not coherent to what had transpired during the course of the afternoon. But that's where we stand right now. It's 19 minutes after 8 o'clock. We are expecting a news conference from the Atlanta Police Department headquarters. Cody Alcorn is there for us tonight, and we expect that momentarily, where APD will have all of the details for us tonight about about how he was captured and how everything played out today.
And this is a view from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker over that condominium complex off of Heritage, where this continues to unfold, because even after the suspect has been taken into custody, there's still additional work to do out there. We are expecting that joint news conference from Atlanta and Cobb County Police to begin maybe in the next 10 minutes or so. As Jeff mentioned, our Cody Alcorn is there waiting for that to begin. We're going to break into our coverage and get you that information from police, those updates, as soon as we get them. But we believe this, let's take it right now, or we're seeing right now, is that the suspect?
Right now. Yes.
All right, and you see him in that attire, as we mentioned, that was shown from images that were given to police. You see him being escorted there by law enforcement officials right there, walking very slowly through. And again, Jeff, we are told that this happened without incident. He was just walking in this condominium complex, and according to our, reporting from our Cody Alcorn, act as if nothing had happened.
And we're in the same clothes that he did, the same clothes that we saw during the screen grabs from the surveillance video. That's exactly what he was wearing, and he is walking. I mean, it is a very low-key kind of operation in terms of what we are seeing right now, as opposed to the expectation of not knowing what to expect from a suspect who has allegedly committed these crimes.
And there's so many questions that remain that are going to be answered hopefully in the next few days and hours as we await new information from Atlanta Police. You see that is an Atlanta Police vehicle there on the scene. We understand that he will be transported to Atlanta Police headquarters, where that questioning will resume.
We really don't know a lot about him. We know that he was born in October of 1998. We know he served in the U.S. Coast Guard, and he left the Coast Guard in January of this year. But above and beyond that, we know there was a criminal record in Henry County. It was a marijuana possession, and then he had a couple of probation issues that also is on his record. But above and beyond that, there was any indication of any violence in his background, at least in terms of his criminal record. And again, that issue of what led to all of this, that's simply one of the major questions that we certainly have tonight, that we want to ask Atlanta Police, if they are able to answer it, or perhaps they are unable to do so, given the fact that he has only been under arrest within the last 25 minutes or so.
And again, we are taking a live look from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker as he has been placed into this Atlanta vehicle, from this Atlanta Police vehicle, where we understand he will be transported to Atlanta Police headquarters. Another question that will be outstanding, Jeff, is what exactly led police to this location? Was there a tip from someone in the community? Right. Was there information from family or friends? What led them to this particular location? We do know there was a $10,000 reward that was out there for his capture and arrest. Billboards out around the community asking for the public's help in locating him so that he could be placed into custody and placed into arrest.
And we were the first to be able to show you these images, these live pictures from Cobb County outside this condominium complex where Deion Patterson was apprehended about 26 and a half minutes ago. And among the questions I think that we will have for Atlanta Police is, where was he over the last 7.5 hours? Was he in this complex? Was he milling about? Was he wandering about in the parking lot with the weapon exposed, as Cody Alcorn's source told him? Where was he killing all of that time? Where was he spending all of that time, so to speak, that law enforcement was unable to find him?
That's right, because the information that we have from Cobb County Police earlier in the evening, just a couple of hours ago, is that 12:30 was the last spotting of him on a GDOT camera. 12:30, but it wasn't until a couple of hours later at 2:30 that Cobb County Police actually became aware of that spotting on that camera. So in all of that time, Jeff, what has been transpiring? What has been going on? Where has he been? Was he at other locations? We know Cobb County Police said that they had reports of spottings throughout their community. None of them turned out to be fruitful until this moment now.
Cody Alcorn also had told us that this was didn't believe, his source had mentioned it was not a premeditated murder. Thus, the escape, which was so effective for him for so many hours, he was on the run, and law enforcement had no idea. And the other curiosity about all of this is, and we've talked about this extensively, is about, everybody has an iPhone, a cell phone, and a camera affixed to either a doorbell or a doorknob or to a phone, and yet there was really no indication of where he was after that sighting around 12:30 today. He was pretty much a figure that was not seen by anyone. There were really no tips.
All right, we want to get you back out to our Dawn White. She's live in Cobb County, just outside of that community. Dawn, what can you tell us as this is unfolding? We were just showing the first live images of the suspect being placed into an Atlanta police cruiser.
Well, I'm actually inside of the community right now, inside of Waterford Place, and a source here tells me that it is here where that suspect was captured just about 20 minutes ago. And I'm here with Christy and Deborah, two residents. So you called 911 earlier today.
No, I did not call 911. I just had a hunch that, they were not catching him at all, and I just had a hunch that, we have a property here that we have a pool area with showers, and that they could get in there and hide, and I just thought that they might be hiding out until it got dark so they could escape. So I just had a hunch, and I saw the policeman come into our neighborhood, and so Deborah and I went and walked our dogs, and we went up to them and we just told them our hunch.
And obviously you were right. What do you think about the suspect? This happened down in Midtown Atlanta, him being found up here in Cobb County in the community you live in.
It's very scary, very unsettling.
It seems like a pretty peaceful, quiet community.
It is. It is very much so.
Yeah. So what did you see and hear as
earlier today? My corporate office is in Midtown, so I was getting calls from my corporate office, hey, we're on lockdown, there's a shooting, and etc. And so I was very concerned for everybody there, and I wasn't there today, obviously. And so I went about my business, and then one of my coworkers called me and said, Deborah, they're in your neighborhood. I'm like, what? He's in my neighborhood? What are you talking about? So we get here and all of that, and then Christy called me and she's like, there's police officers up here, maybe we should tell them my hunch. And I'm like, that's a good idea. So we walk up there with the dogs and we tell them, and all of us, he's like, thank you. And we start walking back, and then he starts running and, get your dogs, get on the grass, get on the grass. And we were like, oh my God. And here they all come flying down, and right where Christy suspected they might be. Our heroine.
So kind of describe what the scene was like. I know there were about 30 police vehicles here earlier. What did you see? What did you hear?
Well, we had two here, and then when we stood here on this grass area, they just came here straight down, just shooting down there. Adrenaline rushing, of course, and we rushed back to my condo and went out on my balcony. Then my other neighbors, because we have wonderful neighbors here. This community is fantastic. This neighbor Daniela, just amazing. All watch out for each other. So we were out on my balcony, and there they all were in my back door, lined up, and then we saw the canines and heard them, get down on the ground, and we were just relieved. So it was just great relief that they caught him and nobody else was hurt. Thank God.
Well, thanks very much for sharing your story and for joining me today. So a very harrowing experience literally happening at home for these two women here. One who had a hunch that the suspect may be hiding in this area. It's very woody, very hilly. And we'll send it back to you.
All right, Dawn, thank you. You are looking live now overhead from Sky Tracker. This is Cobb County as they are escorting the suspect in connection with 5 shot, 1 dead, 3 critical to the Cobb County Jail at this hour.
Yeah, this has been an incredible last, 40 or so minutes as we have watched this unfold. You saw these images first on 11 Alive from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker of that suspect being walked to this Atlanta police cruiser that is now riding lights and sirens, we understand, toward Atlanta Police Headquarters. Now, we also understand that Atlanta Police and Cobb County Police are expected to hold a news conference, a joint news conference, and that could begin at any moment. We will, of course, get you to that as soon as it begins. Our Cody Alcorn is standing by there. But this has just been an incredible set of events. We understand from our reporters that this suspect was just wandering around this condominium community.
Well, we sort of saw in the arrest, as we saw Cobb County Police walking him to a vehicle to be transported to the jail. It was very docile, very
slow,
passive, not what you would expect given the magnitude of the crimes of which he is alleged to have committed.
Well, that's what we are also hearing from our Cody Alcorn. His source is telling him that it seemed as if the suspect was acting as if nothing had happened when this contact with law enforcement first began, that he was walking in that complex wearing the same clothing that we saw in those initial images released by Atlanta Police following the shooting in Midtown, and still armed out there.
And we continue to watch this group of cruisers, of SUVs, making their way to the jail. Again, we have been expecting a news conference from downtown Atlanta. APD is going to be speaking with reporters about all of the events of this day now, the last 8.5 hours, which began on the 11th floor of that doctor's office and has now concluded with the arrest of the suspect, Deion Patterson, on his way to jail right now. You are looking from Sky Tracker right now, high above, as they make their way unimpeded toward the jail.
Yeah, that image live right there from our Sky Tracker. The one you were just seeing toward the left of your screen was from just a few moments ago, as Jeff was talking about that suspect being walked to that Atlanta police cruiser. As this situation, this update that the suspect is now in custody was just beginning to unfold. We understand this is the Waterford Place condominiums in Cobb County where he was taken into custody, maybe around 7:45 or so. We're told from people who live out there that police were racing into that community and he was captured, we understand, without incident. Again, he is alive, taken in handcuffs. And right now, this is a live look from Atlanta Police Headquarters as we await for that news conference, that joint news conference with Atlanta Police and Cobb County Police to begin to hopefully get some answers that a lot of people have been asking since 12 this afternoon.
You know, we were talking a little bit about what he might have been doing for about 7 hours before he was apprehended, and how he could evade law enforcement to such a degree that he did. But you know what? I think Dawn White's live broadcast from that condominium parking lot really gives an overview of maybe how this all happened. A very heavily wooded area, and it's sort of layered. It's hilly, and you have to go through a series of spirals to get in or out of that condo complex in terms of where the parking lot is. So, you know, given the amount of foliage, given the amount of winding roads and all of that, might have just been in that area most of the afternoon. If they captured him, as Cody Alcorn's sources have told him, where he was just sort of wandering around aimlessly. He was, you know, in the same clothes from earlier in the day, and he also had his weapon on him. So that may be an answer to that. That'll be one of the questions certainly that is asked tonight of Atlanta Police in the minutes ahead about where he was, and the answer may be just at that condominium complex, which is, you know, you can do a lot of hiding out in that place by the topography alone.
It certainly is. And you know, we started this with police saying the shooting took place in Midtown around 12:08 this afternoon. Cobb County Police saying around 12:30 this suspect was spotted on a GDOT camera. Right. And again, saying there had been no sightings, no new information since that time. So for that period of time is how long this person has been out there with all manner of law enforcement searching for him in our region.
And when the search began in Cobb County, I immediately thought about 5 buses of Forsyth County children that were in that area. Earlier today, I was out at the Battery. I was out at the Brave Stadium doing an interview for a story that we're going to do with Marquise Grissom, the Atlanta native who played on the 1995 World Championship team, and then headed over to Dale Murphy's restaurant there at the Battery, and watching these events unfold, never thinking that this suspect would make his way toward Cobb County. And within about an hour, that was the case. And, there were so many children that were in this area on a school bus tour from Forsyth County, dozens upon dozens upon dozens who might have been in harm's way. And thank goodness that was not an issue. But just some of the elements, some of the moving parts that were in Cobb County this afternoon as this began to unfold.
If you were just joining us, a live look on the right of your screen from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker. This is the Atlanta police cruiser that we believe is carrying 24-year-old Deion Patterson, who has now been taken into custody, accused of these shootings in Midtown. And we believe he is on his way at this hour to Atlanta Police Headquarters. On the left side of your screen, a view from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker just moments ago.
A very quiet arrest, just very docile, very
gentle,
passive.
calm as Atlanta police took him into custody. Again, at this hour, we are waiting on that joint news conference still from Atlanta Police and Cobb County Police. That's that shot that you've seen earlier with the microphones on the podium. That has yet to begin. We will, of course, take you there as soon as it happens. But, something else that we understand, after the shooting, police say that initially they said there was some sort of carjacking. We're hearing from one of our reporters that instead it may have been a vehicle that was left running that was easily accessible by the suspect. Exactly, who was then able to take that vehicle out to Cobb County. That vehicle found in a parking garage off Heritage Court near the Battery, near the Windy Ridge area. And again, we have been finding him here now, again, not far from this general vicinity of the Battery, of Heritage Court, of where this happened at the Waterford Place condos, all of this happening in a very small, tight-knit area. And if you take a look at this map here, it shows you everything where this happened. And it's kind of difficult because we are in the city of Atlanta and then we moved to Cobb County. But on the right side of your screen there, you see where that shooting took place, where this all began, where the vehicle was taken, and then on the left side of your screen we see where the camera spotted the car and where the suspect was eventually captured. So that gives you a little bit more of an overview of where all of the moving parts have been taking place in the metro Atlanta area here.
I'm just struck by an early afternoon that began so violently, ends so peacefully. And the images that we are witnessing here that you saw first on 11 Alive about 40 minutes ago is in deep contrast to what transpired a little after 12 o'clock in Midtown Atlanta on the 11th floor of that building.
And it's something we're grateful for. We are grateful that it has come to this sort of resolution. We didn't want any more unfortunate events to take place as a result of what we have already seen. So that is some good news. Again, we are awaiting that news conference. That is a live look on both sides of your screen of that Atlanta police cruiser that we believe is carrying the suspect, 24-year-old Deion Patterson, and then also a live look inside Atlanta Police Headquarters as we expect that news conference, that joint news conference, to begin at any moment.
We are possibly a couple of minutes away from this news conference at APD, and I think also one of the curious aspects of this is we had been talking about how this search for Patterson would begin to shift as the sun set, of what it would look like in Cobb County and Marietta and Smyrna tonight as they continued to search for this suspect, and we're not having any success for so many hours. But what would that look like? How would it begin to evolve at night, and the complexities of searching during the nighttime hours makes it only more problematic. So the good news is all of this came to a resolution around 8 o'clock about 40 minutes ago.
And speaking of the daylight nighttime hours situation, when we look at that video from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker, when he was being walked to that Atlanta police cruiser, it was still daylight. It wasn't high noon, but it was still some natural light out there, and we have lost our video signal. We'll try to get that back as as our 11 Alive Sky Tracker continues to track that cruiser to Atlanta Police.
But I think it would have been very alarming for a lot of people going to bed tonight, knowing that this individual was still loose, potentially somewhere in their community in Cobb County. But
you see there, as he's being taken into custody, there's still light from the day, and so that is, as you said, it brings peace of mind to those in that community, especially since that is where we were last getting reports albeit at 12:30, of action from this particular suspect.
Well, we don't know a lot about the suspect, and we have been talking about that for almost 9 hours now, that while we have known his name and we have seen his mugshot and we have seen the screen grabs from the surveillance video of the offices in which he is seen to be pointing a gun, we just don't know a lot about him. We know that he was born in October of 1998 in Atlanta, and we know that he served in the U.S. Coast Guard and that he left the U.S. service around January, but above and beyond that, we don't have a lot of understanding about him. A marijuana possession in Henry County and a probation violation, a couple of them in Henry County in connection with that issue of the marijuana. But other than that, we don't know. We know his mother was with him this morning. She was not one of those who was injured. She was not shot. She had talked to some national print reporters in the hours afterward. But for the most part, this has been a mysterious event. We do not know why this violence was exacted in a doctor's office. We don't know these victims, why they were picked randomly, why they were all women. We have 1 death, we have 5 shot, 3 critical condition, and their circumstances are certainly life and death right now inside Grady Hospital.
And as we continue to think about what may have taken place here, we have heard various points of speculation, if you will, from folks online, from people providing tips. So we do not have those answers, and hopefully we can get some of that information tonight when this news conference begins. But again, we don't have a lot of information about the suspect, but also about what happened and why. We asked Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum earlier when he briefed the media about the victims. Whether or not they were employees, whether they were patients, whether they were a mixture of both, and that information was not given to us or not shared with us at that time. But when you think about the victims, a 39-year-old woman killed, a 71-year-old, 56-year-old, 39-year-old, and 25-year-old, all shot and taken to Grady Hospital, with some of those trauma units still working on some of these patients at this hour.
I'm really struck also by the fact that we are a metro area of 7 million people. And we learned this during the Brian Nichols case in 2005, and certainly the day trader shooting in 1999 over at Piedmont Center, how one individual bent on violence, on murder, on killing people can certainly alarm an entire metro area, shelter in place, and it can change the dynamic, the trajectory of a city for a day until the apprehension is made.
It certainly can, because there was a lot of fear and a lot of concern starting around noon today as people were seeking more information. People were sheltering in place.
A lot of businesses went home early.
Businesses, restaurants, daycares, children locked down in their schools, parents not able to go get them. And this happening not just in the Midtown area, this kind of stretching beyond there. And as you mentioned, those school children visiting Cobb County, so it stretches far beyond just the Midtown area, far beyond just Cobb County. It really just stretches and touches so many of us when anytime something like this happens.
It puts so many people at risk. If there is someone with a handgun who has used it, who has killed others, and is still in possession of that handgun, certainly all bets are off about where to go from there. And the good news is that law enforcement, Cobb County Police, have apprehended the suspect. As you first saw here on 11 Alive, you are seeing him being walked peacefully, quietly, passively, docile as he makes his way into the SUV.
And right there live in the right side, you're seeing him enter Atlanta Police Headquarters. Again, this is a live look from our 11 Live Sky Tracker as that suspect, 24-year-old Deion Patterson, was just escorted into Atlanta Police Headquarters, where we believe he will be questioned further this evening before at some point being taken to the jail.
So one part of the story is over tonight. One part has reached its completion, and everybody can take a deep breath collectively after seeing him now escorted into jail under police power right now.
And again, at this hour, 8:43 right now. We are waiting, hopefully in moments away from a news conference held by Atlanta Police and Cobb County Police. Our Cody Alcorn is live for us there. You see no action from the podium just yet, but we will take you there as soon as that begins.
You know, the correlation to Brian Nichols is one that I think a lot of people who have lived here a long time and certainly lived in the horror of that day with the events that happened, you know, where a suspect is able to do what he did and then get in a vehicle and be gone. And you know, you wondered where Nichols went. You wonder what happened. And certainly we were thinking about that today. And that wasn't that long ago in 2005. And again, the day trader in 1999 who went in and shot people, he also escaped, eventually took his life in a van, as I recall, outside of a gas station. But that was one of those as well, where the suspect is able to flee and be armed, and you simply do not know if that individual will exact violence again. So the good news is that part of the story has ended. The other stories certainly are trying to get these people that have been shot, these women, well, once again in Grady Hospital, that they survive the trauma of all of this. And the questions that we have for law enforcement tonight are many about the motive behind this, how he did it, and how he was able to successfully evade police capture for almost 8 hours.
Yeah, and Jeff, you talked about the day trader and Brian Nichols, but we also have that Midtown shooting not too far from where this happened just last year, and that suspect captured at the Atlanta airport, taken into custody there. That
right across from the High Museum.
Yeah,
Colony Square.
Yeah, in that vicinity, and that a more recent example of us seeing a very similar situation here. Someone able to go in, as you say, exact violence allegedly, and then make their way to another location, leaving thousands of people in lockdown and in fear for quite some time in the Midtown area of Atlanta.
Well, if you're just joining us, we are waiting for the Atlanta Police Department and their news conference. We are expecting that at any moment right now. But the suspect, 24-year-old Deion Patterson, has been captured by Cobb County Police. He is now in the Cobb County Jail after having freedom for about 8 hours after the events of the day in Midtown. As you can see on the right side of the screen, that is the Cobb County Jail from Sky Tracker right now.
Atlanta.
The left side.
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Atlanta Police Headquarters on the right. No, Cobb County's on the right, is it not? I believe that's the jail on the right and APD's on the left.
That is Atlanta Police Headquarters on both sides of your screen. This is the live Sky Tracker view above APD Headquarters, and then what we just left is and what you see now is the podium inside headquarters as we wait on those officials to begin this news conference.
We have about a minute 45 before the news conference is scheduled to begin. We are told right now by city officials in downtown Atlanta. We will hear from the chief. I have seen in the last few minutes that Mayor Dickens also has mentioned this news conference. He has also mentioned the apprehension of the suspect, so we may see him in attendance as well tonight.
And this is again a look from our 11 Live Sky Tracker as that suspect was being escorted into Atlanta Police Headquarters there after being transported all the way from Cobb County, where he was taken into custody at the Waterford Place condos around 7:45, when we understand police went racing into that community. The suspect captured without incident. You see him there walking under his own power. We understand taken into custody, handcuffed out there, walking around that walking around that condominium complex just prior to being taken into custody. We understand, and as you see right here, wearing the same attire that we are told he was wearing from those images that we first saw released from Atlanta Police earlier in the day after that shooting happened.
So we are just moments away from going to downtown Atlanta. Cody Alcorn is our reporter who is in attendance for the news conference. And now we are seeing Mayor Dickens, just as we speculated a moment ago. We see the police chief as well in attendance. And the news conference is set to begin. Let's take it right here, right now.
Good evening. I thank the Atlanta Police Department for their response today. And I'd also like to thank our law enforcement partners from across this region. As you see standing behind me and with me today are the police chief of Cobb County, as well as the Fulton County Sheriff, as well as our APD police chief, as well as our fire rescue chief, Chief Smith. I want to thank also our local college police offices and also our Atlanta Public Schools Police Office, as well as neighboring jurisdictions, the state of Georgia, and the federal government that has all chipped in on this support today. We also had strong coordination with our fire and rescue and emergency medical personnel. And last but not least, we must thank our E911 operators who spent the day fielding calls as we tracked this suspect. I am pleased to share with you that thanks to our strong partnership with Cobb County Police Department, law enforcement have taken the suspect into custody. Thanks to the highly trained police officers across our region, we are able to bring this suspect into custody without further harm. He will be charged and stand trial for his crimes. Not only did law enforcement bring this man into custody, they also kept our community safe during an enormously tense afternoon and evening. I want to thank our citizens for keeping calm, staying in place, and for providing critical information to law enforcement throughout the day. Now I'm going to turn it over to law enforcement to share an update, and I'll return to share a few additional remarks later. Now I'll turn it over to APD Police Chief Darren Shearbon.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the members of the press for being here this evening. You all have played an important role today as we kept citizens both in Atlanta and Cobb County informed, asked for their assistance as we sought the apprehension of this very dangerous perpetrator. And thank you for returning tonight to again update those of our various communities. The mayor spoke today of a capable, competent, and brave response by the first responder network that served not only the city but this region. And I just want the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department to know, those that are in our 911 center, our first responding officers, our tactical teams, our investigators, how proud yet again I am of you of the work that you have done today on behalf of this city. And in the most dire of circumstances, you have shown what you do daily for the men and women that call this city home and those that visit here. But if you look closely on the earliest views from the crime scene, you saw not only the Atlanta Police Department responding, you saw a network of officers representing multiple agencies who have trained for this various outcome. Mr. Mayor, over and over again, that a day that this tragedy should befall this city, that we would be ready. And I stand here today to tell you that the first responder network was there today for their city. The Sheriff of Fulton County, Sheriff Labatt, the Georgia State Patrol, the MARTA Police Department, Georgia Tech Police Department, Georgia State University, marshals, they were all on scene quickly, executing their active shooter protocol to stop this situation. And then very shortly we were joined by the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as United States Marshal Service as we sought to bring this person into custody. And that investigation soon showed us that this perpetrator had left the city and remained a threat elsewhere. And Sheriff Van Hooser, I just want you to know that we are a grateful city tonight for your partnership and the efforts of your law enforcement agency to take this individual into custody. And then this morning we celebrated the bravery of Atlanta Fire Rescue, not far from here, as for their annual commemoration of Firefighters Day. And to see the paramedics and firefighters, when we did not know where the shooter was, that could easily have still been in the building, around the corner, to see our firefighters dismount their trucks and Chief Smith go into that situation. But it wasn't the first time I've seen that, Chief, because we had seen that in training over and over again. And today, when it was necessary to save lives, we were very proud to see you a strong partnership as we moved into that dangerous situation. And thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask our Deputy Chief of Criminal Investigations, Charles Hampton, to come forward to recap what has transpired today, what we have learned from the investigation, and then Chief Van Hooser will come forward to outline how his department led to the capture of this perpetrator today. Chief.
Good evening. What we do know, we know that shortly before noon, the subject entered into 1110 West Peachtree Street and went to a medical center inside the building. It was shortly thereafter that he shot our first victim, and then the first 911 call came after that. He spent about maybe 2 minutes inside the building where he then exited on foot. And what we were able to pick up on the camera network system is that he went to a Shell gas station where he commandeered a vehicle. That pickup truck was left running unattended, and he took that vehicle. We were able to, again, use video to obtain a tag and immediately place that tag into our LPR system, our license plate reader system. And so at that time, we had to really do some work to figure out where he was at. There was a series of search warrants drafted, both here in Atlanta and Cobb County, because we were getting information of residents and other locations that he may go to. So that was done as well. And then roughly around 12:30, we received an alert from the LPR system that he was in Cobb County. And so that, again, we were on the phone immediately with Cobb to let them know that this individual was somewhere in their jurisdiction. And as Chief said, we'll then let Chief Van Hooser just kind of talk about what happened in his jurisdiction. But I would tell you that although we may not have known exactly where he was, as soon as we were alerted that he was out of our area of responsibility, we contacted that local jurisdiction and that coordination took place. Chief.
Good evening. My name is Stuart Van Hooser. I'm the police chief in Cobb County, just north of Atlanta. And first of all, I want to very much express our collective condolences to the families involved, and know that me personally, and I'm sure collectively from all of those who were involved in today's incident, that our prayers and thoughts are with the families that have been affected by this. Of course, we saw what was going on the news. We had heard through our networks of what was going on in Atlanta. When we discovered that the individual had last been identified on a flock LPR camera in our jurisdiction, of course, we sent officers to that area and set up, not so much a perimeter, but we began to look for the vehicle. And I will be honest with you. First of all, let me apologize in advance. I have not prepared a statement. I have not had time to prepare a statement. So what I'm giving you guys is not planned, and I will probably make a few mistakes, and I'll probably forget to thank some people. But what I can tell you is this: these are massively complex investigations, and information comes in so quickly, and it is so confusing and so contradicting that we find that we are often trying to go 3 or 4 different places very quickly, each seeming to be the suspect. And so that was what was happening today. We had, it was a fairly chaotic scene. We were being called to various locations in that area about what appeared to be legitimate sightings of this individual. And there was some fear, of course, in the citizens in that area, of course. So our officers were responding to those calls, and I will say this: if you rewind the hand of time 4 years, we probably would not be where we are today right now. Technology played a huge role, but technology doesn't do any good without people who are determined to capture an individual that would do something like this. And today we saw where those two things came together in an amazing way. Nobody went home today. Everybody stayed. We have a fairly new real-time crime center by a local company named Fusus. Flock is a fairly new company. It's a local company as well. We have partnered with both of those companies, and they have brought us some amazing tools, as has the other jurisdictions in the Atlanta area. Those tools are what really got us the clues that we needed to make this successful, and the people that were getting those clues from that technology made this happen. So we had a lot of clues, enough clues from both our real-time crime center and Flock to have a pretty good instinct on the calls that were coming in. We had checked a building that we knew that he had gone into, and we had cleared that building, and we knew that he was not in that building. That building was unoccupied. It was being built. It was very close to Truist Park and the Battery, which of course was very concerning to us as that's many people would be in that location. So we were concerned about the safety of our community in general, but particularly that one. So the operators in our real-time crime center were fielding many of these calls and looking at them and trying to determine which ones seemed legitimate, which ones did not. And most of that is a little bit of gut, but it was also based on some of the things that we were seeing on the map and what made sense to the real-time operators. One real-time operator in particular saw a 911 call come in, literally said, I think this is going to be him. And it was mostly instinct, but a lot of it did have to do with where this call was coming in and where this individual was supposed to be. That real-time operator communicated with the 911 operator that was in the command center with us, and we prioritized that call on the radio. And we had some officers, both undercover and uniformed officers. I believe, if I have my facts correct, that an undercover officer was the one that originally saw and confronted this individual and was able to then have backup from uniformed officers that came in and took him into custody without incident. I would forget, and I will forget, some of the people and organizations to thank, but I can reiterate what Mayor Dickens and Chief Shearbaum said, and there's no reason to really go back into all of it, but I can tell you that it does not work without a cooperative community, a community that backs up the police, that allows the police to take risks and try to take violent people into custody. We have a very, very supportive community in Cobb County, a very supportive elected official group, and very supportive leadership, and that's very, very important for us. We had great community members who were calling us and giving us information. We have a 911 center who has shared their data with us. We have a DOT that gave us information and access to cameras that we did not have previously, and those cameras proved extremely helpful today. That is where we got the precise location of the building that he walked into. So the amazing cooperation between many that you would not really consider a public safety agency like the Department of Transportation, and all the public safety agencies in Cobb County, the cities. GSP helped us with Overwatch and with a helicopter. It's just you can't really thank people without missing someone. But hats off to everybody who was involved in this and all of the foundation of the technology that was laid. And lastly, I'll have to say that the communication between agencies in Metro Atlanta has probably never been this good, particularly from the Atlanta Police Department. Incredible outreach with Chief Shearbaum and the whole team here. And we were here just last week learning things from the Atlanta Police Department. So thank you to everyone who was involved in this. We're, of course, honored to have been a part of it, and thank everyone who was involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Chief. And thank you again to all of our partners here in law enforcement for their cooperation and professional work today. As you can see, this is a group project. This took multiple jurisdictions working together. Highly trained officers who not only found this suspect, but brought him into custody to stand trial. So thanks to the professional and trained law enforcement in our region, this is an instance where justice is the case of the day. But that doesn't change the fact that one woman died, and there are 4 more in the hospital just a few blocks away from here, fighting for their lives. And I want to thank Grady Hospital, the care that they've given immediately to those 4 individuals. Those 4 women are now on the mend, and that's because of the outstanding work by our trauma center and those medical professionals at Grady. So we need to talk about the shooting that happened today. This was a horrible act of gun violence, but equally horrifying is that we know that this is not unique in our country. In 2023 alone, there have been nearly 200 reported instances of mass shootings in America. We have taken extraordinary measures in Atlanta to bring down violent crime in this city. We've enhanced our policing. We've invested in non-policing activities that make our city safer. We've invested in the root causes of crime at the same time that we're cracking down on repeat offenders who commit violence in our community. Those measures have produced great results. Before today, we were down 26% in violent crimes across our city. And those are not just stats. Those are real people who are not going to be victims of violence. But we know there is more that needs to be done. But what more can we do as a city? What more can we do as a community, as a state, or as a nation? We have a national epidemic on gun violence in America, and we have a serious problem with how we are treating mental health in this nation. One thing we know is that it doesn't have to be this way. Other nations have challenges with mental health, but they don't seem to have nearly the level of gun violence that we do in America. So it's the guns that we're talking about. We live in a state and in a nation where people have easy and wide access to firearms that are used to kill other fellow Americans. We need immediate action that meets the urgency of this crisis. We need universal background checks, and we need to close the gun purchase loopholes. We need better red flag laws that allow judges to remove guns from people who pose risks. We need to do everything we can to ensure that folks who shouldn't have guns can't get them. There's a lot of talk about Second Amendment rights. We need more actions about the rights of our citizens to go about their lives, to be able to go to a doctor's office, to a supermarket, to a gas station, or to their school without the threat of being gunned down. We all need to do our part to stop these horrific acts from happening again and again. So you will be hearing more from me on this. But today, we are grateful for the women and men who brought this to a close. The team of people that back up the team of people that you see standing here. And our prayers are with the victims and with the families that were injured or killed today. With that, I am happy to take your questions.
Mayor Dickens, there has been an extraordinary decrease in the homicide rate in Atlanta. But events like this, particularly when there's lots of national media attention, cause people to think that crime in Atlanta is increasing. How do you address that sort of perceptual mismatch?
Yeah, thank you for that, for clearly stating that violent crime is down in Atlanta. Homicides are down 40-something%. Up until this very moment, I don't know what the stat is now after today, but violent crime is down in Atlanta. And so the perception may be, because of this mass shooting, that crime is all over the place, but the truth of the matter is it's down. And so reality is reality. The numbers show that it's down, but we still can't rest on that. We have to do policing activities, more police training, more police patrolling, but we also have to do non-policing activities like making sure people have good jobs, making sure that individuals, our youth, have youth opportunities, after school programs, summer employment, making sure that we invest in our young people, but also do anti-violence training, de-escalation training, helping people to resolve conflicts, and to get rid of the gang leaders, illegal guns, as well as illegal drug sales. And so all of that is a part of our ongoing collaboration with the City of Atlanta, APD, as well as our federal partners, our state and local partners, Georgia State Patrol, as well as our Fulton County Sheriff, Cobb County, as well as our DA. So all of us are working together on those things to fight gangs, guns, and drugs, but also those things that are just related to making sure people are healthy and have opportunities.
Mayor Dickens, just one quick question. I know that there's been members of your city's SWAT team that have been proactive and gone out to some of these businesses and helped train employees. But in light of the world we're living in now, is there any talk among yourself, city leaders, about possibly trying to form a partnership with the Atlanta business community and your police department to work on drills and things like that? Because obviously this is the role we're living in.
Yeah, we unfortunately, just like we have fire drills and tornado drills, active shooting drills are becoming a necessity. As a matter of fact, and Chief Van Housen can talk about this, I think there was an active shooter training drill going on near Battery Park by a business in that area today as we were closing in on this suspect together. So it is very important that businesses take this serious. My cabinet, our leadership, we've had active shooter training of what to do, how to get out of the situation, and how to maintain a level head in the instance. And this also requires us to have professional training so that when police officers and firefighters encounter an active shooting situation, that it's not the first time they are being prepared on that. And so that's why we have to make sure that we have adequate training. And our adequate training includes during cadet school, but also ongoing training that these officers and personnel have over and over annually to make sure that they're prepared for instances such as this, or instances such as what you saw last week at a gas station on Moreland and Memorial, or on and on and on across this nation.
I know this is an ongoing investigation, but do we know there's been reports that the suspect was suffering some type of mental health episode? Have you guys been able to confirm that? And also, do we know if the firearm he was using was obtained legally, or?
Chief Hampton, you want to talk to that?
Again, as you know, most of my statements is all that is still under investigation. We won't talk about any mental health that the subject may or may not have. We have the firearm, and we will be running any checks on that to see if it was stolen, if it was legally purchased. So we haven't.
The weapon was. Can you?
I will not. It was I will say it was a handgun.
So there's a lot of unknowns right now in terms of the suspect.
You have been listening in to a joint news conference from Atlanta Police and Cobb County Police regarding the shooting that originated in Midtown around 12 this afternoon, culminating just a short time ago in Cobb County with that suspect, 24-year-old Deion Patterson, being taken into custody.
It began at 12 noon today and it ended around 8 o'clock. Started with a hail of bullets and so much violence, and quietly it ended as the sun was beginning to set around 8 o'clock. We now join programming back on 11 Alive. Have a great night. We'll be over on WATL with more of the news conference and more of the stories that have shaped this day.
All right, thank you so much for continuing to stay with us here on the ATL. We're going to take you back to that joint news conference happening right now.
Talk to the police about what was going on.
Yes, we spoke with the family. They have been cooperative with our investigation, have been extremely helpful.
What did they say to you?
Again, all that is still under investigation, and so I'm not going to go into exactly what they said.
Was the suspect's mother on location at any point today?
Yes.
Sometimes in these situations, family members can help investigators. Were they instrumental in helping at all in this?
Extremely. Again, they provided key information to help us further our investigation and again, to lead in a successful conclusion.
Could they help you with how he received the gun or how they got the gun?
And again, that's still under investigation and won't release any of that information at this time.
Mayor Dickens, question for you. For many people in Atlanta who we've talked to, this has kind of put a fear in their hearts. What does tomorrow look like? What does moving forward for the city look like?
Yeah, so right now we've had a successful end to a traumatic day. And today is a day that we can go home and rest easy, that the individual that caused harm in our community is under arrest thanks to this great partnership with Cobb County, Fulton County, City of Atlanta, Georgia State Patrol, and all of these great partners. So I hope that the city, the region rests easy, that he's in custody. but I also hope that we stay vigilant to continue to look at a future where individuals that shouldn't have a gun in possession won't have one, and also that individuals will be brought to justice, and also that we deal with these things that are mental health or easy access to guns. And so tonight, I hope that we rest easier knowing that he is in custody, and this all happened all in one day, from being around noon, and then before the sun was set, he was in handcuffs with Cobb County, and he'll be brought to Fulton County to stand trial. And he's alive to be able to stand trial, and that shows the professionalism and the great training of all law enforcement in this region. Thank you all. Oh, yeah, good. Yes, Madam DA is here, who will be the one that will make sure that this individual stands trial in accordance with the statutes of our laws. Thank you, Madam DA, for being here. Did you want to make any comments? Well, thank you, Madam DA, and thank you all partners, Cobb County, Fulton County Sheriff, of course, Atlanta Police Department, Chief Shearbaum, and Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. Thank you all. Oh, and of course, Grady.
You have been listening to a joint news conference from Atlanta Police and Cobb County Police, providing us with an update now that the suspect in the Midtown shooting has been placed under arrest. He is 24-year-old Deion Patterson, and we watched live through our 11 Live Sky Tracker as he was taken into custody in Cobb County and transported to Atlanta Police headquarters, where we expect that questioning is now underway.
I thought the most interesting thing that I heard tonight was that they first spotted Patterson in the parking lot of the condominiums. It was an undercover officer who noticed him, and he continued to follow his whereabouts and then notified a backup to make sure that there was a stronger police presence to bring him into capture.
A lot of new information coming from this news conference. We want to get you right now to our Cody Alcorn live, who was listening in. Cody, what all can you tell us about what you have learned from this update from police?
Well, Deputy Chief Hampton really didn't go into a lot of details, saying it's still under investigation, but he said that Deion Patterson was only in that building for 2 minutes, which, you know, we talked to the nurses who were there, some of that were in the back, and they said, you know, they saw Patterson walk in with his mom. There was some bickering going on, but now we know he was only on that 11th floor for 2 minutes before a gun was pulled out and multiple shots were fired. You heard the mayor bring up mental health here. Now, the APD would not talk about that, but when we did talk to those nurses, they found it kind of odd that a mother would bring her 24-year-old son to the doctor. Typically, you would come by yourself as an adult, but they did have an appointment, so that is something we did learn tonight, that Deion Patterson did have an appointment at Northside Hospital. They walked in. Within 2 minutes, 5 women shot. One of those women died on the scene. The other 4 taken to the hospital. No updates on their condition tonight. Well, we also learned, which was reported right before this news conference started, that Patterson got down 11 floors, went to a nearby Chevron. The truck, I believe that we have some aerial shots of, was actually running and nobody was inside it. So while it was said as a carjacking, he basically just found a vehicle running, jumped in it, took off over to Heritage Court there in Cobb County, where he was spotted around 12:30. You heard Cobb County Police Chief there talk about how technology really played a major role in this. And I know a lot of people, we questioned it too. Why did it take so long? But again, this went from this mass shooting, a multiple response, to trying to find this guy on cameras. They spotted the vehicle, and then it was just a hunt for this individual, Deion Patterson. And what we also learned from Cobb County is that an undercover officer actually spotted Patterson walking around, waited for backup, and they took him into custody without any issue. So that is the way they wanted to end this. They wanted to end it safely, no one else getting hurt. No shots were fired during that arrest. We're told the gun was recovered. So what they're doing now here at APD headquarters, they're going to be interviewing Deion Patterson, trying to figure out what triggered him, looking at what he did today, and of course then he'll be formally charged, likely with that murder charge and aggravated assault for those other victims. But I can tell you things are wrapping up here, and of course we'll continue to ask some more questions and have much more coming up tonight at 11.
You know, Cody, those were the two takeaways that I had as well. And I thought the undercover officer in Cobb County being patient, waiting for backup to make sure that there was enough force to be able to take him into the jail.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do anything abrupt because, again, if this individual, Deion Patterson, if there was some mental health issues at play, they did not want to trigger those. They wanted to make sure if they did engage with him that they were doing this the right way. They wanted to bring him in safely and alive because they wanted to be able to investigate this. And, of course, we have a long ways now, the judicial series of the official charging, first appearance, and then taking this to trial. You saw the Madam DA was here as well. She'll be taking over that case in her office. So again, I know a lot of people have that sense where they go after these guns drawn, but that is not how they want things to end, in a violent way. They always want to get these suspects in safely without harming them. And if he does need that help, if he does have a mental crisis happening today, they're obviously going to work to get him that help as well.
Cody Alcorn reporting live from Atlanta Police Headquarters following that joint news conference from Atlanta Police and Cobb County Police. Cody, thank you so much. We are working to gather all of this new information for you in one place on our website, 11alive.com, and inside our 11 Alive News app. We're going to take a break right now and continue our coverage in just a few moments.
Confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News.
9:21 on this Wednesday. We want to get you to some other headlines tonight. Students at South Gwinnett High School are safe after the school had to go on soft lockdown this morning. Police say a lockdown went into effect because of an incident that happened in the community near the school. No students were hurt and classes continued as planned. A man in Macon could face 5 to 40 years in prison now after pleading guilty to a drug charge and animal fighting. Police raided the man's home back in February and found 168 dogs that had been abused. During the investigation, police witnessed the man selling meth, and police found 468 grams of suspected meth and nearly $4,000 in cash. Investigators believe this was part of a larger drug ring that was based out of Roberta, extending into North Georgia, Florida, and Alabama.
Tonight, family and friends are grieving the loss of Deion Major, the teen shot and killed in the East Point MARTA station over the past weekend.
He was 16 years old, and now his loved ones are calling for a stop to youth gun violence. Teresa Bowles spoke with his parents and coaches.
Deion Major's loved ones say he was an athlete, a big smile, and he loved making everyone laugh. In fact, he used to play on the very fields I'm standing on. And this senseless act of violence was like a gut punch to those who knew and loved him.
His personality was one of a kind. He could walk in the room and brighten up any room.
Deion Major's father, Antonio, is holding on to his memories of him. His mother, Deandra Simpson, says Deion had just started a new job at the airport. Normally, she'd drop him off herself, but as 16-year-olds do, Deion wanted to learn how to catch the train on his own.
I dropped him off, and then I said, "Have a good day, son. I'll be waiting to pick you up from work." He said, "Okay, Mom," and that was it.
Moments later, Deion Major was shot and killed on the platform of this East Point MARTA station. His former football coach, Mark Forston, is still processing the loss.
I was in shock initially. I didn't want to believe it was him.
Deiion's other former coach, Dwan Anderson, echoes Forston. They describe Deion as charismatic and a star player.
Deion is like a family member to me. My heart just dropped.
Deion was a sophomore at Tri-Cities High. His shooter was only 15. Tri-City High School's alumni president, Kayvon Arnold, says youth gun violence in Atlanta has got to stop.
All I could think about was that could easily be my daughter. Put the guns down. It's okay to talk. It's okay to disagree, but it's also okay to have positive conflict resolution. And I think that's what's going on with our kids.
No family plans to bury a 16-year-old, so the family started a GoFundMe to help with funeral arrangements.
Our kids losing their lives, like they're not even getting a chance to live out their futures because it's just a lot of killing with our young babies.
There will be a vigil and balloon release here at the John D. Miller Sports Complex tonight at 6:30 p.m. The public is invited to join. In East Point, Teresa Bowles, 11 Alive News.
Well, we still had to deal with some windy conditions out there today. We still had a peak wind gust of 38 miles an hour in Atlanta. In the outlying areas, it wasn't quite as windy as it was here in the city. We are finally seeing these wind gusts start to die down a little bit more out there for tonight. Right now, we have 12-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 14-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Peachtree City. And look how they're dying down as we go through the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow and then into Friday, too. These winds will stay on the lower end. So we're not overly concerned about some big time wind gusts over the next couple of days that things die down a little bit more. We have mainly clear skies out there right now. We've been watching that area of low pressure that's been centered over the Great Lakes now finally pushing more over to the east, moving very slowly though, but that's one reason why as this moves over to the east we'll see those winds calming down and we'll actually have a chance for the temperatures tomorrow to warm up a little bit more. We're watching another system out to the west that has the severe weather potential with it. There's a low risk for severe storms back into parts of Texas, also into New Mexico. That really doesn't have a big push over to the east. It does expand a little bit tomorrow and it gets a little stronger too through Texas and Oklahoma with a level 2 risk for some stronger storms. Then it really starts falling apart moving to the east. On Friday, we have a 20% chance for a shower here, a very low risk that some of those storms could be stronger over to the west of us. Right now, temperatures are still on the cool side out there. We got up to 72 for a high today. Right now, we're at 63. We have a few of those 60s around the metro area. Then the outlying areas have more of the 50s around. You can see these temperatures again cooling off in the morning to 48 degrees, 47 around 7 o'clock. So it'll be another cool start, but we do get a little warmer tomorrow. High temperatures up to 75 in the afternoon. Then as we go into Friday, 73. Warmer for the weekend as we see some scattered showers, 20 to 30% chance for scattered showers, and that exists in the next week too.
Those temperatures look great. Thank you, Chris. 75 tomorrow, 11 on the barometer. Tonight, we're hearing from concerned business owners and residents after Roswell city leaders announced plans to possibly shut down a part of one of the city's busiest streets.
11 Alive's Brittany Klein-Peter shares more from those opposed and those in support of turning Canton Street into what the mayor is calling a pedestrian plaza.
Canton Street serves as a hub of activity here in downtown Roswell with dozens of businesses lining the street, and that's why the proposal to shut down just a portion of it is concerning some.
Having our street closed is a very negative impact on our sales.
The owners of several businesses say they're concerned shutting down a portion of Canton Street to vehicle traffic would interfere with truck deliveries and limit parking for customers, ultimately impacting their bottom line.
Last Sunday is the perfect example. We had Roswell Moves. My specific business was 41.3% down in sales that day.
Every time it closes, my revenues drop from 60 to 100%.
Some residents who live nearby say they fear a closure would create more trash and traffic through their neighborhoods.
Our beautiful downtown neighborhood would suffer during the entire season from the trash, loud and competing street bands, and people coming here just to get drunk in our historic downtown.
City officials say the closure would only impact about 200 feet of Canton Street from Elizabeth Way to East Valley, and that it's just a trial run that would last from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Roswell Mayor Curry Wilson says safety is their main concern.
All it takes is one pedestrian death. All it takes is one car veering off into one of these restaurants or these buildings one time, and the business of Canton Street is no more.
Officials say the closure will only take away 39 parking spaces, and they're also working on constructing a nearby parking deck that they say will be complete in the next 2 years. The city says if the trial run is successful, the closure would become permanent. In Roswell, Brittany Kleinpeter, 11 Alive News.
And we continue to follow breaking news for you whenever it happens. Scan the QR code to download our 11 Alive News app. We'll be right back.
Storm River has now been upgraded to
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Right now at 9:30, we are staying on top of breaking news. Police arresting a man accused of shooting 5 women in Midtown today, killing 1 and injuring 4.
That's right. So law enforcement confirmed with 11 Alive that they say 24-year-old Deion Patterson opened fire on the 11th floor of Northside Hospital before taking off, and he was captured alive around 8 p.m. in Cobb County near Truist Park. Now, what's really interesting here, Faith, is that law enforcement was working together mutually. They had mutual aid at that time, and they were getting calls throughout the entire region, trying to field hundreds, if not thousands of calls, deciphering which one is for this suspect and which one is just for regular calls for service. But the Cobb County Police Chief said that they worked so closely together, they worked together, they practiced together, that they were able to actually eventually catch Mr. Patterson. And this is what the police chief had to say.
Operators in our real-time crime center were fielding many of these calls and looking at them and trying to determine which ones seemed legitimate, which ones did not. And most of that is a little bit of gut, but it was also based on some of the things that we were seeing on the map and what made sense to the real-time operators. One real-time operator in particular saw a 911 call come in, literally said, I think this is going to be him. And it was mostly instinct, but a lot of it did have to do with where this call was coming in and where this individual was supposed to be. That real-time operator communicated with the 911 operator that was in the command center with us, and we prioritized that call on the radio, and we had some officers, both undercover and uniformed officers. I believe, if I have my facts correct, that an undercover officer was the one that originally saw and confronted this individual and was able to then have backup from uniformed officers that came in and took him into custody without incident.
Hats off to those 911 operators as well. Just imagine you're fielding hundreds, if not thousands of calls. You're trying to figure out which one is for this particular situation, the shooting that happened in Midtown, and be able to get that information to the troops on the ground so they can corral the suspect and actually take him into custody. Of course, we're going to continue to follow any updates on this story on air and online at 11alive.com. Right before school breaks the summer, 11 Alive is hosting a community conversation on how to keep your youth safe.
Yeah, a very important conversation. Our Naima Abdullahi is hosting a Black youth community conversation with V103 next week, and she spoke about why this is important on the radio. Take a listen.
Naima Dreamer. Naima Dreamer's in the studio, and we're talking this town hall.
11 Alive's Black Youth Town Hall, Monday, May 8th, 6 p.m. at Auburn Avenue Research Library, and going to be co-hosted and co-moderated with the one and only Greg Street. So I appreciate V103 for being our community partner in this amazing event for the youth.
And just kudos and congratulations on all the amazing features and the different stories you've been covering and just bringing to the light, bringing that culture side to a nice network.
Yeah. And when you're a product of this city, when you're given the platform to really amplify and showcase the voices and the perspectives that we see every single day, that's why representation is so important, not only in the content space, but community curating, which is why the Black Youth Town Hall, I've never seen a local news station ever do this. A Black Youth Town Hall with V103 as well. So this is why it's so important to think outside of the box. How do we bring city leaders, educators, community members, parents, youth, and everyone into one space to have a conversation a few weeks out before school ends to talk solutions, resources, prevention, and what the youth need year round, not only to make sure they're safe physically, but that they have all the resources they need to really reach their fullest potential.
Yeah, so this is going to be an amazing conversation. You can actually join it Monday, May 8th at 6 p.m. at the Auburn Avenue Research Library. It's going to be hosted by our very own Naima Abdullahi, and the library is collaborating with us to make this event possible. So keep in mind, you do need to reserve your seat if you want to participate in this conversation. To do that, all you have to do is text the word town hall to the number you see right there on your screen. That is 404-885-7600. And just in tonight, actor Jamie Foxx made a post online after a hospital stay here in Atlanta. He shared on his Instagram this text: "Appreciate all the love, feeling blessed." Now, Foxx was in Atlanta working on his new Netflix film Back in Action when he was hospitalized back on April 11th. We know he experienced a medical complication, but specifics about what happened have not yet been made public.
And of course, we are wishing him well, that he has a full recovery. Turning now to some of the other news of the day. So if you're preparing to borrow some money for a home, you have to have some good credit. So that's typically a good combination. Several 11 Alive viewers reached out to our Verify team after hearing that borrowers with good credit are now being punished with higher fees. And tonight, Jerry Carnes is verifying that fact from fiction.
Build a good credit score, and typically you'll find it easier and cheaper to get a loan. Several 11 Alive viewers emailed us asking if new policies enacted by the Biden administration are punishing homebuyers with good credit. Let's verify. Our sources are the Federal Housing Finance Agency, the National Association of Realtors, and Rohan Ganduri, Assistant Professor of Finance at Emory University's Gosueta Business School. The change that took effect May 1st involves fees that impact your mortgage interest rate. Factors include the size of your down payment and your credit score. The Federal Housing Finance Agency changed the way those fees are calculated for loans backed by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, two companies that guarantee home mortgages in the United States. Ganduri tells us it's true. Fees will increase for many with good credit and drop for many with lower credit scores. But it won't impact all home buyers.
But I want to say that a majority of the homeowners in the U.S. will be impacted by this, because most of the loans are loans that are in some ways guaranteed by Fannie and Freddie.
The National Association of Realtors says there have been multiple changes to the fees since they began in 2008. The Federal Housing Finance Agency says one of the goals is to support lower-income borrowers. Ganduri says despite the changes, it's still better to keep your score high.
You will end up paying lower costs when you're trying to finance your mortgage. It's just that you are not going to be paying as low as you were.
So we can verify fees will be slightly higher for some home buyers with good credit scores, but it will still cost them less than borrowers with lower scores in the long run.
So if you're already paying off a loan, this does not impact you. So it impacts loans made after May 1st. So basically, this is going to tighten the gap between the borrowers with good credit and borrowers with the lower credit pay. But anyone with good credit is still going to get a good deal, the best deal. And as always, we're dedicated to answering any questions you have. If you see a claim online you want us to verify, just shoot us an email at verify@11alive.com. You can also text the word verify to the number on your screen. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Are you step ahead of severe weather?
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voice.
Well, Faith, I don't know if you're going to be borrowing money anytime soon, but guess what? Those interest rates are on the rise once again.
Wow.
The Federal Reserve hiking them a quarter point today.
Yeah, it's not news that a lot of people want to hear, especially if you're trying to borrow something big. And it's the 10th increase since the central bank started its battle against inflation last March. They're actually trying to do this to lower inflation.
Okay.
Well, Mike Valerio reports tonight.
It's decision day once again for the Federal Reserve.
Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. Today, the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by a quarter percentage point.
That announcement comes just 2 days after the collapse of First Republic Bank, the second biggest bank failure in U.S. history, prompting concerns from some economists that the Fed is moving too aggressively in its ongoing effort to fight inflation.
You can't reverse that overnight, and it's better to hold a steady course and hit pause, assess,
and keep ratcheting up these interest rate increases.
Taming inflation remains the Fed's top priority. Raising interest rates allows it to intentionally slow parts of the economy by making it more expensive for banks to borrow money. That cost then gets passed on to the consumer.
If we got a personal loan, you're going to see your rate go up. A home equity line of credit, you'll see your rate go up. And of course, if you need to borrow money for anything like a new car, you're going to have to pay a lot more.
Speaking after a two-day policy meeting, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell offered clues on whether additional rate increases are likely in the months ahead.
We're no longer saying that we anticipate. And so we'll be driven by incoming data, meeting by meeting, and we'll approach that question at the June meeting.
We have big news for people in the early stages of Alzheimer's disease. There's a new experimental drug that's shown promising results in a large clinical trial showing cognitive decline in many of those patients. So the drug maker says the medicine slowed declines in patients' ability to think clearly and perform daily tasks by more than a third. The drug works by removing plaque buildups in the brain that are a hallmark of Alzheimer's disease. And doctors say this will work best with patients in the early stages, and more research is needed for patients in the later stages. Now, the FDA granted accelerated approval for another experimental Alzheimer's drug in January, and officials with the Alzheimer's Association says access to these new and upcoming drugs needs to improve.
That's what's the priority right now, is to make sure that these important treatments are available. If a patient and their doctor decide it's right for them, they can be sure that Medicare will have them available.
So the drug maker plans to file for FDA approval by the end of June.
And today, the FDA approved the world's first vaccine to protect against RSV, and it marks a pharmaceutical milestone 6 decades in the making. The drug is designed to be given as a single shot to adults age 60 and older. And RSV, you might have heard of it being associated with babies and young kids, but it can also be very dangerous for seniors, potentially killing tens of thousands of seniors each year. And pending a CDC recommendation, the drug could be available this fall. 3 other RSV vaccines for older adults are also in the final phases of testing. We'll be right back.
Send it. 11 Alive News app to use near me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Brides are scrambling tonight after a boutique suddenly shut down.
Yeah, Ron, it's leaving many of these brides without their dream wedding dresses or even a refund, and we know how expensive those dresses can be. 11 Alive's Don White talked to one woman who's out thousands of dollars.
What happened inside Lorraine's bridal boutique last August started as a happy experience for Jody Blyer.
We found the dress of her dreams at Lorraine's. It was a wonderful day. There was champagne, there was hugs and kisses. My mom was crying.
Jody says she paid the full $2,500 that day for her niece Melissa's dress. She sent 11 Alive this receipt.
Shortly thereafter, they sent Melissa an email stating that the dress was in production and she could expect to receive the dress mid to late January 2023.
But Melissa never got her dress and started contacting the owner in January. She saved these text messages.
First it was there's production issues due to COVID and supply chain issues. The latest, maybe it was 3 or 4 weeks ago, she told her that it was on the truck on the way to Atlanta, and there was a tornado that forced the truck to turn back to California.
Then to Jody's horror, she found out Monday Lorraine's is now permanently closed. She says the owner then demanded $950 to get the dress.
I know she's not the only bride that this has happened to. Really, at first I was upset. My niece is devastated. She's in tears.
Another person who's heartbroken is Melissa's 90-year-old grandmother. Melissa lives in Colorado, but flew to Atlanta so her grandma could help pick out her dress.
I think you need to pay your debts and get these dresses. And if you don't, I sincerely hope that you will never be granted a business license again.
That was Don White reporting for us tonight. So we reached out to Lorraine's by phone, by email, social media. We never heard back. But we did speak with the owner of Wedding Angels Bridal Boutique, who says they're now working with the brides who are now without a dress for that big day. We'll be right back.
Our risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power.
We're enjoying dry pattern and cool pattern that we're dealing with right now. Mostly clear skies out there tonight, and those temperatures are cooling down this evening. This area of low pressure in the Great Lakes that we've been watching the past couple of days, that has been responsible for giving us that northwest flow in the winds, it's finally moving over to the east, and as it does, our winds are dying down now. Now we're keeping an eye on some of these showers and storms back out to the west of us. They're going to take a while before they make it into our area, and by the time they get here, we don't expect anything severe either. Here's a live look at the courthouse in Noonan. Look at the flag right there, not blowing that much. So yeah, those winds finally dying down after another rather blustery day out there. Our peak wind gust in Atlanta today was at 39 degrees, or 38 miles per hour. We're at 63 right now. We've got some 50s though in the outlying area, so it is a little bit cooler there. As we go through the overnight hours tonight, it is going to cool down again by tomorrow morning, moving down to around 48 degrees here in town, and then getting up to around 54 by 9 o'clock, but we'll see a few more clouds mixing in at times. And as those clouds mix in, we will see additional rain chances coming in for Friday, also into Saturday. About a 20% chance for a shower Friday, 30% chance on Saturday, holding at low rain chances on Sunday, and then we've got a 30% chance for showers Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And look how we warm up. Not only just the lower 80s Sunday, we're talking mid 80s here by Tuesday and Wednesday.
Ahmaud Arbery's mom is on a mission to uplift and empower young black men, and she's encouraging them to unite for a brighter cause and honor her son's legacy at the first annual Run with Maud event.
I need for y'all to understand it's not just a regular run.
Ahmaud Arbery was shot and killed in Brunswick, Georgia.
Ahmaud was a teenager just like you guys are at this moment. And I didn't want another mother to see a son that's hurting in that way and not be able to help them.
Thank you for coming out here talking to us.
Yeah, these teens are part of the Lead Ambassador program here in Atlanta, and they will be part of the Run for Maud 5K on Saturday. And Ahmaud was jogging when he was shot and killed while he was jogging in a Brunswick neighborhood 3 years ago. 3 men now serving life in prison. And the Atlanta Track Club is putting on the Run with Maud event on Saturday at Centennial Olympic Park. That's taking place at 8 a.m. Proceeds will go to the Ahmaud Arbery Foundation.
Loneliness in America has become an epidemic. This is according to the Surgeon General. Doctors say it's just as bad as smoking. So they say loneliness increases the risk for heart disease by 29%, stroke by 32%, as well as dementia among older adults by 50%.
We're used to thinking about smoking and obesity as clear public health concerns.
So you're saying loneliness is comparable to smoking in terms of the detriment to your health?
Yeah, in terms of the risk that it poses for premature death, yes.
So the Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, who we just heard from him, he recommends to focus on a community organization, raising awareness through the health sector, and taking a step back to think about how we are actually using technology. And Faith, I have to tell you, my mom and dad were both victims of dementia and Alzheimer's, and so for those who are caretakers out there, I really feel for you, because it's a horrible situation, especially when you have the children who are now becoming the parent, taking care of your mom and dad. And so hopefully through some research we find out about the effects of Alzheimer's and how we can find a cure from it as well. All right, tonight we're hearing from concerned business owners and residents after Roswell city leaders announced plans to possibly shut down part of one of the busiest city streets. Yeah, 11 Alive's Brittany Kleinpeter shares more from those opposed and in support of turning Canton Street into what the mayor is calling a pedestrian plaza.
Canton Street serves as a hub of activity here in downtown Roswell, with dozens of businesses lining the street, and that's why the proposal to shut down just a portion of it is concerning some.
Having our street closed is a very negative impact on our sales.
The owners of several businesses say they're concerned shutting down a portion of Canton Street to vehicle traffic would interfere with truck deliveries and limit parking for customers, ultimately impacting their bottom line.
Last Sunday is the perfect example. We had Roswell moves. My specific business was 41.3% down in sales that day.
Every time it closes, my revenues drop from 60 to 100%.
Some residents who live nearby say they fear a closure would create more trash and traffic through their neighborhoods.
Our beautiful downtown neighborhood would suffer during the entire season from the trash, loud and competing street bands, and people coming here just to get drunk in our historic downtown.
City officials say the closure would only impact about 200 feet of Canton Street from Elizabeth Way to East Valley, and that it's just a trial run that would last from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Roswell Mayor Curry Wilson says safety is their main concern.
All it takes is one pedestrian death. All it takes is one car veering off into one of these restaurants or these buildings one time, and the business of Canton Street is no more.
Officials say the closure will only take away 39 parking spaces, and they're also working on constructing a nearby parking deck that they say will be complete in the next 2 years. The city says if the trial run is successful, the closure would become permanent. In Roswell, Brittany Kleinpeter, 11 Alive News.
And it's going to be so interesting to see how this trial run plays out. And of course, if you are out there on the street to see a pedestrian, make sure that their safety comes first.
Yeah, and you know, that's a big deal here in Metro Atlanta. We have a lot of pedestrians who are hit and struck and killed through different various communities throughout our area. So pedestrian safety is so important. And there's something that we have to make sure we take care of. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen
11 Alive News Primetime starts now.
We continue following breaking news tonight, and just into the 11 Alive newsroom, we've learned the identity of the woman killed this afternoon when a gunman opened fire inside Northside Medical, Midtown.
So her name, she has been identified as Amy St. Pierre. She was just 39 years old. The shooting taking place around lunchtime, just sparking an hours-long search for the gunman. He was just apprehended by police in Cobb County a little bit more than 2 hours ago.
Yeah, we begin our live team coverage tonight with John Shearick.
Now, John, you were there when police arrested the suspect in Cobb County. John?
I was, and now the suspect is here at Atlanta Police Headquarters. He's been questioned throughout the night, and police knew by 2:30 this afternoon that he'd been in Cobb County 2 hours earlier at 12:30 because he was caught on a DOT cam not far from Truist Park in the Battery in Smyrna. Police thought he was still in the area, and by early this evening, just after 7 p.m., they traced him to Waterford Place condominiums, as you see in this video. That is where they captured him without incident and handcuffed him. Now, this is video of him being transferred by Cobb County Police to Atlanta Police shortly after he was captured. Police tell us that cooperation between the agencies was key. They searched throughout the Smyrna area, received countless tips from the public, people wanting to direct them to him, and then what police said was it was a 911 operator in Cobb County who flagged one of those calls as being possibly the one that could lead them to the suspect. Here's Cobb County Police Chief Stuart Van Hooser.
operators in our real-time crime center were fielding many of these calls and looking at them and trying to determine which ones seemed legitimate, which ones did not. And most of that is a little bit of gut, but it was also based on some of the things that we were seeing on the map and what made sense to the real-time operators. One real-time operator in particular saw a 911 call come in, literally said, I think this is going to be him. And it was mostly instinct, but a lot of it did have to do with where this call was coming in and where this individual was supposed to be. That real-time operator communicated with the 911 operator that was in the command center with us, and we prioritized that call on the radio. And we had some officers, both undercover and uniformed officers. I believe, if I have my facts correct, that an undercover officer was the one that originally saw and confronted this individual and was able to then have backup from uniformed officers that came in and took him into custody without incident.
And that undercover officer who spotted the suspect was patient. He waited until he could get back up. He didn't try to confront the suspect on his own, but continued to track him, keep his eyes on him without the suspect knowing, and then
Unfortunately, we just lost John Sherrick, but let's move on with Dawn White. She's joining us right now. She's not too far from where John is in Cobb County, right where that suspect was caught.
Yeah, and Dawn, we heard from the mayor earlier tonight saying that this was a group effort, and some of the witnesses told you that they can thank a gut feeling for helping catch him.
Exactly, that is right. I am here outside of Waterford Place in Cobb County. It's all quiet now, but just about 2 hours ago, that was much different. This was the center of the manhunt, with residents who live here terrified for their safety. Let's take a look at some video that we shot earlier today. This was a few hours ago. This was when about 30 police vehicles from Cobb County and the GBI descended on this community here at Coleraine and Killarney Southeast in Cumberland. Now, this is about 2 miles away from Truist Park. People who live in this community say it's normally quiet and peaceful, but that peace was disrupted this evening. We spoke to two women who live in this community, and one of them had a hunch the suspect may be in their complex because she said it is rural, hilly, and surrounded by woods, the perfect place for a suspect to hide. She approached a Cobb County police officer with her hunch.
I just had a hunch that, they were not catching him at all, and I just had a hunch that, we have a property here that we have a pool area with showers, and that they could get in there and hide, and I just thought that they might be hiding out until it got dark so they could escape. So I just had a hunch, and I saw the policeman come into our neighborhood, and so Deborah and I went and walked our dogs, and we went up to him and we just told him our hunch.
And we start walking back, and then he starts running and, get your dogs, get on the grass, get on the grass. And we were like, oh my God. And here they all come flying down, and right where Christy suspected they might be.
And those two women tell me they don't think that they're going to be able to sleep tonight because of all the adrenaline with this happening literally in their community. But they do feel fortunate that the suspect was finally captured.
Dawn, thank you so much for your reporting, and it certainly is something that all of our eyes have been glued to the screen as the suspect was being looked for. The 11 Alive Investigates team is digging into the suspected shooter's past. Here's what we've learned about the 24-year-old Deion Patterson. He joined the U.S. Coast Guard back in 2018, serving until January of this year when he was discharged, and we've uncovered several arrests. Henry County officers charged him 3 times as a teen, once for a small amount of marijuana and twice for probation violations. Patterson was also arrested for speeding in Missouri.
We learned Northside Medical Center, where that shooting took place this afternoon, will be shut down tomorrow, of course, as police continue to investigate. And that's where we find Cody Alcorn right now. And Cody, you actually got to that facility not long after we got word of the shooting. What are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, I was at Northside earlier. I'm actually over at Grady at this hour where those 4 victims are recovering. And we do know that 5th victim has been identified tonight as a CDC employee, 39 years old, Amy St. Pierre. Just heartbreaking for her family. This woman showing up for a doctor's appointment on the 11th floor over at Northside, and she never left that doctor's appointment. It's just heartbreaking. And we know 3 of those victims are here at Grady. At last check, we're in the ICU. Their injuries are critical. One in surgery for hours. In fact, around the 4 o'clock, I believe, hour, she was still in surgery. All 5 victims are women. We do know that the 4th victim there is in stable condition. So just to clarify, we had 5 gunshot victims, all women. 1 died on the scene, 4 brought here to Grady, 3 in critical condition at this hour. And we've identified through the medical examiner's office that victim who died at Northside was 39-year-old Amy St. Pierre. And I'll tell you, I was just at the APD headquarters for that news conference, and they really thanked a lot of people, but I'll tell you who they did not thank, who I believe are also heroes in all of this, are those nurses, those doctors, everyone inside the 11th floor at Northside Medical today. Many of them working there when they heard the first 2 gunshots, nurses told me, and then right after that, a little pause, and then multiple more. They ran to the front after hearing an active shooter. They knew their protocol, and they helped those victims until EMS and fire could get there to take over. But I'll tell you, a lot of lives impacted by this man's decision here tonight, and many of those employees at Northside, they won't be going to work tomorrow. As you mentioned, it's closed, but you know, they're probably just now coming to terms with what they experienced today, just going in and working. And I'll tell you, Ron, one of those nurses I spoke to, she was not even supposed to be there today. She was actually covering a shift because someone else called in.
What's amazing, Cody, because I was watching your reporting all day today, and the one thing you pointed out, which you alluded to, is that here you have an active shooter inside the waiting room, right? You have multiple victims. Normally, before a nurse would go in, they would wait for the PD to clear the place, get firefighters in there as well. But just thinking about her becoming a hero, just thinking about the danger, she went in there anyway. I believe that you said that she went in there anyway to address those that were injured, putting her own safety at risk.
And she not only works at Northside, she just happens to live in that area too. So not just a worker, but that's her community where this man came in today and opened fire, according to APD. And, you know, she was in the back and they have protocol. I didn't get specific because, again, when I was talking to a lot of these nurses, they had just left a room at a local real estate office where they were being interviewed by APD. I did not want to put a camera in their face. I did not want to just interrogate them after what they experienced. So I kind of waited around. And I kind of waited for them to kind of open up to me, really, and just kind of let them share their story. Some of them just wanted to talk. And I'll tell you, you know, that's what people don't forget because, you know, in the days and the weeks to come, this story, unfortunately, will become part of the news cycle. But for those men and women who are inside that 11th floor, they will never forget this because it wasn't just a one-person shot. These were 5 innocent women gunned down inside that waiting room, and many of those nurses and doctors ran to help those victims. They're in that waiting room.
Yeah, that's right. What they heard, what they saw, all those feelings, making it very traumatic for them. Cody, thanks a lot. We'll talk to you later on in the broadcast at 11 o'clock. And tonight, folks, we're actually hearing from leaders and your local elected officials. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp tweeted just after 9:15 saying that he's heartbroken by the tragedy and thanking local and state law enforcement who responded without hesitation, even the nurses as well. And we have been with you every step of the way, bringing you every single development as soon as we get it from police, witnesses, and officials and our reporters on the street. You can check out every update right here on 11alive.com, and we're going to continue updating this story overnight. Stay with us.
How you'll be prepared and safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's
Tonight, students at South Gwinnett High School are safe after their school had to go on a soft lockdown this morning. And police say a lockdown went into full effect because of an incident that happened in the community near the school. No students were hurt and classes continued as planned.
And a man in Macon could face 5 to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to a drug charge in animal fighting. Police raided the man's home back in February and found 168 dogs had been abused. During the investigation, police witnessed the man was selling meth. Police found 468 grams of suspected meth and nearly $4,000 in cash. Investigators believe this was part of a larger drug ring that was based out of Roberta, extending into North Georgia, Florida, and Alabama. And tonight, family and friends are grieving the loss of Jalen Major. He's the teen that was shot and killed at the East Point MARTA station this past weekend.
A horrible situation because he was only 16 years old, and now his loved ones are now calling for a stop to youth gun violence. Teresa Bowles spoke with the parents and coaches.
Jalen Major's loved ones say he was an athlete, a big smile, and he loved making everyone laugh. In fact, he used to play on the very fields I'm standing on. And this senseless act of violence was like a gut punch to those who knew and loved him.
His personality was one of a kind. He could walk in the room and brighten up any room.
Jalen Major's father, Antonio, is holding on to his memories of him. His mother, Deandra Simpson, says Jalen had just started a new job at the airport. Normally, she'd drop him off herself, but as 16-year-olds do, Jalen wanted to learn how to catch the train on his own.
I dropped him off, and then I said, "Have a good day, son. I'll be waiting to pick you up from work." He said, "Okay, Mom," and that was it.
Moments later, Jalen Major was shot and killed on the platform of this East Point MARTA station. His former football coach, Mark Forston, is still processing the loss.
I was in shock initially. I didn't want to believe it was him.
Jalen's other former coach, Dwan Anderson, echoes Forston. They describe Jalen as charismatic and a star player.
Jalen is like a family member to me. My heart just dropped.
Jalen was a sophomore at Tri-Cities High. His shooter was only 15. Tri-City High School's alumni president, Kayvon Arnold, says youth gun violence in Atlanta has got to stop.
All I could think about was that could easily been my daughter. Put the guns down. It's okay to talk. It's okay to disagree, but it's also okay to have positive conflict resolution. And I think that's what's going on with our kids.
No family plans to bury a 16-year-old, so the family started a GoFundMe to help with funeral arrangements.
Our kids losing their lives, like they're not even getting a chance to live out their futures because it's just a lot of killing with our young babies.
There will be a vigil and...
We have mainly dry conditions out there right now, but we're going to see some changes moving in as we track showers and storms well out to the west. We'll let you know when they're going to get here coming up.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus
It is really a nice night out there right now. We have mainly clear skies, no rain in our area at all, and it's another night where we're experiencing those temperatures that are falling again. We're cooling off pretty nicely. We'll be down into the 40s here by tomorrow morning, and the reason we've been dealing with the cooler air and the breezy conditions, it's all because of this area of low pressure. We were telling you about this the past couple of nights, saying it wasn't moving that much. This is finally beginning to move more over to the east, and as it does, it's taking those winds away from us, so they're dying down a little bit. It's going to be another cool morning, though. That northwest flow still bringing in that cooler air. We're down into the 40s here by tomorrow morning, and then we turn our attentions to the next system that has rain with it, and it's actually producing some stronger thunderstorms in parts of Texas back into New Mexico. That will eventually move our way. We don't think the severe weather part of it will make it our way, but we will begin to see a few scattered showers developing by the end of the week and also into the weekend. Here's where we have that low risk for some of those stronger storms. That's where we just showed you where some of those are taking place right now from New Mexico into Texas. And then tomorrow comes a little more to the east where there's a level 2 risk for parts of Texas and Oklahoma. But look how this moves more to the east, kind of falls apart a little bit. The severe weather threat on Friday, even though we'll have a few showers here, the severe weather part of this stays well out to the west. So here's a look at your temperatures around North Georgia right now. In the city, we're holding in the lower 60s, but in the outlying areas, we're seeing more of those 50s around, even 53 in Peachtree City and in Carrollton. Athens a little warmer at 59, Duluth 57. We have 58 in in Canton right now. It'll be mainly clear overnight, maybe just a couple of clouds here early in the morning, but look how we cool down to 47 degrees to start the day. We start warming up pretty quickly tomorrow, though. 61 degrees. You'll notice not as much wind tomorrow. That dies down a lot more. So with the wind dying down and with the temperatures in the afternoon warming up a little bit, yep, we're going to go for an 11 on the wasometer. Feeling pretty nice out there for a Thursday. Now, here's what we're watching with the mainly clear sky tonight. We go through the overnight hours and we see mostly sunny skies, a few clouds well down to the south. Again, mostly sunny for a big part of the day tomorrow. Then on Friday, that's when we see a few more clouds build in. You see this rain out to the west. It starts to try to push in the afternoon, maybe a couple of isolated showers on the north side. We just have a 20% chance for those showers here. We'll hold on to a low rain risk through the evening hours here on Friday. Then on Saturday, about a 30% chance for some showers moving our way. Just a couple of waves of energy with some of those showers. And again, we don't think these will be severe or anything, but it's not out of the question. There could be a couple of rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning into your weekend. So here's another look at that on Friday. Low rain chances. Saturday, again, about a 30% chance for showers. Sunday, we're going back down to about a 20% chance for a shower. I think we'll see fewer of those showers around. And then Monday, back to the 30% chance for showers. We'll hold on to that into Tuesday as well as into Wednesday. We'll just have a low risk for some of those showers. But I want you to notice, though, in the 7-day forecast, how these temperatures are really going to be warming up. Now, we'll be in the 70s, we're thinking Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But on Saturday, we're talking upper 70s with a few of those showers around. Going into Sunday, low rain risk in 82, 83 Monday with a 30% chance for showers. Holding on to the 30% chance for showers Tuesday and Wednesday, but it'll be warmer. They're in the mid-80s for the middle of the week. We'll give those 7s on the wasometer. Even though you see a lot of raindrops here, not washouts any day, but just know there'll be just a few of those scattered showers here and there.
We like those 80s, Chris. Thank you so much. And Justin, tonight, actor Jamie Foxx made a post online after a hospital stay here in Atlanta, and he shared on his Instagram the text you're seeing right there. Appreciate all the love, feeling blessed. Foxx was in Atlanta working on his new Netflix film Back in Action when he was suddenly hospitalized on April 11th. We know he experienced a medical complication, but specifics about what exactly happened have not been made public.
Straight ahead, changes are coming for how much home buyers pay, but how does your credit score factor in? You ask, we verify. Next.
Versus fiction.
11 can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where.
Well, hoping to get a home loan and you got good credit, that's usually a good combination, right? Well, several 11 Alive viewers reached out to our verified team after hearing that borrowers with good credit are being punished with higher fees. And tonight, Jerry Carnes is verifying fact from fiction.
Build a good credit score and typically you'll find it easier and cheaper to get a loan. Several 11 Alive viewers emailed us asking if new policies enacted by the Biden administration are punishing homebuyers with good credit. Let's verify. Our sources are the Federal Housing Finance Agency, the National Association of Realtors, and Rohan Ganduri, Assistant Professor of Finance at Emory University's Gosueta Business School. The change that took effect May 1st involves fees that impact your mortgage interest rate. Factors include